Corneliu Zelea Codreanu. For my Legionaries, to the Legionaries. December 6, 1935. Can Silva. Legionaries. I write for our legionary family. For all legionaries, those in villages, in factories, and in the university. I do not pay attention to any regulation imposed on book authors. I have no time. I write hastily on the battlefield in the midst of attacks. At this hour, we are surrounded on all sides. The enemies strike us treacherously and treason bites us. For 2 years, we have been bound by the chains of an infamous censorship. For 2 years, our name, and that of legionary, are tolerated by the press only to be insulted. A rain of treacheries is heaped upon us while our enemies applaud and hope that we shall perish. But these knights of cowardice, as well as their masters, will be convinced in fact soon that all the attacks in which they pooled their hopes of destroying the legionary movement, all their agitation and desperate efforts, will remain fruitless. Legionaries do not die. Erect, immovable, invincible, and immortal, they look forever victorious over the impotent convulsions of hatred. Oh, wow! The opinion created in the non-legionary world by the lines that follow is of no consequence to me, and their effect upon that world does not interest me. What I want is that you, soldiers of other Romanian horizons, while reading these recollections, recognize in them your own past and remember your battles, that you relive the suffering you endured and the blows you took for our people, that you fill your hearts with fire and stand firm in the difficult and righteous struggle in which you are engaged, and out of which we all have the command to emerge either victorious or dead. I think of you as I write, of you who will have to die, receiving the baptism of death with the serenity of our ancestral Thracians, and of you, those who will have to step over the dead and their tombs, carrying in your hands the victorious banners of the Romanians. Stepping into life. In the Dobrina forest. Here we are, congregated one afternoon in the spring of 1919, in the Dobrina forest which stands sentinel on the heights around Husi. Who? A group of about 20 high school students, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. I called these young comrades together to discuss a grave problem, though our life was but budding. What are we going to do if the Bolsheviks invade us? My opinion, with which the others were in accord, was this: if the Bolshevik army crosses the Dniester, then the proof, reaching our region, we shall not submit, but will take refuge in the woods armed. We will organize there a center of Romanian action and resistance, and by skillful action shake up the enemy. We will maintain a spirit of non-submission, and keep alive a spark of hope amidst the Romanian masses in villages and towns. We all took an oath in the middle of the ancient forest. This forest was a corner of that famous woods of Târgu on whose paths, throughout Moldavia's history, many an enemy found death. We decided to acquire weapons and ammunition, to maintain total secrecy, to engage in reconnoitering and battle exercises there in the forest, and to establish a front which would mask our intentions. We easily found this front, and we soon brought it into being. A cultural national association of the students at the High School of Husi, which we named Mihail Kogonisian. It was approved by the high school principal. Then we began get-togethers and lectures in town. We treated the customary subjects in public, while in the woods we simulated battle exercises. In those Titans one could find weapons everywhere, so that within about 2 weeks we collected all we needed. There was then such a chaotic state of affairs in the country that we, though but children hardly over 18 years of age, understood all too well. Everybody was thinking about the Bolshevik Revolution, which was well underway, only a few steps over the border. The peasantry was opposed to this destroying wave out of instinct, but completely disorganized, could not put up a serious resistance. But industrial workers were vertiginously sliding toward communism, being systematically fed the cult of these ideas by the Jewish press, and generally by the entire Jewry of the cities. Every Jew, merchant, intellectual, or banker capitalist in his radius of activity was an agent of these anti-Romanian revolutionary ideas. The Romanian intelligentsia was undecided, the state apparatus disorganized. One could expect at any moment either an internal eruption of some determined and organized elements or an invasion from over the Dniester. This external action, coordinated with that of the Judeo-communist bands within, who could bear down on us, destroying bridges and blowing up stores of ammunition, would have then decided our fate as a people. It was in such circumstances, our thoughts, in turmoil, worrying about the life and liberty of our country, just unified at the end of a difficult war, that in our youthful minds the idea that led us to the oath in the Dobrina forest germinated. I had had 5 years at the military academy in Mănăstăria de Lui, the cloister on the hill, where the head of Michael the Brave reposes, under the searching eye of Nicolae Filipescu. There, under the orders of Major, later Colonel Maria Olteanu, the school's commandant, that of Captain Virgil Badulescu, of Lu, Emil Palangianu, and under the guidance of the professors, I received a strict soldierly education and a healthy confidence in my own powers. Former cabinet minister, 1.1913, who founded the military academy, hang his name. Translator's note. In fact, my military education will be with me all my life. Order, discipline, hierarchy, molded into my blood at an early age, along with the sentiment of soldierly dignity, will constitute a guiding thread for my entire future activity. Here, too, I was taught to speak little, a fact which later was to lead me to hate chatterboxing and too much talk. Here I learned to love the trench and to despise the drawing room. The notions of military science I was receiving then will make me later judge everything through the prism of this science. This cult of the sentiment of human and military dignity in which the officers brought me up was to create for me difficulties and expose me to suffering in a world oftentimes lacking both honor and a sense of dignity. I spent the summer of 1916 at home in Husi. My father had been recalled into the military for the last 2 years and left with the regiment for the Carpathian. One night my mother woke me up and, crying and crossing herself, said, "Wake up, all the bells of all the churches are ringing." It was August 15th, 1916, the feast of Saint Marel. Mary. 1 year. I understood that mobilization had been decreed, and that at that moment the Romanian army had crossed the mountain. Seized by emotion, my whole body trembled. 3 days later, I left home to trail my father, pushed by my yearning that I, too, be among the fighters on the front. Finally, following many adventures, I reached the regiment in which my father was commanding a company, the 25th Infantry Regiment, under the command of Colonel V. Ray Piperescu, as it was advancing into Transylvania on the Oitus Valley. My misfortune was great, for, being only 17 years old, the regimental commander turned me down as a volunteer. Yet I took part both in the advance into and the retreat from Transylvania, and on September 20th, when my father fell wounded above Savada on the Ceres Domu mountain, I was useful to him ahead of the enemy's advance. Though wounded, he refused to be evacuated, leading his company throughout the retreat and later in the heavy fighting that followed at Oitus. At 2 o'clock one night, the regiment received orders to advance. The officers inspected their troops massed in a tomb-like quiet on the highway. My father was asked to report to the colonel. Returning after a short while, he told me, "Would it not be better for you to go back home? We will soon be engaged in battle, and it is not good that both of us die here, for mother then is going to be left with 6 small children, with no support." The colonel called me and told me he does not want to take the responsibility of your remaining here on the front. I could tell his heart was in doubt. He hesitated at leaving me alone in the middle of the night, out in the open, on unfamiliar roads, 25 miles from the nearest railroad. Noting his insistence, however, I turned in my carbine and the 2 cartridge holders while the columns of the regiment moved on, disappearing into the quiet and darkness of night. I remained alone on the edge of a ditch, then started in the direction of the old frontier and home. When a year later, on September last, I entered the military school of infantry at Bodasani, the thought was still in my mind to be able to reach the front. Here I completed my education and military knowledge from September 1st, 1917 to July 17th, 1918, in the military school's active company. The 4 distinguished officers, Colonel Slavescu, Captain E. Sharia, Lua, Florin Radulescu, and Major Stiefly, guided my steps in the ways of battle and sacrifice for my country. Another year past 1919 brought peace, and we, the children ready to die, were scattered, each to his home. My father, a teacher in secondary schools, had been a lifetime nationalist fighter. My grandfather was a forester, likewise my great-grandfather. The people of my nation have been from the very beginning, in any difficult historical times, a people of woods and mountain. That is why my soldierly upbringing and the blood in my veins impressed on the action at Dobrina. A naive manifestation, a note of seriousness, which our tender age would not have presupposed. In those moments, we felt in our hearts, with their advice and experience, the presence of all our ancestors who had fought for Moldavia on the same paths the enemies never penetrate. At the University of Iasi, September 1919. The summer passed. I took my baccalaureate in the fall, and our group parted ways, each directing his steps toward a university. From Dobrina we retained only the memories of defending our country against the waves of enmity, menacingly raised both without and from within our borders. I was leaving Husi at this crossroad for every youth, the enrollment into a university, the long-awaited enrollment at the university. As preparation, I had the capital of knowledge acquired in high school, sensational literature, or that of spiritual perversion, which today occupies such an important place in the formative years of a high schooler to his misfortune, I have not tasted. In addition to the customary literature of the Romanian classics, I had read all the articles in the Seminatorial, the Sour, and Nemo Romanesque, the Romanian people of Ence, Iorga, and A.C. Cuza. My father had these in some boxes in the attic. That is where I climbed in my free hours to busy myself with such literature. The essence of these articles contained the expression in a high form of the 3 ideals of life for the Romanian people. 1. The unification of the Romanian people. 2. The elevation of peasantry through land reform and political rights. 3. The solution of the Jewish problem. There were 2 maxims printed on the jackets of all nationalistic publications of that time. Romania of the Romanians, only of the Romanians, and of all Romanians. N.I.O. Nationality is the creative power of human culture. Culture is the creative power of nationality. A.C. Kaza.Dal. I approached Iasi with great reverence. The Iasi loved and understood by every Romanian. The city everybody at least wants to visit. Many towns in Moldavia have some fragment of glory. We cannot pronounce the names. Houghton, Barlad, Vaslui, Tichina, Citatia Alba, Soroka, without feeling our souls uplifted. But above all these rise Suceava and Iasi. Suceava, the fortress of Stefan the Great, and Iasi, the city of Kuzavoda, the city of the Union of 1859, which through the founding of the university became the city of youth and that of its noblest aspirations. In Iasi lived Myron Costin, Bohdan Petricaicu Hozdo, Mihail Eminescu, Ion Creanga, Vasil Alexandri, Ostaș Negri, Jacob Nigrusi, Mihail Kogolnicia, Vasil Conta, Enșin Barnutiu, Vasil Conta, and Iorga, Ion Gavanescu. Here, like a lighthouse, shines in political economy the great personality of Professor Cuza. The university became a school of nationalism. Iasi, the city of the great Romanian thrust forward of our national greatness, ideals, and aspiration. It is great from the sorrow of 1917, when here in his troubled hours the tormented soul of King Ferdinand found refuge. Great through its destiny of being in 1918 the city of union of all Romanians. Great by virtue of its great past, and great by its present tragedy. For the city of the 40 churches, these daily forgotten under the merciless Jewish invasion, IRC, like Rome, built on 7 hills, is and remains the eternal city of Romanianism. How many glorious memories! Here were heard for the first time, resounding, those harmonious verses of Alexandri, comprehensive examination required before graduation from high school. Tiara, Romanians of every feather, come let us join hands together. Here, as nowhere else, the student feels hovering in the air over silent Iasi, with their mysterious appeals, and with their sacred urgings, the spirits of our ancestors. The IC student, in the quiet of the night, hears, as if maddened by pain, the phantom of Mihail Eminescu running through the tortuous streets of the city, moaning like a ghost. He who takes strangers to heart, may the dogs eat his heart, may the waste eat his home, may ill fame devour his folks. And this is the town I was approaching with profound reverence in the fall of 1919, being attracted by its great aura, but moved also because it was here that I was born 20 years earlier. And just like any child, I was moved to again see and kiss my native earth. I registered in the School of Law. ISC University, closed during the war years, had reopened a year earlier. The old students, returned now as veterans, retained the line of the traditional nationalism of student life before the war. They were divided into 2 camps. One, under the leadership of Labuska from Letters, and another, under that of Corneliu Ionescu from Law.OA. These groups, small in number, were overwhelmed by the immense mass of Jewish students coming over to school from Bessarabia, all communist agents and propagandists. The university's professors, excepting a very limited group headed by A.C. Cuza, Ion Gavanescu, and Corneliu Zelea, were supporters of the same leftist ideas. Professor Paul Bouillard, one of the majority's exponents, stated quite dearly in the country's full Senate, "The light comes from the east, namely, from beyond the Dniester." Such an attitude on the part of the professors who considered barbarous any nationalistic idea or note resulted in the total disorientation of the students, some openly supporting Bolshevism, others, the greater part, saying, "Say what you will, nationalism is past. Mankind moves toward the left." The Labuska group slipped totally in this direction. The Corneliu Ionescu group, to which I adhered, scattered in time, following some elections in the university which they lost. The advancement of these anti-Romanian ideas, supported by a compact mass of professors and students, and encouraged by all enemies of unified Romania, found among the student body no Romanian resistance. A few of us who were still trying to man the barricades were surrounded by an atmosphere of scorn and enmity. On the streets or in the halls of the university, colleagues holding other opinions, those with freedom of conscience, and who preach every other kind of freedom, spat behind us as we passed and became increasingly aggressive. Thousands of students in meeting after meeting in which Bolshevism was propagated attacked army, justice, church, crown détourné. There was only one association that yet maintained a Romanian character, Avram Encu, belonging to the Bukovinans and Transylvanians, under the leadership of Vasil Sinci, a student. The university, traditionally nationalistic since 1860, became a nest of anti-Romanianism. Revolution being prepared. But it was not wholly in the university that this situation existed. EIC's mass of workingmen, almost entirely immersed in communism, was at the ready to erupt into revolution. Little work was done in factories. Hours on end, they held meetings and councils, mostly about politics rather than work. We found ourselves systematically sabotaged, according to plan and by command. Break, destroy machinery, create the state of general material misery, which leads to the eruption of revolution. And indeed, the more this command was obeyed, the more the misery spread. Hunger threatened menacingly, and rebellion grew in the souls of the multitudes. Every 3 or 4 days on the streets of Iasi, there were huge communist demonstrations. Those 10-15,000 starved workers, maneuvered by the Judaic criminal hand from Moscow, paraded the streets while singing the Internationale, yelling, "Down with the king, down with the army," and carrying placards on which one could read, "Long live the Communist Revolution, long live Soviet Russia." If these had been victorious, would we have had at least a Romania led by a Romanian workers' regime? Would the Romanian workers have become masters of the country? No. The next day we would have become the slaves of the dirtiest tyranny, the Talmudic Jewish tyranny. Greater Romania, after less than a second of existence, would have collapsed. We, the Romanian people, would have been mercilessly exterminated, killed or deported throughout Siberia, peasants, workers, intellectuals, all pell-mell. The land from Marmures to the Black Sea, snatched from Romanian hands, would have been colonized by Jewish masses. Here it is that they would have built up their true Palestine. I was perfectly aware that in those hours, the life and death of the Romanian people was at stake. And so were the Jews who were pushing the Romanian workers into revolution. They had no sympathy with the anguish which gripped our hearts in those moments, or with the anxiety betrayed in our eyes. They knew what they were doing. Only the Romanian intellectuals were unconscious, the intellectuals who had gone to school and were supposed to enlighten the people in difficult times, for that is why they were intellectuals, were absent from their duty. These unworthy beings in those decisive moments maintained, with a criminal unconsciousness, that the light comes from the east. Who was to oppose the revolutionary columns which marched menacingly through the streets of all our towns? The students? No. The intelligentsia? No. The police? Cigarante. These, when hearing the columns approach, panicked and vanished. Not even the military could bar their way. For one did not talk of 1,000 men, but of 15,000, of 20,000, organized and hungry. The guard of the national conscience. One rainy evening in the fall of 1919, in the mess hall of the School of Arts and Crafts, where I was a counselor, a friend of mine showed me a newspaper notice. The guard of the national conscience holds a meeting this evening, Thursday, 9 o'clock, no, 3, Alexandre Saint. Away! I left immediately, running with great impatience to know and to enroll in this organization, whose anti-communist flyers I had read several months earlier. In the room on number 3, Alexandre Saint, set up with newly made benches, I found only one man already there. He was about 40, brawny and downcast, sitting at a table, waiting for people to come. A big head, 2 strong arms, heavy fists, of middle stature. He was Constantin Pancu, the president of the Guard of the National Conscience, the security service of Romania before the communist takeover. Tr. I introduced myself, telling him I was a student and that I wished to be admitted as a fighter into the Guard. He accepted me. I sat in that meeting. About 20 persons came, a typesetter, Vonescu, a student, about 4 mechanics from RMSE, 2 from the railways, several tradesmen and workers, the lawyer Victor Climescu, and a priest. Several questions were discussed in connection with the momentum gained by the communist movement in various factories and part of the city, and with the problem of organizing the Guard. From that evening on, my road bifurcated, one half in the fight at the university, the other half with Constantin Pancu, among the workers. I became attached to this man, and I stood with him under his leadership constantly till the organization disbanded. Constantin Pancu. Constantin Pancu, whose name was on the lips of all Asians in both camps, uttered hopefully by Romanians, in horror by the others, was not an intellectual. He was a tradesman, plumber, and electrician. He never went beyond 4 primary grades. He had a lucid, balanced mind which he himself enriched with adequate knowledge. For 20 years he had been occupied with workers' problems. He had been for several years the president of the Metallurgical Union. He was a first-class speaker. At the podium before a crowd, he was impressive. He had a soul and a conscience that were clearly Romanian. He loved his country, the military, the king. A good Christian. He had the muscles of a circus fighter and force truly Herculean. Asians had known him for a long time. Before the war, a circus came to Iasi which held fighting shows. There were among the combatants men from all nations. Hungarians, Turks, Romanians, Russians, etc. One evening, when one of them won over all the other fighters, from among the spectators, a citizen stood up asking to fight the winner. He was permitted to do so. He undressed and the fight started. In 2 minutes the Hungarian circus strongman was thrown to the ground, defeated. The Romanian who won amidst the crowd's enthusiastic admiration was none other than Constantin Pancu. That is why when his call to battle appeared for the first time on the streets of Iasi, the public which worships strength accepted it with trust. His effort lasted 1 year, increasing as the Bolshevik menace grew, then decreasing as it diminished. Small meetings were held at first, then rallies that reached 5, 6, even 10,000 people. These took place weekly during the critical period in the Prince Mircea Hall, or sometimes in Union Square. Among those who spoke regularly was myself. This is where I learned how to speak before a crowd. Undeniably, the guard of the national conscience raised the conscience of Romanians at a critical time, in an important place as that of Iasi, and placed it like a barrier before the communist wave. This activity, however, was not limited only to Iasi. We went to other towns. In addition, the paper Conștiința, the Conscience, which was regularly published, penetrated with its cry of alarm into nearly all the towns of Moldavia and Bessarabia. Almost daily out in the field between the two camps, inevitable bloody clashes occurred, our side sustaining the most wounded. This tense situation lasted until spring, but after 2 great victories for our side, the offensive power of our adversaries was much reduced. The occupation of the agency of state monopolies by the Guard of Gerd, the national conscience. It was either on the 10th or the 11th of February, 1920. For 2 weeks, there had been talk of a nationwide general strike. The decisive battle was approaching. It was rumored in town that around noon at the ASM, where about 10 workers were employed, the strike was declared, the red flag raised, the king's picture lowered and trampled underfoot, being then replaced by those of Karl Marx, Trotsky, and Rakowski. Our people there were beaten, the mechanics, members of the guard, wounded. At 1 o'clock, about 100 of us got together at our headquarters. What to do? Pancu chaired the discussion. There were 2 opinions. Some claimed we should send telegrams to the government, requesting military intervention. My opinion was that those present should head for the ASM and tear down the red flag at any risk. My point of view was agreed upon. We took our flag and at 1 o'clock, led by Pancu, we started marching on La Pusneanu and Pacurari, singing Destipta T Romaine, Awaken Ye Romaine. Close to the factory in the street, we broke up several groups of communists. We entered the factory's courtyard and went into the building, carrying the flag all the way to the roof, where I planted it. From there I gave a talk. The military appeared and occupied the factory. We retreated singing, then returned to our headquarters, considering our rapid incursion a success. The news of our attitude flashed through the town like lightning, yet the strike continued. The military could only defend the flag, it could not make the plant run. What was to be done? An idea occurred to us to search the city for workers in order to open the plant. In 3 days, 400 new workers, gathered from all quarters of ISC, entered the plant. This began to run. The strike had failed. 2 weeks later, half the strikers demanded that they be returned to work. Our victory was great. The first step toward the general strike was rejected. The plans of the Judeo-Communist Consortium began to be frustrated. Our action had a resounding echo within Romanian ranks, raising their morale. The tricolor flag over the Nicolina Works, the most powerful communist center, was formed by the Romanian Railway Works at Nicolina. Over 4,000 men worked there, nearly all Bolsheviks. Residential areas around these works, Podol Rose, Socola, and Nicolina, were invaded by a considerable number of Jews. That is why the leader of the communist movement in IASI, Dr. Galerter and his aide Gieler, fixed their point of resistance here. A month had not passed since their defeat at the ASM, and as a signal to begin the general strike and the decisive battle, the red flag was hoisted, fluttering over the works. A strike was declared. Thousands of workers were pouring out. The authorities were powerless. The Agency of State Monopolies, hereafter called the ASM, TR. Through flyers we convoked all Romanians to a meeting in the Prince Mircea Hall. After the speeches, we left the building with our flags, and the whole crowd headed for Nicolina. In Union Square we were stopped by the authorities, who advised us against continuing, for there were over 5,000 armed communists there waiting for us, and huge bloodshed would take place. So we turned from Union Square toward the railway station, where we hoisted flags over the engine roundhouse and over the station. Then we commandeered a train on the track and went to Nicolina. Someone threw the switch in the Nicolina station and train, and all entered the Nicolina Works. We got off. In the shops, no one. On one of the buildings, the red flag. I climbed up a fire escape holding a tricolor flag between my teeth. With some difficulty, for it was at a great height, I reached the row I got on the roof and crawled to the top. I snatched the red flag, and amidst the truly tremendous hurrahs, lasting several minutes, I hoisted and secured the tricolor flag. Then, from there I spoke. Outside the walls, the communists, increasing in numbers, steadily grew into a compact mass and demonstrated menacingly. An infernal racket. Inside, harassy. Outside, booze and cursing. Then I slowly descended to the ground. Pancu ordered our departure. But at the gate, the communists barred our exit, yelling, "Let Pancu and Codreanu come forward." We stepped 30 yards in front of our crowd and headed for the gate. In the middle, Pancu, on his right a tradesman, Margaret, with myself on the left. All three of us advanced, saying nothing, keeping our hands in our pockets on the revolvers. Those at the gate watched us, quiet and unmoving. Now we were but a few steps away. I expected the whiz of a bullet going past my ear. But we kept on, straight and determined. However, this was a very unusual, soulful moment. We were now but a couple of steps away. The communists stepped aside, opening up for us. For about 10 yards we walked in tomb-like silence through their midst. We looked neither to the left nor to the right. Nothing was heard, not even human breathing. Our men followed us. But as they came through, the silence was broken. Cursing began, with threats on both sides, but no fighting. In a body, we headed along the railroad toward the station. Behind us, over the works, the blowing wind fluttered the cloth of the victorious tricolor. The moral effect of this action was incomparable. The whole of Iasi was in an uproar. Everybody on the streets spoke only about the guard of the national conscience. A current of Romanian awakening was felt in the air. The trains carried further to the four corners of the country the news of this resurrection. We realized that Bolshevism would be defeated because facing it, as well as on its flanks, a barrier of conscience had been raised which would prevent its expansion. All roads to its further encroachment were now closed. From now on it must retreat. Not long after, action by Gedi Avarescu's administration was added to our efforts, enough so that this movement's prospects were altogether nullified. National Christian Socialism. The National Syndicates. The Guard of the National Conscience was a fighting organization designed to knock out the enemy. I was talking with Panku many times those evenings in 1919, for we were together constantly and almost regularly ate at his table. And I was telling him, it is not enough to defeat communism. We must also fight for the rights of the workers. They have a right to bread and a fight to honor. We must fight against the oligarchic parties, creating national workers' organizations which can gain their rights within the framework of the state and not against the state. We permit no one to try raising on Romanian soil another flag, save that of our national bisturi, no matter how LGBT the workers' class may be. We do not tolerate that it rise up against the country, or that it make common cause with foreign movements outside our borders. No one will admit that. For your bread you lay waste and band over into the bands of a foreign people of bankers and usurers, everything that for 2 millennia the sweat of a people of workers and brave ones saved. Your rights, yes, but within the rights of your people. It is inadmissible that for your tithe, the historic right of the nation to which you belong be trampled underfoot. But we will neither admit that in the shelter of the color formulas, an oligarchic and tyrannical class may install itself on the backs of the workers of all categories and literally skin them, while continually waving banners through the air for fatherland which they do not love, God in whom they do not believe, church into which they never enter, an army which they sent to war, or empty band. These are realities which cannot be used as false emblems for political fraud in the hands of some immoral prestidigitators. Then we began organizing the workers into national unions, and even a political party, the National Christian Socialism. It was then that Panku wrote, "The Creed of National Christian Socialism. I believe in the one and divided Romanian state, from Dniester to the Tisa, the holder of all Romanians and only of Romanians, lover of work, honor, and in fear of God, concern about the country and its people, giver of equal rights, both civil and political, to men and to women, protector of the family, paying its public servants Kyle." At that time, we had not heard of Adolf Hitler and German National Socialism and workers on the basis of the number of children and the work performed, quality and quantity, and in a state supporter of social harmony through minimizing of class differences, and, in addition to salaries, nationalizing factories, the property of all workers, and distributing the land among all the plowmen. It would distribute benefits between owner, state, or private, and workers. The former owner, in addition to his own salary, should get a percentage inversely proportional to the size of his original investment. Furthermore, the state would insure his original investment. Furthermore, the state would insure the workers through a risks fund, would provide storehouses for food and clothing for workers and civil servants who, organized in national unions, will have their representatives in the administrative boards of the various industrial, agricultural, and commercial institutions. I believe in a great and strong father of the workers and king of the peasants, Ferdinand I, who has sacrificed all for the happiness of Romania and who for our salvation became as one with the people, who at the head of his troops at Marasti and Marasesti vanquished the enemy, who ever since looks lovingly and trustingly upon the soldiers owing him allegiance, soldiers who will find their military duty to be a real school of their nation, which they can finish in a year. I believe in one tricolor surrounded by the rays of National Christian Socialism, symbol of harmony among the brothers and sisters of Greater Romania. I believe in one sacred Christian church with priests living the gospel and for the gospel, and who would, like the apostles, sacrifice themselves for the enlightenment of the many. I recognize the election of the ministers by the chamber, the abolition of the Senate, the organization of rural police, a progressive income tax, schools of agriculture and crafts in the villages, circles for housewives and adults, homes for invalids and old folks, national homes, the determination of paternity, effectively bringing the knowledge of the laws to everybody, the encouragement of private initiative in the interest of the nation, and the development of the peasant's home industry. I await the resurrection of national conscience even in the most humble shepherd and the descent of the educated into the midst of the tired, to strengthen and help them in true brotherhood, the foundation of Romania of tomorrow. A. The Guard of the National Conscience. The newspaper Constianta, The Conscience, Monday, February 9th, 1920. Then we began the organization of the national unions. The following document shows how one of our unions was formed. I publish it in order to emphasize the conscientiousness of the Asian workers at that time. Minutes. The undersigned tradesmen, workers and clerks of the tobacco plant ASM, met this evening, Monday, February 2.1922, at the headquarters of the Guard of the National Conscience, Nodi, Alexandri Saint, under the chairmanship of Mr. C. Pancu, active president of the Guard. Whereas, the criminal tendencies of certain individuals who serve interests that are foreign to this people, and whereas the propaganda in which they engage, namely to strike at the well-being of this institution and at the very existence of those of us who have been working all our lives for a slice of bread, which is our only food, and that of our children. We, honest and law-abiding Romanian workers, wishing to march united beneath the flag of our country on the road dictated by the supreme interests of our people, for the well-being of this institution in order to help stop once and for all the propaganda of our enemy within our ranks, decided to constitute ourselves into a professional national union, for which we elected the following committee and a delegate of the Guard of the National Conscience. There follow 183 signatures. Constianta, The Conscience, February 9th, 1920, Noah 17 and 18. A truthful picture of the situation in 1919. I try to report the moment of 1919-20, taking from newspapers and manifestos what I consider to be significant. The first manifesto issued by Constantin Pancu at Iasi in August 1919, posted on all walls everywhere in Iasi, in a moment of general disorientation, is the signal to battle for the Romanian workers of Iasi. Appeal to the Romanian tradesmen, workers, soldiers, and peasants. Brothers, following years of frightful battles, the world celebrates peace among men. The wise leaders in all civilized countries endeavor to do away with war by establishing a law to guarantee a peaceful existence in the future. But lo, from the east one hears voices of hatred which indicate the attempt of our enemies to rip us apart through discord and misunderstandings among us. From Russia, ruled by the darkness of erroneous teachings, we are urged to battle and fire, and to kill our brothers of like blood. From Hungary, which weeps over her former grandeur, one hears the same urging. The enemies in the east have united with those in the west to disturb our peace so they can invade us. The foreigners beyond our borders try to pass the cup of poison among us, through the aliens living in the bosom of our country. They dare state that they prod us forward, in the name of peace, justice, and liberty, and in the name of the workers. Their word is a lie, their urgings a killing poison, for they say they want peace, but they themselves destroy it, killing the most worthy, demand freedom, but by death threats, oblige people to submit to them. Wish brotherhood, while they sow hatred, injustice, and licentiousness within nations. Moreover, they say they want the abolishment of capital earned by the sweat of one's brow. Yeah, will? They tell us they do not want war, but they war. They demand the army be abolished, but they arm themselves. They urge us to discard the tricolor flag, while in its stead they hoist the red flag of hatred. Do not lend any credence to their manifestos and urgings, just as you did not believe that of the enemy when you were fighting at Oitus, Marastai, and Marasesti. The duty of every good Romanian is to see to it that in the future, too, the seed of dissension the enemy endeavors to throw among us does not take root. Perfect the work you began by your labor and your honor. Your enemies are the indolence, hatred, and dishonor that rule across the borders, that threaten us as well. Beware! Keep clean your soul. Do not forget that our salvation is work, unity, and honor. Brother soldiers, with faith in God, you have broken the enemy's power. With your weapons you have carved for eternity the country's borders. With your blood you have perfected and sealed your sacrifice. That is why you must not allow foreign and lawless bands to destroy that which you perfected. Continue to hold your love of country and faith in your king. You took an oath to defend with your blood to the last drop the fatherland's borders. Guard them attentively against the evil intentions of the enemy, for that is what our parents and ancestors did. Brother peasants, the God of our parents took mercy on our suffering and gave us as bountiful a year as was rarely seen. Be grateful to the good Lord through your labor and your faith. Renew your working powers, gather assiduously the yield of the land. Rest assured that the land from the Tisa, the Danube, and the Black Sea was entirely won by you. Keep it in sacredness, defend its riches through your labor and your love. Brother Romas, it is in you that the hopes and strength of this country lie. You are also the happiness of tomorrow. Do not gather for yourselves curses, but blessings. The enemy is attacking at the Dniester and at the Tisa. He also tries to disrupt the inner peace of our country. Our deliverance is in labor, honor, love of country, and faith in God. Be careful, call on to the righteous path also those who straying have crossed over to those without a people and without a faith. United around the throne and under the shadow of the tricolor banner, stand watch for the peace of the country. Tell the foreigners and foreign lovers who try to disturb us that around us a national guard has formed that watches that will fight those wishing to sow among us discord. Romanians everywhere, workers, craftsmen, soldiers, and peasants, be worthy of our ancestors and of the call of these times in which we live. The Romanian Circle of Tradesmen, the Railway Traction Union, the Society of the War Invalids, the Iron Workers Guild, etc. Constienta, the Conscience, August 30th, 1919, last year, no one. The leaders of the Romanian workers. The leaders of the Romanian communist workers were neither Romanians nor workers. At Iasi, Dr. Galerter, Jew, Giel, Spiegler, Jew, Schreiber, Jew, etc. At Bucharest, Ili Moscovici, Jew, Parker, Jew, etc. Around them, groups of lost Romanian workers. Had the revolution been successful, the president of the republic that would have usurped the great King Ferdinand would have been Ili Moscovici. In Greater Romania's Parliament in 1919, while the deputies and senators of all reunited Romanian provinces, thrilled by the great act of the Union, stood up and applauded the unifier great king, this Mr. Ili Moscovici refused to stand up, ostentatiously sitting down. The attitude of the Jewish press. It is necessary to underscore the attitude of the Jewish press in those perilous times for the Romanian people. Every time the Romanian nation was menaced in its existence, this press supported the theses that best suited our enemies. As in fact, following the events, it can easily be seen that the same theses were doggedly opposed any time they were favoring a movement of Romanian revival. For them, our worries were days of joy, while our joys for them were days of mourning. Freedom. Freedom, so much today denied to the national movement, was back then considered dogma, because it was to serve the cause of our destruction. Here is, for instance, what Deverell, the truth, of December 28, 1919, wrote under the signature of Emile D. Faguier, real name Honigman. By according to the Socialist Party the right to freely demonstrate, one cannot maintain that said party is granted a privilege. No matter what the party that wants to demonstrate is, this right will have to be rejected. And spoil hatred. We can read in the same paper. Hatred must forever be the guide against the party of murderers that ruled, headed by Ion Bratian. The Judaic hatred of the Romanians is blessed, is supported, one invokes it. It is not a crime. It is not a medieval shame. But when it comes time for the Romanians to defend their infringed rights, their action is labeled hatred, and hatred becomes a sign of barbarism, a debasing sentiment on which nothing can be built. Legal order. Deverell, the truth, October 5, 1919. It is finished. By the High Decree Law, for the duration of the electoral period, a new regime is instituted, much rougher than before, one of siege and censorship, the opposition and the whole country being taken outside of the law. It is pure and simple, the regime of military dictatorship in which the Crown alone is all-powerful, the Crown and the Liberal Party. And as an executor of these two wills, you have the government of generals. Thus the decree law forbids us to attack the Crown. If telling the truth be taken as an attack, i.e., that the Crown took onto itself the heavy burden of governing the country with the Liberal Party, then still, this attack we must make. The decree forbids us from attacking the present form of administration. If by this is understood that we have no right to protest, with all vehemence against the present government, which is the result of the unconstitutional will of two persons, we will protest. If there is no other way open against this state of affairs, if we knew that the incitation to revolt or against the so-called legal order would have any effect, this unfortunately is not the case. We would not hesitate a single moment to do it, for there is no other means of fighting against such a dictatorial and tyrannical regime. Romania's Prime Minister during the First World War, Tr. We consider ourselves facing an armed band which places itself outside the law and uses brutal force. Despite all this, we will raise this banner and falling, we will yet cry, "Down with tyranny! Long live freedom!" This, then, is the Jewish press of 1919. In other words, inciting to rebellion against the Crown, against the form of government and the legal order. Incitation to revolt. Deverell, the truth. October 11, 1919. The madmen! Where are the madmen? As we said, we have too many well-behaved men and no madmen. Or madmen is what we need. Those of 1848 were madmen, and they uprooted the boyarchy regime of the time. We, too, need madmen, with well-behaved men who split a hair into 14 st do not, arriving at a decision, there is nothing to be done. We need at least one madman, if not more of them. What is this madman going to do? How do I know? One madman then is asked for. Let then the madmen come. Even the socialists have become well-behaved. In reality, they have a party behind them, and men who should fear no one. I see they are not afraid, but they are nevertheless well-behaved. As Nadata did of old, they stubbornly stay within the legal framework. Those in power, civilians and military, wish to take them out, a useless endeavor. Their tactic is the legal state. Even when they are shot at, as on December 13, 1918, when they are beaten to a pulp, when Frimu is lowered by his henchmen into his grave, the socialists protest granted with great dignity, but they do not step outside the law. In any case, we need madmen. Let the madmen who would begin the illegal action, or that against the law, against today's state of affairs, come forward. The Crown. To the Romanians, the Crown always constituted a dear patrimony. As the guarantor of our unity and resistance facing any dangers, the Jews never hesitated to attack it, to insult and compromise it by any means. Here is, for example, how Dimineata, the morning of November 16, 1919, treats King Ferdinand because of an error. An animal has need of limited preoccupations, but its brain suffices to fulfill them. Rarely, extremely rarely, is the animal wrong. Likewise, his intelligence, no matter how small, prevents it from falling into gross error. It is not the same with the king. I want to speak of the king of creation. The king of creation is much more intelligent than a dog, a horse, an ass. This is certain. But whereas none of these animals would step off the edge of a precipice, would not throw themselves into the waters to drown, or would not attempt an unsafe move, the king of creation daily commits unpardonable errors. As you are, mer sova pedivict, hod hongi at s. Alvelme, dera. Wisdom demanded that the king not permit himself to fall prisoner into the hands of a single man or part. With all due respect, I am duty-bound to tell His Majesty he erred. The situation which is so unclear is the work of His Majesty. For His Majesty, giving in to some guilty and interested obsessions, has run away from the natural solutions that the internal situation demanded. If even today the Crown will not decide to enter into the natural ways which are divorced from future interests, nature will exact its rights with even greater determination. Let the King of Creation be advised. The Christian Church. Opinia, the Opinion, August 10, 1919. The nationalists of Ayasi begin to agitate. There are too few of them, and they are too scoundrelly. That is why their agitating, which in times past was revolting, is today ridiculous, pure and simple. The nationalists formed a guard of the national conscience. Manifestos were issued, meetings were held. Chauvinistic students were also invited. The customary priests also came. At a time when everywhere, out of the most despotic laws, differences among nationalities are being abolished, in our country nationalists want to accentuate these differences. This particularly at the moment when the peace conference wants to impose by treaty the control of minorities. When everywhere the church is being separated from the state, remaining the private concern of every individual, in our country the nationalists appeal to the clergy for organized religious propaganda of principle. Then the priest intervenes. He gently grasps the people by the hair of their heads and beats their foreheads against the stones of the church until they are dazed. It is in the church that the people learn humility and resignation. Such is the will of God. No one is fooled by lies any longer. It is in vain that the nationalists pin tree-color bands on their sleeves, that they incite the plebeian intellectuals against the Jews, that they have the priests anathemize us in church. No one today fears their anathema. We preach love among people, and kick at the door of the temples which shelter hatred and revenge. Signed, M. Sevastos. The Procession. Opinia, the Opinion. October 26, 1919. To the appeal of the Guard of the National Conscience, the honorable clergy placed at the disposal of the demonstrators their beards, vestments, and Seaburg B banners. But the luxury of having at one's disposal a god with a whole staff must be paid for. We prefer that from our taxes a professor be hired, not a priest. We wish therefore the separation of church from the state. For we do not wish that our forced contributions serve to encourage obscurantism, renunciation, and the spirit of resignation, thanks to which police regimes are maintained back to the Middle Ages, to the Inquisition. We are exasperated by the terror in striped pants and tails, and military tunic. Nor can we any longer tolerate the terror wearing the religious habit. It hurts us to see street demonstrations prompted by political intrigues and the military. and no longer wish to witness parades of mitres and of red-neck kerchiefs. Enough! The cupolas of the churches weigh heavily upon the shoulders of humanity. The prostrations pull it to the ground. This procession is going to be an insipid one. One will see on the streets museum vestments, brilliant studded scepters, mitres. Crosses will be seen, and stoles. Beards will pass. Orators with contorted gestures will bare their chests, showing the crowd their bloodied side-sucking between teeth, sponges soaked in vinegar. Signed, M. Sevestos. It is clear. From here to attacking officers and tearing off their stripes is but one step. Also one step to knocking down the churches with picks, or to their transformation into stables or places of sadistic parties for the little Jewish reporters from Opinia, the opinion. Adivarul, the truth. Diminiata, the morning, and their people. I saw in the columns of these newspapers, at a time of great Romanian hardship, all the hatred and foxy plotting of an enemy race, settled and tolerated here by the pity and only by the pity of the Romanians. I saw how they flaunted their lack of respect for the Romanian army's glory and for the hundreds of thousands who died in its sanctified uniform. Their lack of respect for the Christian faith of an entire people. No day passed without venom being poured into our hearts from each page. By reading those newspapers which crisped my soul, I came to know the real feelings of these aliens, which they revealed without reticence. At a time, they thought we had been knocked to the ground. I learned enough anti-Semitism in 1 year to last me 3 lifetimes. For one cannot strike the sacred beliefs of a people or what their heart loves and respects, without hurting them to the depths and without blood dripping from their wound. 17 years have passed since, and the wound is still bleeding. May I be permitted once again to fulfill a sacred duty, mentioning here this hero, an athlete of Christian workingmen, the craftsman Constantin Pancu, under whose command I stood, and by whose side I would stay until the Red Beast, as he called it, was defeated. It is to this man, to his courage and steadfastness, that is owed the deliverance of the city of Iasi from destruction. 7 years later, this giant, weakened by suffering and poverty, was walking the streets of Iasi like a shadow, seeking aid toward the treatment of a heart ailment. He died ill and poor, forgotten and unaided, in the midst of a country that cared not, and in a city which he defended with his own body in its most trying hours. The first Student Congress after the war. Cluj, September 4–5, 6.192. This Congress was held in the National Theatre in Cluj, in an atmosphere of great enthusiasm, as a result of the unification of the 26 Romanian people by force of arms and their sacrifice. This was the first meeting of the young intellectuals of a people who had been up to then scattered to the four winds by destiny and misfortune. 2,000 years of injustices and suffering were coming to an end. What enthusiasm! How many sacred emotions! How many tears did we all shed! But as great as our enthusiasm was for the present which overwhelmed our hearts through its majesty, just as great was our disorientation with respect to what line to follow in the future. It was from this uncertainty that the Judaic power sought to profit, by suggesting to and ultimately exerting pressure on the ministries, Masonry and politicians to place on the agenda of the Congress the possible admittance of Jewish students into the students' associations. In other words, the transformation of the Romanian associations into mixed Romanian Jewish ones was attempted. The danger was serious. On one hand, Bolshevism knocking at the door. On the other, the probability of being overwhelmed numerically by Judeo-communist elements in our own groups. In at least 2 of them, Iasi and Cernoti, the situation was tragic. In spite of this, the leaders of the Congress, Labusca, the president of the IESI Student Association and his entire committee, Nazari, Bucharest president with his whole committee and all associations, and Puskaru, Cluj's president, were won over to this idea. Young students are influenced very easily, particularly when they lack a faith. They let themselves be lured not so much by the immediate material advantages they might be offered, but more particularly by flattery and by the prospect of a great future they were promised. But the youth must know that no matter what position he will hold, he is a sentinel in the service of the nation, and that permitting himself to be bought, flattered, lured, means a dereliction of duty, and could even lead to desertion or betrayal. A small unofficial group of us from Iasi, unshakable in our determination, united with that of the Bukovinans, fought fiercely for 2 days. And ultimately, we won. The Congress passed the motion I propose, by nominal vote, as opposed to the motion supported by the entire student leadership. I believe the Congress voted thus not so much out of conviction, as out of admiration for the determination and desperation with which our fight was conducted. The students from Sernauti, no more than 60, behaved admirably. Our small group of Iasians, not more than 20, likewise. If we add the Sino-China group of 20, also from Iasi, the 2-day battle was won by 100 versus 5,000. That victory of ours then was decisive. Had our point of view lost, the student associations would have also lost their Romanian character, and in contact with the Jews would have turned toward Bolshevism. The Romanian student body was at a great crossroad, and later, in 1922, we would not have had the eruption of a Romanian students' movement, but perhaps an eruption of the Communist Revolution. The opening of the Iasi University in the fall of 1920. In the other university centers there was quiet. Only ours in Iasi was condemned to continuous struggle. For the first time in the history of Iasi University, the University Senate announced the opening of the academic year without the customary religious service. In order for someone to understand our sorrow, one must know that this solemn ceremony has been, without interruption, for half a century, the university's most beautiful event. This occasion embraced the entire University Senate, all professors, all students newly registered, and the intellectual elite of ISE. The service was always celebrated in the auditorium by Moldavia's metropolitan or his vicar, blessing the start of a new year in the education of the Romanian people. But now our university was casting aside, by a gesture of the University Senate, this jewel of its half-century tradition. Graver yet, the University of our Christian ISE, the highest institution of Romanian learning, was thus proclaiming in those difficult times the fight against God, the banishment of God in schools, institutions, and country. The professors of Iasi University, excepting 4 or 5 known to oppose this trend, welcomed with great satisfaction the heathen decision of the Senate as a step forward that would take Romanian science out of barbarism and medieval preconception. Communist students were jubilant, Jewry triumphant, while a few of us pondered sorrowfully. We wondered how long it would be before churches were torn down and priests in their vestments crucified on their altars. About 8 of us nationalist students in Iasi at the time knocked in vain at the doors of many of the professors, trying to convince them to rescind the measure taken by the Senate, but our repeated attempts failed. And then, on the evening before the start of the academic year, we decided to take a grave step. We would forcibly oppose the opening of the university. In order to stay grouped, we all slept at Nobodiu, 4 Suhupan Saint, the headquarters of our action. At 6 in the morning, Vladimir Freernu and myself left for the university. The others were to follow. We closed and barricaded the rear door of the university, leaving Freemu there to guard it. I put up a poster in red pencil on the large entrance door reading, "I bring to the attention of the students as well as to that of the professors that this university is going to open only following the traditional religious service." The rest of our comrades came late, too late. Students started coming at 8 o'clock. Alone at the entrance, I resisted until about 9:30, by which time over 300 students had gathered. When mathematics Professor Muller wanted to force his way in, I told him, "You swore on the cross when you became a professor at this university. Why do you now raise yourself against the cross? You are a perjurer, because you had sworn on something you did not believe in, and now you break that oath." Yea. Then the students, headed by Marin, the communist leader, Ritcu and Ionescu from Botasani, dashed at me, opened the university's main entrance, took me into the lobby, hitting me over the head with sticks and fists. No defense, no riposte was possible, for I was caught in the middle, pushed from all directions, getting blows from everywhere. Finally, I was left alone. As I stood in a corner reflecting upon the misfortune of my defeat, in came the 6 students. However, the victory of the enemy did not last very long, for shortly the university's secretary came down from the rectorate and posted the following notice. "It is brought to everybody's attention that the rectorate has decided that this university will remain closed until Wednesday, when it will open with the religious service." This was a great victory that we welcomed with unsurpassed joy. Wednesday morning, 2 days later, in the auditorium filled to capacity by city people, was conducted the religious service. I was congratulated by everybody. Professor A.C. Koza spoke with unsurpassed eloquence. It was at that moment that the belief took hold in me, and it has never left me, that one who fights for God and his people, even if alone, will never be defeated. In the public opinion at ISC, these battles, especially those at the ASM and the railway works, and lastly that at the university, have had a powerful echo. The enemy began to realize that Bolshevism cannot advance without serious obstacles, even when it is supported by nearly all the university's professors, the entire press, all Jewry, the largest proportion of working men, while on the other side there is only a minimal group of youth opposing these huge waves, armed only with their great faith in the future of their country. These youth presented the barrier of their wills comparable to some jagged rocks in the ground, over which one can easily see, but cannot climb over without great hurt. In fact, one would not even ever think of trying to. The enemies feared not so much us, but our determination. The sane part of the population, the Christian and Romanian Iasi, encouraged us and sympathetically watched us. The 1921 university year, begun in the conditions mentioned earlier, this year was an unending series of battles and clashes. We, the fighting students, organized ourselves around the Student Stefan Voda Association, whose president I was. From here we attacked our adversaries, vanquishing them time and again. Despising Romanian culture, they looked down upon the university and everything we had in this country with pretensions of being savants and advisors, like some men arriving from a great country upon this sinful and backward Romanian soil. They may have been right in certain points, but soon they would clash in our little country with a great centuries old common sense that they in their large empire there beyond the Dniester proved never to have had at all. At the university, meetings became impossible. No decision could any longer be taken. The great majority of students was made up of communists and their sympathizers. But they could not take one step forward because our group, never over 40, was always present. We attacked and did not permit the airing of communist ideas and practices. The general strike tried at the ISI University when the communist student Spiegler was arrested failed after one day, because our group occupied the mess hall, forbidding strikers entrance to meals on the grounds that whoever does not work does not eat. All pleadings of the rector and the professors to convince us that these students ought to be permitted to enter for their meals were made in vain. Shortly thereafter, our group was to win another victory, the change of the uniform. Communist students were wearing Russian caps, not that they had no other caps, but as an ostentatious sign of affirming Bolshevism. On the occasion of a clash at the university, these caps were grabbed and burnt in Union Square. Then daily, at the university, on the streets, through pubs, the hunting started. All caps were burnt. After 1 week, they completely disappeared. Our group went even further and engaged the Judeo-Communist press in battle. We did not have any printing presses to spread our word. Following several disrespectful articles about the king, the army, and the church, our group, running out of patience, invaded the offices and printing premises of the newspapers Lumea, the World, published by the Jew Hefter, and Opinia, the Opinion, and wrecked the presses that had spewed poison and insult. We provoked disorders, no doubt, but those disorders would stop. The great disorder, the irreparable disorder that the hirelings of communist revolution were preparing for our country. But all this activity made me the principal object of their revenge. The Jewish press attacked us. I violently responded. Meeting the editors of Opinia, the Opinion, one day on the street, following a verbal exchange, after I demanded they account for their insults, we had a fight. My adversaries were soundly beaten up. But the next day, all newspapers in Ayasi made common front against me. Opinia, the Opinion, Lumea, the World, Miscaria, the Movement, expelled from Ayasi University forever. Things did not stop here. The University Senate took action immediately. It met, and, without giving me a hearing, expelled me forever from Ayasi University. Finally, both the university and city of Ayasi would get rid of the disturber of the public order, who for 2 years disrupted the peace of Judeo. Communists and opposed all their endeavors to unleash the revolution for the dethronement of our king. The burning down of churches, the shooting of the Zhuite officers, and the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Romanians. The men of order and legality were, in the eyes of the University Senate, the Communists, the disruptor of this order, the Council of the School of Law. But their plans fell flat, because a truly unique event intervened in the ordinary course of our student life. The Council of the Law Faculty took issue with the expulsion pronounced by the Senate, and, led by Professor Cuza, its dean, along with Professors Matei Cantacuzino and Dmitry Alexandrescu, opposed this move. The endeavors of the Council to moderate the fury of the University Senate failed. The Senate did not rescind the expulsion order. Then the Faculty of Law withdrew its representative from the Senate, no longer opposed its decision, and declared itself independent. I was informed by the law faculty that I could continue to attend classes, for the Professorial Council refused to recognize the decision of the University Senate. Thus, I continued to remain on as a student at Ayasi University. As a result of this incident, the Council of the Faculty of Law did not send its representative to the University Senate for 3 years. This conflict continued for years longer, even after I left the university. Later on, when I obtained my degree, the rectorate refused to issue my diploma, and to this day they have not issued it. To register in the bar, and to continue my studies abroad, I made use of the certificate issued me by the Faculty of Law. The university year 1921-1922. The new academic year opened under normal conditions, that is, with a religious service. Again, the university and the city of Ayasi were in a festive mood. This great event passed almost unnoticed in Bucharest. There, when students arrive, their number is lost in the multitude of hundreds of thousands of people, in the noise, the lights, and the many conflicting interests. In Ayasi, when students leave, a general melancholy descends as when the cranes and the birds leave in the fall. When students return, the youth comes, the light. It is a holiday. In Bucharest, the student feels alone in the middle of an immense world that sees him not, does not appreciate him or admonish, or have any interest in him, does not love him. The student's education at Ayasi bears no similarity to that at Bucharest, for he develops like a child, under the love of his mother, in the shelter of the Romanian's love. Here the nation raises her students. I myself owe this Ayasi, an important share of gratitude for anything that I was able to do. I have always felt the concern that this spirit of IASI held for me. I have felt the ray of its love. I have felt its admonition, encouragement, urging, its call to the fight. These are following us, the students of IASI, even now, and they will follow us to the end of our lives, as the ever-present memory of my mother's urgings and love. Out of all the student generations who passed through IASI, how many were not stimulated all their lives by IASI's call to fight? How many were not accompanied all the way to their graves? How many are even today haunted by its reproaches? It was noticeable at the beginning of the year that Judeo-communism backed down, disoriented, its morale practically nil, and put up no resistance. All the newly enrolled students had heard of our battles, and had for a long time been waiting to come to our side. Once here, they joined our ranks. President of the Law Students Association. I was elected that fall president of the Association of Law Students. The University Senate refused my validation on the pretext that I had been expelled from the university. I validated myself. Our Law Students Association, like the associations in all the other colleges, had as its purpose the scientific activity of completing and deepening studies in their respective fields. For instance, under the presidency of Nilu Ionescu, 2 years ahead of me, the Association of Law Students held meetings almost every week. Some student read a book on law or a related field, condensed it, and in a meeting presented a critique. Contradictory discussions then took place. I retained this general format, but I also added something new. All these themes and reports could not be treated unless they delved scientifically into the Jewish problem. Works treating this problem in Romania and abroad were read on the international Jewish power, on the history of this problem at home and abroad. We were studying not only their methods of fighting us, but the Judaic spirit and mentality as well, and then we proposed various means of fighting back and defending ourselves. Then, after each exposition, there followed discussions, completions, and lastly, the formulation of the established truth so that everyone could leave enlightened. Furthermore, in the same meetings we sought to accomplish a. The identification, at every step, of this Judaic spirit and mentality that have stealthily infiltrated the thinking and feeling pattern of a large portion of Romanians. B. Our detoxification, namely, the elimination of Judaism that was introduced in our thinking through books in schools, literature, professors, through lectures, theater, and cinematography. C. The understanding and the unmasking of the Jewish plans hidden under so many forms. For we have political parties, led by Romanians, through which Judaism speaks. Romanian newspapers that are written by Romanians, through which the Jew speaks for his interests. Romanian lecturers and authors, thinking, writing and speaking Jewish in the Romanian language. Studying all these, we began to realize that for the first time in his history, the Romanian had come into contact with a people which uses weapons to fight and to destroy, as national weapons, slyness and perfidy. The Romanian has always known only the honest fight. Faced with the new Jewish method, he was at a loss. We realized that everything comes down to knowing the enemy, and that as soon as we Romanians know him, we will vanquish him. Our meetings continued regularly for the whole year. They attracted larger and larger numbers of students from other colleges, so that the general association of the IASI students became almost non-existent. The entire student body gravitated around the activity of the law group. The auditorium became too small for the crowds of students who wished to take part in these meetings. The Bessarabian students were participating in greater and greater numbers. 1/2 year of activity brought us a real miracle. 3/4 of the Christian Bessarabian students woke up, felt themselves called to a new life, became enlightened. In a short time, they were to become the most faithful soldiers in our fight, reaching through faith, devotion, purity of heart, and spirit of sacrifice, the leadership of the movement that had just begun to bud. This moment of brotherhood in the same faith, and of pledging to fight for our Christian country against the cheating Judaic hordes, will never be forgotten. We who were fighting each other but yesterday were now embracing. The orientation guidelines in our meetings were the writings of our national geniuses, Bogdan Petrosaicu, Hadju, Vasil Conta, Mihail Eminescu, Vasil Alexandri, etc. But especially the writings and lectures of Professor Cuza, the writings of Professor Polescu, the lessons in national education of Professor Galvanescu. All the writings of Professor Cuza were read not only once, but 3, 4 times, and they were studied, particularly his course in political economy, treating brilliantly the Jewish question from his prestigious position. Asking Romanians to understand this, their gravest problem, was for us a guide for every moment in our effort to get to know it. Our greatest good fortune, and that of Romanians, was thus having Professor Cuza, one of the most knowledgeable men on the worldwide Jewish problem. It was thanks to him that we were able to orient ourselves to any Jewish maneuver. His courses, of the highest academic standard, were followed by all students with hitherto unprecedented attention. The auditorium of the School of Law proved always too small. For a long time to come, this University of Ayasi will not have a professor with sermons on nationalism that will inspire a similar enthusiasm. During this time, for many of us, life began to reveal a unique purpose over all other interests, that of fighting for our people whose very existence was threatened. Visiting the Cernati University. At the other universities, quiet prevailed. Since the spring of the previous year, 1992-1, in Cernati there had begun stirrings around the Romanianization of the theater. A fierce battle of several days ended with the students' victory. Now, in the spring of 1922.1, organized under the auspices of the Association of Law Students, a visit of the Ayasians to Samadhi. We were well received by both professors and students. We 100 visitors did nothing else the 3 days we stayed there, but impart to our colleagues in Cernoti the new faith which was taking shape in our souls. It was not difficult, for Cernoti, just like Iasi, only more so, suffered from the Jewish invasion, with its streets, its e-commerce, its dilapidated churches, its land, and Romanians, all groaning under Jewish domination. Briefly, between us a new and tight spiritual kinship was created, based on a yearning and our common dream to see for once our people awaken to the consciousness of dignity, power, and rights as master of their own fate and that of their country. This kinship then grew stronger through the visit repaid us by the Samuti students 1 month later. It was now that I met for the first time Tudos Popescu, that handsome figure of a young fighter resembling a pandur, who was later one of the leaders of the student movement, but who today sleeps in a poor cemetery under a forgotten cross. The Revue Apparia Națională. On April 1st in 1922, the bi-monthly Apararia Națională, the National Defense, was published under the editorship of Professors Cuza and N.C. Polescu. Anyone can imagine what the publication of this magazine meant for us in the midst of our thoughts and concerns. In it we found everything that we needed for our own complete comprehension and usable arguments. The articles of Professors Cuza and Polescu were religiously read by all the youth and had everywhere upon students both in Bucharest and in Cluj a resounding impact. We considered the publication of each issue a triumph, because it was for us another munitions transport for combating the arguments in the Jewish press. I deem it appropriate to reproduce here 2 articles published at that time, under the signatures of Professors Cuza and Polescu. The divine spirit of TMTB will forever defend mankind. In resume, the Talmud, the Politico, religious legislation of the Hebrews. In lieu of combating like the gospel, the passions of ownership and domination. On the contrary, pusps these vices to an unbeard of peak, in order to accomplish Judah's dream of being at the same time both the owner of the entire earth and the master of all mankind. But while the Christian apostles preached their ideal in the open, the Talmud hides, and its 2 appendages, the Kahal, and Freemasonry are even more invisible. The three of them use, in order to remain in the dark, a scabrous and accursed means, namely, the lie. In other words, the lie is the basis of the system used by Jews, to whom one can say, "You speak, therefore you be." But the lie has a mortal enemy, namely the truth. For truth is the distinctive trait of Christianity. Christ said, "I am the truth," and that is why his doctrine is in execration by Israel. The lie, on the contrary, characterizes what is called the spirit of evil or of the devil. Thus Jesus, speaking to the Hebrews, said to them, "You are of your father, the devil, and the lusts of your father. It is your will to do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and standeth not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father thereof." Leaving this world, Christ sent his disciples an invincible weapon, namely, his ghosts, the divine spirit of truth, which will defend mankind forever against the devilized spirit of the lie. I bow before this spirit of truth, saying from the bottom of my soul, I believe in the Holy Ghost. Prof. Paraishi. Dr. N.C. Paulescu, from Philosophic Physiology. The Talmud, the Kahal, Freemasonry, Valvadori Jew. Il Teal. Bucharest, 1913, pp. 300, 301. The Science of Anti-Semitism. Another horrible pairing of words. The Science of Anti-Semitism. How can anti-Semitism be a science? Will ask themselves indignantly the scientists with their rocks, those with their seals, the mathematicians with their X's, the philologists with their suffixes, the scientists with their pretended fixed ideas of culture. Anti-Semitism? For these scientists, it is only a savagery, a blind manifestation of brutal instincts, vestiges of prehistoric times, the shame of our civilization, which both science and the enlightened conscience of man, free of preconceptions and passion. This is the atmosphere created particularly by the Jews, and which those Judaizers nurture, around anti-Semitism, fooling the naive or exploiting the naivete of the stupid with pretensions that they too be on a par with modern civilization. And who does not want to be? For example, there is this interesting case of a Judaized individual, himself half Jewish, speaking several years earlier with the air of a terrific scientist about our anti-Semitism, which was then, as it is today, unchanged. And here is what this author, Nomen Odiusum, tells us in Viata Romanesca, the Romanian Life, 2nd year, no do. 11 of November 1907, ppy. 186, 204-7. A traitor then of national thought, as he was later a traitor of our national action during the war. I want to talk about the Jewish question, totally denatured by the vulgar and ferocious Judeophagy of our anti-Semites, who thus compromise us before the civilized world, with rusted weapons dug out from the arsenal of medieval persecutions, with hatred propaganda, with impassioned incitement to excesses, with the stirring of bestial instincts in popular masses. One can only compromise a just cause, but the cause of anti-Semitism is not a just one. But, to give this conflict a false air of persecuting a race, of religious persecution, in a word of anti-Semitism, can serve only the enemy's cause, only too glad to exploit the divagations of some maniacs. Anti-Semitic scandalmongers prematurely places on the order of the day the entire question. No people, let alone our own, can fence itself in ad infinitum, free of repercussions, against modem ideas, nor against external political action. These dots are those of the author. That is, they are not suspensive, but threatening, seemingly containing a fantastic political provision. Ediyonin. Darvei. Jayikuza. Tratuardi. Therefore, to place our question in the realm of anti-Semitism, of racial hatred means for us being led to a shameful and fatal defeat. Asiatic urgings, violent demagoguery, unhealthy agitation, an endeavor of speculating dark passions. The last dots again are those of the authors, portending the same threat for such horrible crimes like those of anti-Semitism. Ed Derayin. Da ho. Chai Yuan Jia. Kuza. Tr. Nemdade. I quoted this typical concept, typical of all who sold themselves to the Jews. And one sees what it comes down to. Clichés, the civilized world, modern ideas, but particularly to slander, vulgar and ferocious Judeophagy, rusty weapons, bestial instincts, divagations of some maniacs, anti-gay, Semitic scandal mongers, Asiatic urgings, dark passions. We find such appreciations not only coming from the vulgar Jew lovers, but sometimes even from some otherwise distinguished representatives of culture in other fields. Thus, for instance, the eminent jurist, university professor, orator, man of politics, former Minister of Public Instruction, Mr. A.C. Arian leveled at me because of my anti-Semitism. In the full session of the Chamber of Deputies, the apostrophe we can say famous coming from such a man calling me the caveman. As for the Jews, their explanation of anti-Semitism is more characteristic yet. In addition to the usual cliché, with hatred and savagery, naturally with no motive, they do not care to discuss motives. According to them, anti-Semitism is a madness, an intellectual degeneration, an affliction of the spirit. This is how we are considered by one of the most distinguished modern intellectuals of the Jews, Dr. K.I. Lipp, of illustrious origin as great-grandson of the famous commentator of the Talmud in the Middle Ages, Rossi, who said Tob Sebagoim Barag, kill the best of the Goyim. Dr. K.I. Lipp, M.D., came our way from Galicia and settled down in Iasi, where he served time for having killed a woman while performing an abortion on her, even authored a special work in German entitled Symptoms of the Mental Illness Anti-Semitism, 1887. And as proof that the arguments used by the parasitic Jews against anti-Semitism are very poor, just as are those of the Judays, and always the same. Here is what Careeral Israelite, the Israelite Courier, official organ of the Union of Naturalized Jews, says in the editorial of its issue of this Friday, September 15, 1922, under the title, "To us who write at the Appararia Nationala," the National Defense, "slanderous, a band of rascals." There exists with these anti-Semites a state of intellectual degeneration that reached the perversity of the senses, some kind of mental sadism by which those touched are pushed to lies and calumny. As you can see, this is a very simple explanation as well as an extremely naive one. All that is said against the Jews is lies and calumnies due to a specific intellectual degeneration. The definition of anti-Semitism, according to Jews and those Judays, is, then, summed up in these two words: savagery and madness, naturally, of the anti-Semites. As for the Jews as a social phenomenon, they do not even enter into this explanation, as if they did not exist. It was this savagery and madness that compelled all peoples of all time, Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Arabs, as well as the modern nations up to this day, to consider Jews as a national menace and take measures against them. It was this savagery and madness which darkened the understanding of the most prominent representatives of the culture of all nations, such as Cicero, Seneca, Tacitus, Mohammed, Martin Luther, Giordano Bruno, Frederick the Great, Voltaire, Joseph II, Napoleon I, Goethe, Herder, Immanuel Kant, Fichte, Schopenhauer, Charles Fourier, Ludwig Feuerbach, Richard Wagner, Bismarck, Rudolf Virchow, Theodore Billroth, Eugen D. Thiering, and countless others in all fields to come out against the Jews. Savagery and madness, finally, explains the antisemitism of the most distinguished representatives of our culture, such as Simeon Barnutiu, B.P. Hajjal, Vasil Alexandri, Vasil Kanta, Mihail Eminescu. Savage and mad. All these, civilized and well-behaved. Those Judaized and the Jews, non-existent, and venality of those Judaized is incapable of explaining anti-Semitism as a social phenomenon. We will call it the anti-Semitic theory. According to this theory of ours, in the makeup of anti-Semitism we must distinguish three stages: instinct, consciousness, science. Instinct always made the crowd, firstly preoccupied by its immediate material interests, oppose Jewish parasitism through popular movements, oftentimes general and bloody, as it was among many others all over. E.g., the terrible movement of the Cossacks in the Ukraine led by Bogdan Melnishi, in which over 250 Jews perished in 1649. Consciousness of the Jewish menace is awakened gradually, first in the educated classes. Then it spreads and penetrates the masses. The former group unites with the people in supporting their demands. The latter thus become progressively aware themselves. Science begins with partial researches, until it reaches, only in our day, the determination of its objective, namely, studying Judaism as a social phenomenon, lifted out from the medium in which it seeks to hide, concluding that it is a human problem. In fact, the biggest, whose solution must be found. We could say, by virtue of the conclusions reached by partial studies so far, that they form the anti-Semitism of science. This is the basis, which is not to be confused with the science of anti-Semitism. What distinguishes them is their different objectives. And here is the definition as determined by its objective of this science, which clearly demonstrates it to be a true science with its own domain. The science of anti-Semitism has as its object Judaism as a social problem, being thus necessarily the synthesis of all sciences that can contribute to its solution. Which sciences these are, that through their partial studies contribute to the knowledge of Judaism, we already have seen. And this is the way in which the science of anti-Semitism uses their findings in order to arrive at a solution. History establishes that from the earliest times the Jews have been a people wandering among others, nomadic, countryless. The science of anti-Semitism establishes that this nomadism is contrary to the well-being of agricultural, sedentary peoples and cannot be tolerated. Anthropology establishes that Jews are a mixture of unrelated races, differing among themselves as the Semitic, Aryan, Negro, Mongolian. The science of anti-Semitism explains the sterility of the Jewish nation in the domain of culture as a result of this mongrelization, and shows that this mongrel cannot contribute anything to the culture of other nations, which they only falsify, denaturing their characteristics. Theology establishes that the Jewish religion is an exclusivist religion based on the special covenant made between their God, Yeh, and the Jews considered as a chosen, sacred codes, people apart from other peoples. The science of anti-Semitism rigorously deduces that such a concept excludes the possibility of any peaceful cooperation or any assimilation with the Jews. Politics establishes that everywhere, within the other nations, Jews have their unique social organization, constituting a state within the state. The science of anti-Semitism concludes that Jews are an anarchic element, dangerous to the existence of all states. Political economy establishes that Jews have lived in all times, even in Palestine, as a superimposed people over other nations, exploiting their labor, themselves not being direct producers. The science of anti-Semitism says that any people has the right to defend its productive labor from exploitation by Jews, who cannot be tolerated living like parasites, jeopardizing people's existence. Philosophy establishes that Judaism's concept of life is an anachronism contrary to human advancement. The science of anti-Semitism imposes, as a duty toward civilization, that this cultural monstrosity be eliminated by the united efforts of all nations. The science of anti-Semitism bases its conclusions on what various but differing special sciences objectively established, all of which lead necessarily to the same conclusion: the elimination of Jews from the midst of other people, putting an end to their unnatural parasitic existence that is due to an anachronistic concept opposed to the civilization and peace of all nations, who can no longer tolerate. This anti-Semitic theory differs, as one can see, from the Jewish theory and that of the Judaist, which reduced anti-Semitism to the two individual expressions, that, in fact, the minute they are manifested en masse, become themselves a social problem, savagery and hatred, and explains this as well. The instinct of anti-Semitism can sometimes be accompanied by savagery and hatred. For instinct is blind, so they say, though it is essential in defending life. The consciousness of anti-Semitism is added, however, to the instinct, enforcing its urges, no matter how savage. For in order to be civilized, one must first exist. The science of anti-Semitism finally comes to explain this phenomenon, enlightening further the consciousness of people, fully satisfying their instinct and its violent eruptions, thus legitimized by revealing their cause, the parasitism of the Jew. Thus, it gives us the formula of the scientific solution for the problem of Judaism, which, in order to realize, we have only to apply. Modern anti-Semitism, then, pools all energies: the energy of instinct, conscience, science, of fully revealed truth, forming a formidable social force, certainly capable of solving the greatest problem of civilization of our times, which is the Jewish problem. And what do the Jews and the Judaists put up against this great power, seeking to prolong the condemned existence of their parasitism? We have seen cliches, slander, and whims, the vulgar Judeophagy of our anti-Semitites. They compromise us in the eyes of the civilized world. Rusty weapons, dug out of the arsenal of medieval persecutions. The stirring up of bestial instincts in the popular masses. Asiatic urges. Madness. Mental sadism. These are all the arguments they oppose to our anti-Semitism, for they have no others, thinking they can do away with it by their stupidities, while within all the nations revolted by the nomadic Judah's parasitism, revenging energies boils. AC Causa, Appararia Nationale, the National Defense, No 16, No 15, 1922, lost year. The founding of the Association of Christian Students on May 23, 1922, in I. Limited meeting. We abolished the Zion General Students Association of Ayasi, which had been still in the shade one hand sight of a remnant of fool adversaries, supported by the dull ducks rectorate, and we founded the Association of Christian Students, which, even today, is still alive. What? We were a small group when we started. Then we founded a student circle, evolving later into the Association of Law Students. And now, finally, from our labors, a real general student association was being born under the name of the Association of Christian Students, for which the hearts of all the UASI students were beating. But a different student body, unlike that of 1919, thought you. By now, not without considerable melancholy in my soul, following 3 years of battle and dear friendships annealed in the fire of so many trials, I was approaching the day of my departure from the university, from student life, and from my comrades in battle. I only had 1 month before taking my degree exam, and I could not resign myself to the idea of having to leave, that we, the 1919 high school graduates, so tightly bound in heart, would scatter. God only knows to which corners of the country. That is why, after we designated my successors, Salva Margincanu in the Association of Students in Law, and Aile Garniata in the Association of Christian Students, 26 comrades who felt ourselves closer together, took a vow aiming to fight no matter where we were, for the creed that bound us together while students at the university. We all signed this vow, placed it in a bottle, then buried it in the ground. After I passed my degree exuans, another vow was taken from a second group of 46, newer in battle. These were my guests in Husi, where for 4 days we held meetings, clarifying in our minds the minutest details regarding our future activity. Here, my father spoke to my comrades on several occasions, urging them to fight. Then we parted ways, carrying in our soul the yearning for better and more just days for our people. Obligation of honor. The undersigned, students at the University of ISE, realizing the difficult situation in which the Romanian people finds itself, menaced in its very existence by an alien people that grabbed our land and tends to grab the leadership of the country, so that our descendants not wander through foreign lands, chased from their land by poverty and misery, and so that our people not bleed under the tyranny of an alien people, we determinedly rise around a new and sacred ideal, that of defending our fatherland against Jewish invasion. It is around this ideal that we formed the Association of Christian Students at the ISE University. It is with this ideal in our hearts that we leave the school halls today, to fight wherever we may be, for our justice, for the threatened life of our people, we consider being our foremost honor-bound duty. That is why, congregated today, Saturday, May 27, 1922, we pledge ourselves to a common obligation, that, scattering throughout the country, we take with us everywhere the fire which animated us in the times of our youth, to light in the saddened hearts of our people the torch of truth, that of their right to a free life in these lands. We shall maintain the closest contact with the association which we leave behind today, and in which we remain supporting members, it being the central point that shall always unite us in our common struggle. We will meet again in 8 years, naxally in 1930, May 114, at ISE University. The association's committee will see to it that all members shall be notified 2 months before this day and will prepare for their arrival. We invite all student generations following us through this association who shall show an understanding of consecrating their labor on the fatherland's altar to join us that year and that day at ISE University. May 27, 1922 to Corneliu Zelea Codreanu Husi, N. Day, 21 University St. ISE, Grig. Giaka, 23 Carol St. ISE, I. Sarbu, Rudy, Soroka County. Grigoria Voicevith, Karagayani, Setatea. Alba County Olail Gamiata, 40 Musler St. Doi, ISC, Alexandru P. Hagiu, Chetresti Vaslui, Lone Blanaru, 35 Tabakari St. Husi, Konstantin C. Zada, 13 Meyer Telemann St. Husi A. Ibrailianu, 3 Jikshika Voda St. Galati, M. Berthit Perkari, Citatea Alba County, Iakabawan, Filipescu, T.G., Falciu County, Leonid Bondak, 5I, Heliade Radulescu St. Dio, Soroka C. Mataryak, 71 Apostle St. Galati, 1. Michalescu 165 Porciului St. Galati, Lonel 1 Teodorianu, Musalor Galat, Laseo Nicolae, 22 Sinadino St. Chisinau, Bobov Mihail, 85 Podolskaya St. Chisinau, Mihail V. Zarbul, Mascouti, Orhoi County, Nicolae B. Ionescu, 59, Konstantin Brankovianu, Arserat Pavel Epur Citadia Alba, Cathedral, Bocabalasana, Susiva County, Vasil Nicolau, 61, Laskar Katargiu St. Husi, Andronic Zaharia, Partisti de Sus, Bukovina, Vasilen Popa, Ponesti, Plutna County, Vasil Kornishuk Putrauti, Susiva County, Nikolai N.R. Wright, Terablacia, Sirat County, Gar, Shi, Mihuta, Shea, Susiva County, Tiobanu Stefan, 9 Stursa St. Susiva, Eugenio Cardio, Bilka, Radauti County, Ige, Daitai, N. Noilescu, Epurene, Falciu County, Vyadimir Frianu, Kalmatui, Kahul County, Zararianu, 40 Musalar St. Ayasi, Prilipsianu Tit, Vasil, Horodnikal D. Yas, Radauti County Prilipsianu Gartor, Vasil, Horodnikal de JBS, Radauti County Konstantin Dari, Horodnikal de Sus, Radauti County Pazeru, Lone Estefan, Terablicia, Sirat County Mihail, a force, Babur Balasana, Susiva County, Sava Marginianu Stroesti, Susiva County, Taranu Traian, Stroesti, Susiva County, Al Dale, Pistuga Tarnauka Dorohoi County, Dragomir Lazarescu, Tarnauka, Dorohoi County, Konstantin, C. Campanu, Shia, Susiva County, D. Porus Nicu Gormazoya, Falciu County, N.G.H. Artasu Malustini, Coverlui County, Sigika, 23 Carol St. ISE. At the end of my university studies. At home. The 3 years spent at the university passed before my eyes, and I was asking myself, how could we overcome so many obstacles? How could we defeat the mentality, the will of thousands of men? How could we vanquish university senates? And how could we soften the daring of an entire enemy press? Did we have money to hire mercenaries, to publish papers, to go out into the countryside, to feed this real war? We had nothing. When I threw myself into that first battle, I did not do it because of someone else's urging, or as a result of some confab, or some earlier decision which I was charged to execute, or even under the impulse of the great prolonged inner turmoil or deep thinking in which I had considered this problem. Nothing of the sort. I could not describe how I entered this fight. Perhaps as a man who, walking down the street with his worries and thoughts, surprised by the fire which consumes a house, takes off his coat, jumping to the aid of those engulfed by flames. I, with the mind of a youth of 19, 20 years of age, understood from all that I saw that we were losing our country, that we were no longer going to have a country, that by the unconscious collaboration of the poor Romanian workingmen, impoverished and exploited. The ruling and devastating Jewish horde would engulf us. I acted on orders from my heart, from an instinct of defense possessed by even the least crawling worm, not out of an instinct for mere personal preservation, but one for defending the people of whom I was a part. That is why, all the time, I had the feeling that the whole people was behind us, with all the living, with all those who have died for their country, with its future generations, that our people fights and speaks through us, that the enemy numbers, no matter how large, faced with this historic entity, are but a handful of human wretches that we will scatter and vanquish. That is why all our adversaries failed, beginning with the thoughtless university senates, who, believing they were fighting in us a handful of crazy youth, fought and struck in reality their own people. There exists a law of nature which puts everyone in his place. Rebels against nature from Lucifer to the present day, all these rebels, oftentimes very intelligent, though always lacking wisdom, have fallen thunderstruck. Within the framework of this natural law, of this wise order, anyone can fight, has the right to fight for Betena. Outside it, against it, over this order, no one can activate unpunished and unvanquished. In the human organism, blood, globules, must remain within its framework and in its service. A rebellion would exist not only if a globule should bestir itself against the organism, but when it would do even less, namely, when it would be in its own employ, when it would only satisfy itself, when it would have no other purpose and ideal outside itself, when it would become its own God. The individual within the framework and in the service of his people, the people within the framework and in the service of their God and of God's laws. Whoever shall understand these things will be victorious, even if he be alone. Whoever shall not understand will be defeated. I finish my third university year under the imperium of these thoughts. From an organizational point of view, we had settled on the idea of leader and discipline. Democracy was excluded, not out of speculation or by conviction reached by way of theory. We had lived anti-democracy from the very start. I always led. In 3 years, it was only once that I was elected president of the Association of Law Students. At all other times, it was not the fighters electing me leader, but I choosing them to follow. I never had committees and never put propositions to a vote. However, whenever I felt a need, I consulted with everyone, but on my own responsibility, I took decisions on my own. That is why our small group was always an unshakable unit. Factions of divided opinions, majorities or minorities, clashing among themselves on questions of action or theory, did not exist. With all the other groups, the opposite was true. That is why they fell defeated. One Jihad faith, like a flame continuously burning in our hearts, lighting our way. A great and unforgettable love for one another. A great discipline, one decision during the battle, and a balanced weighing of the plan of battle. These, our fatherland's blessing and God's, assured us the victory those 3 years. The summer of 1922. The summer of 1922 did not pass peacefully. On the stages of Romanian national theaters or communal ones in Moldavian towns, Jewish plays began to be performed in Yiddish by the Kanapov troupe. Our youth considered this a threat, for it saw a beginning of the alienation of this institution, meant to be for the national and moral education of the Romanian people. Expropriated in commerce, industry, in the richness of the Romanian soil and subsoil in the press, we will see ourselves one day expropriated also from the stages of our national theater. The theater, together with the school and the church, can elevate a decayed nation to the consciousness of its rights and historical mission. It can prepare and motivate a nation to liberating struggle. From now even this redoubt shall be taken away from us. Our theaters that were built by the Romanian sweat and money will serve Jewry for the preparation and strengthening of their forces in the fight against us. And on the other hand, from these Romanian stages, they will serve us Romanians as spiritual nourishment, everything that will contribute to our national demoralization and moral decadence and destruction. It was the duty of others, namely the government or any authority or the professors, to take a stance against this new anti-Romanian attack. But none was taken. Only youth reacted as best it could, risking blows, being showered with countless insults, finding nowhere any support. This struggle was pursued in every town, Husi, Beriad, Botosani, Pascani, etc., by the group of Asian students who were everywhere helped by high school students. They entered halls full of Jews, throwing at Satan's artists anything they could grab, thus chasing them off the Romanian stage. Perhaps, some may say, in an uncivilized manner. I too say, perhaps. However, how civilized is it that an alien nation dispossess me, one after the other, of all the goods of my country? How civilized is it that the same nation poison my culture, then serve it on the stage to kill me? To what extent were the means used by Jews in Russia civilized? How civilized is it to slaughter millions of people without trial? To what extent is it civilized to set fire to churches or to transform them into cabarets? For myself, in my poverty and with my poor powers, I defend myself against an assault as best I can, by the printed word, if I can, with the aid of authorities, if they are still Romanian, by word, if someone listens, by force, as a last resort, and if everybody keeps quiet. Unworthy and a traitor is he who does not defend his country either because of selling out or because of innate cowardice, or does not react in any fashion. Anyway, this fight was a protest, the only protest in the center of a cowardly and terrifying silence. Next day our comrades returned full of blows and wounds, for it was no easy matter for a group of 15 youth to enter a theater with 3,000 or 4,000 Jews. And particularly they returned borne down with the opprobrium and invectives from our Romanians. Many a time I asked myself, what kept us going, such a small group, faced with so many blows, so many rebukes heaped upon us from all directions? We found support nowhere. In this fight against everybody, we found the only support in ourselves, in our belief that we were on the great path of our national destiny, side by side with all those who fought, suffered and died as martyrs for our land and its people. In Germany, I returned to Iasi in the fall of 1922. There, I shared with my comrades an old thought of mine, that of going to Germany to continue my studies in political economy, while at the same time trying to realize my intention of carrying our ideas and beliefs abroad. We realized very well, on the basis of our studies, that the Jewish problem had an international character, and the reaction therefore should have an international scope. That a total solution of this problem could not be reached except through action by all Christian nations awakened to the consciousness of the Jewish men. But I had neither money nor clothing. My comrades got me some clothes and borrowed the sum of 8,000 lei from engineer Grigor Bijan, which they were to repay monthly, each contributing according to his ability. With this money, I left for Berlin, accompanied to the station by all those from whom I parted, who now were staying behind at home to fight on. Once arrived in Berlin, 2 student friends, Balin and C. Zada, were of great help. I registered at the university. On registration day, I donned my national costume and went to that beautiful ceremony wherein the rector, following an old tradition, shakes the hand of each new registrant. In the university's halls, I was the subject of general curiosity because of my Romanian costume. 2 questions in particular might interest the reader of these lines regarding Germany of 1922. A look at the general situation and the status of anti-Semitic movements. The wounds left by the war just ended in defeat were still so bleeding. Material misery blanketed both Berlin and the rest of the country alike. Lately, the Ruhr Valley, an important center of riches, had been occupied too. I was witnessing the vertiginous and catastrophic downfall of the mark. In the workingmen's quarters, lack of bread, lack of foodstuffs, lack of work, hundreds of children were accosting passers-by, begging. The fall of the mark also threw the German aristocracy into the same misery. People who had money, in a few days, were left penniless. Those who sold their land and real estate holdings, being attracted by the mirage of high prices, became impoverished in the course of a few weeks. Domestic and foreign Jewish capitalists closed colossal business deals. Those possessing strong currency became owners of huge buildings of 50 apartments for only a few $100s. Speculators combed through the entire city, scoring formidable coups. Sharing this great misery were also several foreigners, among them myself, for I had no money at all. The 8,000 I came with were spent. Then began hunger. But, in the midst of general suffering, your own suffering is easier to bear. Being a type who does not bend easily faced by difficulties, I did not submit to misery, but I tried to fight. I studied all possibilities, and I decided to engage in commerce. I needed a very little capital to procure a stock of food items in the country, bring them into Berlin, then sell them to restaurants. This fact made me move to Jena before the holidays, where life was cheaper. There, in the midst of the misery in which the German people struggled, I was impressed by the spirit of discipline, the capacity for labor, sense of duty, correctitude, power of resistance, and the faith in better days. It was a healthy people, and I could see it would not permit itself to be knocked down, and that it would, with unsuspected powers, resurrect itself from under the rock of all the difficulties burdening it. The anti-Semitic movement. There were in Germany several anti-Semitic political and doctrinaire organizations with papers, manifestos, insignia, but all of them feeble. Students in Berlin, as those in Jena, were divided in hundreds of associations and numbered very few anti-Semites. The student mass knew the problem, but vaguely. One could not talk of an anti-Semitic student action, or even of a doctrinaire orientation similar to that of ISC. I had many discussions with the students at Berlin in 1922, who are certainly Hittites today, and I am proud to have been their teacher in anti-Semitism, exporting to them the truths I learned in ISC. Of Adolf Hitler, I heard for the first time around the middle of October 1922. I had gone to a worker in North Berlin with whom I established a good relationship who was making swastikas. His Narn was Strumpf, and he lived at 3 Salzwedler Strasse. He told me, "It is said that an anti-Semitic movement has been started in München by a 36-year-old painter, Hitler. It seems to me he is the man we Germans have been waiting for." The foresight of this worker was fulfilled. I always admired his intuitive powers, by which he could select with the antennae of his soul, a stranger among scores of men, 10 years before his time, the one who would succeed in 1933, uniting under a single great command the entire German people. It was also in Berlin, and at about the same time, that I heard the news of the huge fascist eruption, the march on Rome and Mussolini's victory. I rejoiced as much as if it were my own country's victory. There is, among all those in various parts of the world who serve their people, a kinship of sympathy, as there is such a kinship double among those who labor for the destruction of peoples. Mussolini, the brave man who trampled the dragon underfoot, was one of us. That is why all dragon heads hurled themselves upon him, swearing death to him. For us, the others, he will be a bright North Star giving us hope. He will be living proof that the Hydra can be defeated, proof of the possibilities of victory. But Mussolini is not anti-Semitic. "You rejoice in vain," whispered the Jewish press into our ears. "It is not a matter of what we rejoice in, say I. It is a question of why you Jews are sad at his victory, if he is not anti-Semitic." What is the rationale of the worldwide attack on him by the Jewish press? Italy has as many Jews as Romania has. Shanghai a quite minor ethnic group in the Siret Valley. An Italian anti-Semitic movement would be as if Romanians started a movement against the Shanghai. But had Mussolini lived in Romania, he could not but be anti-Semitic. For fascism means first of all defending your nation against the dangers that threaten it. It means the destruction of these dangers and the opening of a free way to life and glory for your nation. In Romania, fascism could only mean the elimination of the dangers threatening the Romanian people, namely, the removal of the Jewish threat and the opening of a free way to the life and glory to which Romanians are entitled to aspire. Judaism has become master of the world through Masonry, and in Russia through communism. Mussolini destroyed at home these two Judaic heads which threatened death to Italy, communism and Masonry. There, Judaism was eradicated through its two manifestations. In our country, it will have to be eradicated through what it has there: Jews, communists, and Masons. These are the thoughts that we, Romanian youth in general, oppose to Judaic endeavors to deprive us of joy in Mussolini's victory. The Student Movement. December 10, 1922. I was still in Jena, when one day I was surprised by the news that the entire Romanian student body from all universities arose to battle. This collective demonstration of the Romanian youth, unsuspected by anybody, was a volcanic eruption rising from the nation's depths. It first manifested itself in Cluj, the heart of that Transylvania which took a stand any time the nation experienced an impasse. Then, almost concomitantly, it violently erupted in all other university centers. In fact, on December 3rd and 4th, great street demonstrations took place in Bucharest, Iași, and Cernoti. The entire Romanian student body rose to its feet as in a time of great peril. For the 1000th time, this earthy race, menaced so many times throughout history, threw its youth to face the threat in order to save its being. A great collective, electrifying moment, with no preparation beforehand, without any pro and con discussions, without any committee decisions, without those in Cluj even knowing those in Iași, Cernoti, or Bucharest. A great moment of collective enlightenment, like the lightning in the middle of a dark night, in which the entire youth of the country recognized its own destiny in life, as well as that of its people. This destiny runs brightly through our entire national history, and it extends into our whole Romanian future, pointing the way to life and honor both we and our grandchildren will have to follow, if it is life and honor we wish for our people. Generations can follow this destiny, can stay close to it or depart from it, having thus the capability of giving to their nation a maximum of life and honor or a maximum of dishonor and shame. Sometimes only isolated individuals, abandoned by their generation, can reach this destiny. In that moment, they are the people, they speak in its name. All the millions of dead and of the martyrs of the past are with them, as well as the nation's life of tomorrow. Here, the majority with its opinions does not matter, though it might be 99%. It is not the opinions of the majority that determine this destiny of life for our people. They, majorities, can only get nearer or farther away from it according to their state of consciousness and virtue, or that of unconsciousness and decadence. Our people have not survived through the millions of slaves who put their necks under the foreigner's yoke, but through Horia, Avram Iancu, Tudoro, Iancu Gianu, through all the Haidu Singh, who, faced by the alien yoke, did not submit, but put their muzzle, loaders on their backs, heading up the mountain paths, carrying with them honor and the spark of freedom. It was through them our people spoke, not through cowardly and well-behaved majorities. They would conquer or die, no matter what. For when they die, the whole people lives from their death and is honored by their honor. They shine in history like golden beacons on the heights bathed at sundown in the sun's rays, while over the vast lowlands, no matter how extensive and numerous, settles the darkness of forgetfulness and death. It is not he who lives and wins by sacrificing the destiny of his people's lives who belongs to national history, but only he who, whether he wins or loses, will hold himself to this destiny. Our Romanian destiny is predetermined by God's wisdom. It could be seen on December 10th by the Romanian students. And it is in this that the value of the day resides. The entire Romanian youth saw the light. On December 10th, delegates from all student centers congregated in Bucharest fixed in 10 points what they thought formed the essence of their movement and declared a general strike for all universities, demanding the realization of these points. December 10 is not great through the value of the formulation of points agreed upon, as much as the delegates could formulate of the truth's essence that then troubled the entire Romanian youth. It is great by virtue of the miracle of this youth's awakening to the light its soul had seen, by its decision for common action to declare the holy war that was to demand of this youth so much strength of heart, so much heroism, so much maturity, so much known and unknown sacrifices, so many graves. December 10th, 1922, called the youth of this land to a great test. Robin Hood-type legendary men. Neither those in Bucharest, nor I who was far away, nor others who were perhaps high school students, but who today languish in so many prisons or sleep under the earth, could believe that this day would carry us through so much danger, would bring us so many blows and so many wounds in battles to defend our country. In Bucharest, Cluj, and Cernati, formidable eruptions of student masses took place, which, led by their own power of intuition, not by leaders, turned toward the enemy. They eye first the Jewish press, Adevărul, the truth, Dimineața, the morning, Mântuire, the redemption, Opinia, the opinion, Lumea, the world, hotbeds of moral infection, poison, and confusion for the Romanians. They turned to these in order to destroy them, but also to espouse the Romanian people the danger of the enemy's front line, against which they must be on guard. Demonstrating against the press means declaring it an enemy of national interest, and thus calling it to the attention of Romanians that they not permit themselves to be fooled, blinded, or led by the press written by Jews or Judaized Romanians. This press attacks the religious idea, thus weakening Romanian moral resistance and breaking their contact with God. This press disseminates anti-national theories, weakening faith in their nation, and breaking them from their country's land, of their love for it, land that was at all past times an urge to battle and sacrifice. This press falsely presents our Romanian interests, disorienting and directing Romanians on paths opposed to national interests. This press elevates mediocre elements and men capable of corruption so that the alien can satisfy biz interests, and downgrades the moral people who will not stoop to do Judaism and its interests any favor. This press poisons the soul of the nation, daily and systematically publicizing sensational crimes, immoral affairs, abortions, adventures. This press murders truth and serves up lies with diabolical perseverance, using slander as a weapon of destruction of Romanian fighters. That is why Romanians must be careful when they read a Jewish paper, being on guard against each word, not one of which is haphazardly printed, and seeking to decipher the Jewish plan behind it. It is these matters the student movement wanted to call to the attention of all Romanians when it turned on Jewish editorial offices, declaring them enemies of the Romanian people. I emphasize that the formidable eruptions of the student masses were led by their power of intuition and not by leaders. For it is easy for someone to direct several individuals towards somebody's house, to stage a hostile demonstration. But when great multitudes turn on someone with hostility by order of their instinct, then that person is condemned, with no right of appeal, as an enemy of the nation. The numerous clauses. The formula numerus clausus passes from mouth to mouth during student battles, but not as a saving formula, for masses do not issue formulas. They point out threats. Numerus clausus means that, the Jewish menace being in its great numbers, we can no longer support them either in schools, in commerce or industry, or in the independent profession. Attention to their great number is what numerus clausus means to say, for it surpasses our powers of national resistance, and if we do not take any measures, we die as a people. This is the whole value of this formula. Or, if you wish, as a saving measure, it has the value of an emergency formula, of necessary first aid, though totally inadequate to cure the illness. Numerus clausus per se means the limitation of Jews in schools, professions, etc. To what numbers this limitation? To the proportion between the number of all Jews in relation to that of Romanians within Romania. Namely, if there are in Romania 15 million Romanians and 3 million Jews, the proportion is 20%. According to the numerus clausus formula, Jews are to be admitted into schools, medical professions, the bar, etc. in the proportion of 20%. Numerus clausus means the limitation of the number of Jews up to the proportion between their number and the total number of Romanians. Numerus clausus is only a formula of redistribution of the Jews within nations, and not a formula for resolving the problem. This formula resolves almost nothing, for it treats of respecting proportions, but does not cut down the high proportion of Jews. If the Jews are 3 million, that is what they remain. Especially, it does not treat the cause of this high proportion and does not show the means by which it can be diminished. In fine, it does not constitute of itself the means for resolving the Jewish problem. The Jewish problem. The number of Jews. The large number of Jews raises a series of problems. 1. The problem of the Romanian land. 2. The problem of the cities. 3. The problem of the Romanian school and of the leading class. 4. The problem of national culture. All these are impeccably treated by Professor A.C.C. Cuza in his writings. The peoplehood, nationality in art, articles, parliamentary discourses, course in political economy. The ideas that I give below belong essentially to Professor Cuza's thought. The number of Jews in Romania is not known exactly. That is because the statistics taken were done with the greatest lack of interest on the part of Romanian politicians, so that they could cover up their work of national treason, and because Jews everywhere run away from the truth of statistics. A proverb says, Jews live by lies and die when coming in contact with truth. As a matter of fact, for a long time the director of the state statistics in the Ministry of Finance had been Leon Colescu, real name Leon Kohler. And from their point of view they are right, because were Romanians faced with the exact number of the Jewish population, they would realize they are confronted by a real national menace and would rise up to defend their fatherland. In other words, in the face of statistical truth, the Judaic power flickers out, dies. It can live only by hiding truth, falsifying it by lies. We believe that there are from 2 to 2.5 million Jews in Romania. If there be but 1 million as they claim, the Romanian people would face mortal danger. Because it is not only the number per se that matters, the quantity, but also the quality of that number, particularly the positions occupied by Jews in the functional structure of the state and the life of the nation in all its aspects. Our land has been a land of invasions, but it has never throughout its long history known an invader to reach such formidable numbers as those of the present-day Judea. The invasions passed over us. The present-day invaders never leave. They settle down here on our land in more unheard of numbers than ever before and hold on like scabies to this land's body and people. When did this Jewish invasion begin? Only several thousand Jews were found around 1800 in all of Moldavia. In 1821, there were 120 families in Bucharest. Such late settlement on our land is due to the fact that Jews have always engaged in commerce, and commerce demands freedom and security in which to develop. These two conditions were lacking in Romania. On one hand, the freedom to exploit Romanian soil, thus any prospect of extended commerce, and on the other, stability, security. Romanian land was the most unsecure land in the world. The Romanian peasant had no security of home, cattle, his labor or his crops from year to year. Our country was ravaged by invasions and served as a theater of war for centuries, oftentimes with the aftermath of foreign domination and bloody tribute. What was Jewry to do on this land? Fight the Huns, Tartars, Turks? The Jewish invasion began only 100 years ago. As a result of the Peace of Adrianople in 1829, freedom of commerce was granted, and at the same time, horizons of a more peaceful life began to appear. It was then that their invasion began, increasing year by year over our Romanian heads, especially those of the Moldavians, draining us of wealth, destroying us morally, and threatening us with extinction. In 1848, the Moldavian merchants and industrialists began to complain to Mihail Sturza, the ruler, demanding measures be taken against Jewish merchants and be dishonest competition practiced by them. Since then, the invasion has steadily increased. Invasion may not be the right term, for it presupposes the idea of violence, of moral and physical courage. Jewish infiltration is a more suitable term, for it better encompasses the idea of sly penetration, cowardly and perfidious penetration. For it is no small matter to steal the land and wealth of a people, without justifying through battle, through facing risks, through great sacrifice, the accomplished conquest. Little by little they took over Romanian small commerce and industry. Then, by using the same fraudulent tactics, they attacked big commerce and big industry, thus acquiring control over the towns in the northern half of the country. The attack on the Romanian middle class was conducted with that precision, met only in the case of some predatory insects, which, to paralyze the enemy, sting it in the spine. They could not have chosen a more suitable spot. Successfully attacking the middle class meant breaking the Romanian people in two. It is the only class having a double contact. Down with the peasant class, being superimposed on it and exercising over it authority by virtue of its better economic status and by education. Up, with the governing class which it supports on its shoulders. A successful attack on the middle class, namely its destruction, brings in its wake as a fatal consequence no additional effort being needed on the part of the attack. A. The collapse of the ruling class. This ruling class will end up collapsing. B. The impossibility of its reconstitution. C. The confusion and animalization, the vanquishing and enslavement of the peasant class. In the last analysis, the Judaic attack on the Romanian middle class purports death. The death of the Romanian people does not mean the death of the last Romanian, as some imagine. This death means life in slavery. The lowering to slave life of several million Romanian peasants who would work for Jewry. Here are the findings of Professor Nicolae Iorga regarding the number of Jews and their arrival in our parts. Professor Iorga and the History of Jews in Our Principalities, a paper delivered before the Romanian Academy on September 13, 1913, exposing this question, specifies, among other things, in named, several Jews settle on the lands of the monastery between 1764 to 1766, p. 18. In Bodasani, no ruler's document like that of 1757 mentions Jews among the other inhabitants of the town, p. 17. Sometimes a Jew pops up in Suceava as tavern keeper on church land, others as small merchants in Ochna, Harlow, Siritiu, Galati, Barlad. There was a time when one could say that Christian Barladians were engaged in commerce more than in any other occupation. P. 10. Then in Roman, where in 1741 Only Moldavians and Armenians were known. In Targul Frumos, where in 1755, 2 taverns and a Jewish one are mentioned as existing there, p. 1718. In Bukovina, about the time of its annexation, in 1775. In the regions of Cernati and Campuling, to which were annexed parts of Haughton and Sasiva in all these regions before the Austrian imperial domination, there were only 206 Jewish families. In 1775, through overflow from Galicia, their number reached 700 and 800 families. The country's first governor, General Eisenberg, learned that they engaged primarily in tavern keeping, with wine, whiskey, beer. They are, says the general, the most outright wicked people, inclined to laziness, living, without much trouble from the sweat of Christian workingmen. A commission operating in 1781 shows that, in this country, Jews are in the habit of buying from the peasant the chicken, the egg beforehand, the honey and flour, the lamb in its mother's womb, for a pittance, and through this usury entirely sucking the inhabitants dry, bringing them to poverty, so that the peasants, thus burdened by indebtedness, find no recourse for the future to save themselves but by fleeing from the country. We see the administration of this country, Moldavia, then the boyars, particularly Constantin Maruzi, desperately defending themselves against them. As the cabals offered Enzenberg in writing 550 pieces of gold annually to tolerate the old state of affairs, corrupting our ruler was also tried, but he rejected the money rather than expose his country to total destruction, p. 20. And later, around 1840-48, this is what Professor Jorga Turtnines. One could count these establishments of exploitation and deprivation by the score or tavern by tavern, with bottles of potato, whisky, and other poisons, all across Moldavia, exhausting a race for the feeding of the civilized vices of the domineering class, p. 34, die. And Professor Jorga writes on. Still, the intervention by foreigners, fostered by Jewish elements in the country, did not cease. In 1878, they imposed conditions before they would recognize Romania's independence, one with so much sacrifice of Romanian blood, and heaped indignities on independence. Question: how much do present-day kahals pay the leaders of Romania? Romania, which cannot but commit suicide by politically yielding half of itself to the power of the Moldavian Jews. And as Corneliu defended villages from Jewish alcohol and usury, so Mr. Mairescu defends Romania's dignity from the insult of granting civil rights to foreigners in the country as a result of the pressures of their co-religionists abroad. p. 39. I cite these examples as reported by a great, recognized, and uncontested scientific authority to clarify the start of Jewish settlements on Romanian soil. The problem of the Romanian land, the law of the territory. There cannot be any people in this world, be they only a tribe of savages that, faced by a foreign invasion, would not consider with rending pain the predicament of its land. All peoples of the world, from history's beginnings to this day, have defended the soil of their fatherland. The history of all peoples as ours is replete with battles in defense of its land. Would it be an anomaly, a state of illness of ours, the Romanian youth, that we stand to be counted in the defense of our menaced land, or an anomaly if we did not defend it when we see it endangered? It would be an anomaly for us not to defend it, namely, not doing what all nations have done, placing us in contradiction to the entire world, and our entire history would be an anomaly and a state of illness. Why is it, I wonder, that all peoples have fought, fight, and will always fight for the defense of their land? Land is a nation's basis for existence. The nation has its roots like those of a tree deep in the country's soil, whence it derives its nourishment and life. There is no people that can live without land, as there is no tree which can live hanging in air. A nation which has no land of its own cannot live unless it settles on the land of another nation, on its very body, sapping its sustenance. There exist God-given laws which ordain the life of peoples. One of these laws is the territorial law. God gave each people a definite territory to live in, grow in, and on which to develop and create its own culture. The Jewish problem in Romania, as elsewhere, consists of the infringement by Jews of this natural law of the territory. They trespassed on our territory. They are the infractors, and it is not we, the Romanian people, who are called to bear the consequences of their infraction. Elementary logic tells us the infractor must bear the consequences of the committed infraction. Will he have to suffer? Let him suffer. All infractors suffer. No logic in the world will tell me that I should die for the infraction committed by others. Thus, the Jewish problem is not born of racial hatred. It is born of an infraction committed by Jews against the laws and natural order in which all peoples of the world live. The solution to the Jewish problem? Here it is: the re-entry of infractors into the universal natural order and their deal, respecting natural legality. But the laws of the land, too, prohibit the Jewish invasion. Article 3 of the Constitution says, the territory of Romania cannot be colonized by a population of foreign origin. What does the fact of the 2 million Jews settling on Romanian territory mean, if not colonization? But this territory is the inalienable and indefeasible property of the Romanian people. And as someone wrote, not after 50, not after 100, but even thousands of years later, we will claim the right over this land, as we reconquered the Transylvanian land following 1,000 years of Hungarian occupation. We and our land. All peoples around us have come from somewhere else settling on the land on which they now live. History gives us precise dates regarding the arrival of Bulgarians, Turks, Magyars, etc. Only one people came from nowhere, ours. We were born in the midst of time on this land together with the oaks and fir trees. We are bound to it not only by the bread and existence it furnishes us as we toil on it, but also by all the bones of our ancestors who sleep in its ground. All our parents are here. All our memories, all our warlike glory, all our history here, in this land, lies buried. Here are the ruins of Sarmazetuza, with the immortal king Decibel's ashes. For whoever knows how to die like Decibel never dies. Here rest the ruling Musitans and the ruling Basarabs. Here at Podol in Alton, Razboini, Susiva, Baia, Hotten, Soroka, Tigkina, Cetatea Alba, Chilia. Sleep the Romanians fallen there in battles. Nobles and peasants, as numerous as the leaves and blades of grass. At Posada, Calagarini, on the old Jiu and Cerna rivers. At Turda, in the mountains of the unhappy and forgotten Moti of Vidra, all the way to Huidin and Alba, Yulia, the torture place of Horia and his brothers. In arms. There are everywhere testimonies of battles and tombs of heroes. All over the Carpathians, from the Oltenian mountains at Dragoslavale and at Predil, from Oitus to Vatra Dornei, on peaks and in valley bottoms, everywhere Romanian blood flowed like rivers. In the middle of the night, in difficult times for our people, we hear the call of the Romanian soil urging us to battle. I ask and I expect an answer. By what right do the Jews wish to take this land from us? On what historical argument do they base their pretensions, and particularly the audacity with which they defy us Romanians, here in our own land? We are bound to this land by millions of tombs and millions of unseen threads that only our soul feels, and woe to those who shall try to snatch us from it. The problem of the cities. But within the breadth of this Romanian land, Jews did not settle just anywhere, haphazardly. They placed themselves in towns, forming within them real islands of compact Jewish populations. At first it was the cities and market towns of northern Moldavia that were invaded and conquered. Cernoti, Hotin, Suceava, Dorohoi, Botoșani, Soroca, Berdugeni, Itconi, Briceni, Securene, etc. Before them the Romanian merchant and tradesmen gradually disappeared. Today one street, tomorrow another, day after tomorrow a section. In less than 100 years, Romanian centers of ancient renown lost their Romanian character, taking on the likeness of real Jewish fortresses. The other Moldavian towns, too, fell quickly. Roma, Piatra, Faltaseni, Bacău, Vaslui, Bariad, Pusi, Ticusi, Galati, and Iasi, the second capital of Moldavia, after the first one, and our ancient Suceava was purely and simply turned into a dirty Jewish nest, which surrounds the poor glorious ruins of Stefan the Great's fortress. In Iasi now, one can walk through whole streets and sectors never meeting a Romanian, or seeing a Romanian home or a Romanian store. People pass by famous churches, today in ruins and decay. The Church of Topolăreni, built by the Romanian Cobblers Guild, the Church of Curulăreni, built by the Romanian Harness Makers Guild. Everything is falling apart. In that large city of Iasi, there is no longer a Romanian cobbler or harness maker. The Church of St. Nicholas the Poor of the old Moldavian nobility has totally collapsed, and over the tombs around it, the Jewish eating places discard even today their slop, garbage, and refuse. The church in Main Square, where one finds the greatest agglomeration of people, is closed, due to lack of seaburg goers. And it is the Jewish population which constitutes that agglomeration of people now. On Lapusnianu St. Kuzavoda's palace, which almost groans as if in pain, has been transformed into a Jewish bank, and in its former garden, a Palestinian-style Jewish theater can be seen. The foreign invader tramples underfoot everything we hold most sacred. Our hearts groan in anguish. We children, our souls rent, ask ourselves, how could there be Romanians who behave with so much enmity toward their people? How could there be so many traitors? How come they were not lined up against the wall or burnt alive in the moment of their betrayal? How come everybody is impassive? How come we do nothing? These are problems of conscience that weigh upon us, which bother our souls, upset our lives. We know that in no way will we find our peace, but in battles, in suffering, or in graves. Our silence covers us with cowardice, and every minute of delay seems to kill us. We do not even mention the cities and market towns of Bessarabia, which are open sores on the country's exhausted and squeezed body. Nor do we even mention Maramureș, where Romanians, in a state of slavery, daily die. There are no words that can describe the great tragedy of Maramureș. But the illness spread like a cancer. It reached Râmnicul Sărat, Buzău Ploiești, and it penetrated the capital. In 15 years fell Vacaresti, an old Romanian quarter. Dudesti fell entirely. Likewise the Romanian merchants on Calea Grivete. The famous merchants in the Ober quarter die and are replaced by Jews. Calea Victoriale has fallen. Today it has become in reality only a Romanian road of defeat, for 3/4 of the properties on Calea Victoriae are now Jewish-owned. In the last 10 years, the Jews spread westward up the Danube plain into Oltenia and entered Michael, the Braves' capital city of Craiova. They went into Râmnicul, Valsea, Severin, under the protection of the Romanian politicians, well paid. Pretend there is no Jewish problem. This betrayal by these politicians of their people is so frightening that if they are still alive, the people should gouge their eyes out. If they are dead, their bones should be disinterred and burnt in public squares. Their children and grandchildren should be prosecuted, their wealth confiscated, and they should be stigmatized with the epithet of traitors por Chefidran Dal. The loss of our Romanian towns has for us devastating consequences, for towns are the economic centers of a nation. The entire richness of the country is accumulated in them, so that whoever controls the towns controls the means of subsistence, the wealth of a nation. Could it be an indifferent matter to us Romanians as to who are the masters of our national wealth? Ourselves or the Jews? To no people in the world could this be an indifferent matter. Because a population reproduces and develops within the means of subsistence at its disposal, the fewer these means are, the less will be the growth of the population in question, and the fewer the chances for its development, and vice versa. These truths regarding the law of population were studied by all economists and formulated by Professor Kaza with unequaled clarity. The passing of Romanian riches into the hands of the Jews does not only mean the Romanians' economic dependence, or the political one. For whoever has no economic freedom has no political freedom. But it means more. A national menace that grinds down our very ability to grow in population. To the extent that our means of subsistence vanish, to that extent, we Romanians will die off on our land, leaving our places in the hands of the Jewish population whose number increases day by day both because of the invasion from abroad and because of seizing our means of subsistence. Our riches. Then secondly, the towns are the cultural centers of a nation. Here in towns one finds the schools, libraries, theaters, lecture halls, all of them serving the townspeople. A Jewish family can easily support 5 or 6 children in school, whereas the Romanian peasant, in some remote village far from town, can hardly manage to send one child to school to the end. And in this case he is completely exhausted of strength and wealth, so that he endangers the well-being of the other 4 or 5 children at home. So, whoever controls the towns controls the possibilities for partaking in the culture. But that is not all. It is through towns and schools that a nation fulfills its cultural mission in the world. How is it possible for the Romanians to fulfill their cultural mission through Jewish voices, pens, hearts, and minds? Finally, towns are the political centers of a nation. Nations follow the lead of the town. Whoever controls the towns, directly or indirectly, has the political leadership of the country. What is left of the country, outside of the towns? A crowd of several million peasants, lacking humane means of existence, drained and impoverished, cultureless, poisoned by drink, led by the enriched Jews now become the masters of Romanian towns, or by the Romanians, prefect, mayors, police officers, gendarmes, cabinet ministers, who are administrators in name only because they are nothing but supine executors of Jewish plans. These officials are supported, flattered, showered with gifts, opted in administrative councils, paid by the month, by the Judaic economic power. Judas was paid but once. Their lust for money is roused. They are urged on to luxury and vice, and when disobeying Jewish directives and stances, are purely and simply thrown out, even though they be cabinet ministers. Their pay and subsidies are cut, their thieveries brought to light, and shady business deals exposed, implicating them, in order to compromise them. This is what remains of the Romanian fatherland since we lost our towns. A dishonest leader class, a people of peasants without freedom, and all Romanian children, countryless and futureless. The problem of the Romanian school. Whoever controls the towns controls the schools, and whoever controls the schools today controls the country tomorrow. Here are some 1920 statistics. The situation at the University of Cernati. School of Philosophy. Summer semester, Romanians, 174. Jews, 574. See School of Law. Summer semester, according to denomination. Orthodox, 237. Romanians and Ruthenians. Catholics, 98. Lutherans, 26. Other religions, 31. Hebraic, 506. From Situatia Demografica a Romaniae, the demographic situation of Romania, by M. Vasiliu Cluj P84. The Victory Way, a fashionable shopping boulevard. DAC Cuza, Aparea Națională, the National Defense. No. 3, May Warren, 1922. In Bessarabia, rural elementary schools. Boys, 72.889, Romanians, 1974, ethnically non-Romanian Christians, 1,281, Jew. Girls, 27,555, Romanians, 1,302, ethnically non-Romanian Christians, 2,147 Jews. Urban elementary schools. Boys, 6,385, Romanians, 2,435 non-Romanians, of which 1,351 were Jews. Girls, 5,501, Romanians, 2,435 non-Romanians, of which 1,492 were Jews. Secondary and professional schools. 1.535, Orthodox, 6,302 Hebraic. Coeducational secondary schools. 690 Orthodox, 1,341 Hebraic. Doi. OP Sit pp. 84.5. In the Old Kingdom, Romanians, Jews. Licee of Bacău, 363, 198. Licee of Botoșani, 229, 127. Girls' Licee of Botoșani, 155, 173. Licee of Dorohoi, 177, 167. Licee of Falticini, 152, 100. National Licee, IAC, 292, 292. Alexander the Good Gymnasium, ISC 93, 215. Stefan the Great Gymnasium, ISC 94, 122. Licee of Roman, 256, 157. Licee of Piatra, named 343, 179. Private schools. Bucharest, 441, 781. Iasi 37, 108. Galati 19, 199. Zara PC, PPA, 85-7. Moldavia and Wallachia before the unification of Romania in 1918. A. The situation at the University of Iasi. Romanians, Jews. School of Medicine, 546, 831. School of Pharmacy, 97, 299. School of Letters 35, 100. School of Sciences, 722, 321. School of Law 1743, 370. Zerup, Sit, pp. 87-8. The Romanian system of education, thus being destroyed by the large number of Jews, raises two problems. 1. The problem of the Romanian leading class, because schools form the leaders of tomorrow, not only the political ones, but all leaders in every domain of activity. 2. The problem of national culture, because schools are the laboratory in which the culture of a people is molded. In order to underscore the tragedy of this Romanian school system, overwhelmed by Jews, I consider it particularly important to cite below the distressing findings of one of the most illustrious pedagogues of our nation, Professor Ion Gavanescu, of the University of Iasi. We no longer wish to see the spectacle offered by the National Licee of Iasi, where the crushing majority of students is composed of the Jewish element. The few Romanian students feel like strangers. During recess they retreat, uneasy, into corners. They constitute the tolerated minority. The majority lives apart, talk among themselves about their preoccupations, their games, societies, makibi, hakoa, makoa, etc., of their get-togethers and lectures, their sports, work plans, and good times. And when they are doubtful of the discretion of the Romanians, the Jewish students, a majority in school, though a minority in the country, whisper among themselves or switch directly to Yiddish. Pity the Romanian professors faced with such student souls. One involuntarily is reminded of the hen that hatched duck eggs. Look at her, how she stands cackling, scared, at the edge of the pond, how she desperately calls her ducklings, her chicks of another species which jumped into the water, gliding off to the other shore where she cannot follow. What school of nationalism can you teach to such an audience? Can you talk, if you feel in yourself the flame of patriotism, of Romanian aspirations and ideals? Can you even open your mouth? Your jaws lock, your words freeze on your lips. The great Corneliu, in the face of such benches full of foreign students, could he have pronounced his famous discourse introducing the history of Romanians, which he delivered on this very spot, where today the Romanian National Lycée has turned into a Jewish national one? He would have lost the inspiration that derives its force from the sympathy of the shining eyes, full of understanding and faith. 1. Găvănescul, imperativul momentului istoric, the imperative of the historic moment, p. 67. P. And further, and to limit ourselves to but one aspect of the national life. Where did anyone ever see in England, France, Italy a school at any level, in which the preponderant number of students belongs to another people than the people constituting the indigenous population of the country and which founded the national state in question? Can anyone imagine, for instance, that at some school of law in some English university there might be 547 Jews versus 234 Britons, the same proportion of Jews to Romanians at the Cernati School of Law in 1920? Or that at a school of philosophy in Italy there could be 574 Jews versus 174 Italians, the same proportion as that of Jews to Romanians in Cernati? Are these ratios normal? Are they not inadmissible, inconceivable monstrosities of ethnic biology? Are they not an indication of criminal unconsciousness on the part of Lai? The Romanian people's responsible leading class? I Găvănescul, OPT. The problem of the Romanian leading class. But who are the pupils and students of today? The present-day students are the professors, doctors, engineers, lawyers, prefects, congressmen, cabinet ministers of tomorrow. In one word, the future leaders of the people in all domains of activity. If present-day students are 50, 60, 70% Jews, tomorrow we will logically have 50, 60, 70% Jewish leaders for this Romanian people. Can one still raise the question whether a nation has the right to limit the number of alien students in its universities? Here is how this question is answered in the Harvard University Bulletin by Morris Gray, a graduate of Lyervard, 1906, after he studied the Jewish problem. There as cited by Professor Cuza in numerous clauses p. 11. Morris Gray began by formulating the problem in principle, asking, first of all, what is the function of a university? What are its duties? If its duty is a duty to the individual, the admission into the university must be based frankly and manifestly on the democratic principle. Any candidate must be admitted on the condition he passes entrance examination and pay the first term of tuition, and this with no serious investigation of the candidate's personality or his latent possibilities of progress, his capability or usefulness to himself or to others. But if the university's duty is a duty toward the nation, its attitude regarding student admissions must naturally be based on a different principle. In my opinion, the duty of a university is to form men in the various domains of human thought in such fashion that part of them at least can become leaders in their respective fields, thus serving the nation. Here then is a well-established principle, adds Professor Cuza. The duty of universities is toward their nation, for which they must prepare leaders in all fields, and these must be necessarily ethnically native. For it is intolerable that a nation educate for itself alien leaders in its universities. Now, From the preceding figures, one can deduce the grave problem of the Romanian leading class of tomorrow. There remains a well-established truth. Romania ought to be led by Romanians. Is there anyone who claims that Romania ought to be led by Jews? If not, then one has to admit that Romanian student youth is right, and that all campaign, all wrongs, all infamies, all provocations, all plots, all injustices that are heaped and are going to be heaped upon this Romanian youth find their justification in the war waged by Jewry for the extermination of Romanians and of their best fighters. The problem of national culture, a people, considering this the gravest of all problems, is like a tree concerned with the problem of its fruit. When it sees itself overwhelmed by caterpillars, it can no longer fulfill its mission in this world, cannot bear fruit, then it would have to face the saddest problem, greater even than the problem of life itself. For, seeing its aim in life destroyed, it would be more painful for it that were it to be dead. The greatest pains are those of useless efforts, because they are the pains resulting from the frightful consciousness of the uselessness of life. Is it not frightening that we, the Romanian people, no longer can produce fruit? That we do not have a Romanian culture of our own, of our people, of our blood, to shine in the world side by side with that of other peoples? That we be condemned today to present ourselves before the world with products of Jewish essence? That today, at this moment, when the world expects that the Romanian people appear to show the fruit of our national blood and genius, we present ourselves with an infection of Judaic cultural caricature? We look at this problem with hearts constricted with anguish, and there will be no Romanian who, seeing his entire history endangered, will not reach for his weapons to defend himself. I reproduce here from Professor I. Govanescu's The Imperative of the Historic Moment. These immortal lines. The principal concern of the Romanian people, just as important to its being as its physical preservation, is its affirmation in the realm of humanity's ideal of life. The creation of a culture specifically of Romanian character. It is impossible that a Romanian culture evolve from a school or an economic or political organization of alien character. No, I won't do. An institution, as a function of national life, has a Romanian character only when the human factor giving it birth is Romania. Faced with this sad situation, faced by the large number of invaders overwhelming us, Professor Govanescu, posing the question of a national school and culture, asks himself full of anxiety, where can Romanian souls seek refuge? Where can they escape the obsessing, painful impression of being exiles in their own country? Excepting the church, where they enter to collect their thoughts in quiet, under the protection of the saving cross, their only refuge is the school. The school is the ideal nest in which the national genius gathers its progeny to nurture it, to raise it, to teach it how to fly, to show it the way to heights that only that national genius knows, and only it is meant to reach. The school is the place of refuge where the nation's heartstrings and the spiritual organs of the people are tuned in order to intone a new symphony, as yet unheard in the world, the first symphony of its natural talents, predestined by God exclusively to its being. The school is the sanctuary where the great mystery of a people's life unfolds, where the ethnic soul distills in drops of light its immortal essence so that it be molded into the ideal form preordained to it exclusively by the world's creative thought. The melodic instruments of other ethnic souls cannot harmoniously participate in the symphony of our culture. By virtue of their makeup, they know only bow to sound the note of their people. What kind of Romanian symphony could they produce? The essence of national genius of other ethnic souls cannot crystallize in a different form from that determined for them by the Creator of peoples. How can one produce a Romanian image from the Jewish Magyar, or German national essence. 1. Gavanescal, the imperative of the historic moment, pp. 64-8. Not only will the Jews be incapable of creating Romanian culture, but they will falsify the one we have in order to serve it to us, poison the Romanian school being thus macerated. We are placed in the position of renouncing our mission as a people, of renouncing the creation of a Romanian culture, and of perishing from Jewish poison. The return to Romania. In contrast to our colleagues from the other universities, we Asian students knew all these things from the lectures of Professor Cuza, the writings of Professors Polescu and Gavanescal, from our studies and research done at the Association of Law Students, and from what we saw with our own eyes and felt with our own souls. A problem of great conscience posed itself for us. Every day brought us additional proof. We recognized the perfidiousness of the Jewish press. We saw its bad faith in all circumstances. We saw its incitations behind everything anti Romanian. We saw the work of flattery and elevation of political figures, functionaries, authorities, writers, Christian priests, who stooped to do the bidding of Jewish interests. We saw the ridicule heaped upon those who adopted a correct, dignified Romanian attitude, or those who dared denounce the Jewish peril. We saw the indecency with which we were treated in our land, as if they had been masters here for thousands of years. We saw with overgrowing indignation the daring meddling of these uninvited guests into the most intimate problems of Romanian life. Religion, culture, art, politics, they seeking to trace lines along which the destiny of the Romanian people should move. Young as I was, almost a child, I was long troubled by these thoughts while searching for a solution. The elements which impressed me most, that then determined me to fight, and that comforted and strengthened me in times of suffering were 1. The consciousness of mortal danger in which our people and its future found itself. 2. My love for the land and the sorrow for every sacred and glorious place, today ridiculed and profaned by Jews. 3. The pity for the ashes of those who had fallen for their country. 4. The feeling of revolt against the offenses too, as well as the ridicule and trampling underfoot by this alien enemy of our dignity as human beings and as Romanians. That is why, when on December 10, 1922, I heard the great news, the volcanic explosion of the student movement, I decided to return home so that I too might fight side by side with my comrades. A short time later, the train was taking me home. From Krakow, I sent a telegram to the students in Cernăuți, who were expecting me at the station. I stayed there 2 days. The university was closed. The students guarding it seemed like soldiers serving their country, their soul, enlightened by God. No trace of personal interest clouded their beautiful and sacred action. The cause for which they banded together and fought as one went much beyond themselves and their constant privations and needs. In Cernăuți, the leading fighters were Tudos Popescu, the son of the old priest from Marcesti, County of Dâmbovița, a third-year student in theology. Then, Danileanu, Pavlescu, Carstenu, etc. I inquired about the plan of battle. It was decided to declare a general strike until we won, namely, until the government satisfactorily solved the points raised in the motion of December 10, beginning with numerous clauses. To me, this plan seemed wrong. In my head, another one began to form. The student movement ought to reach out to all the Romanian people. Limited now to universities, it should be extended into a Romanian national movement. Because for one thing, the Jewish problem is not limited to the universities, but involves the whole Romanian nation. And for another, the universities by themselves cannot solve it. This national movement must be incorporated into an organization under a single command. The aim of this organization must be fighting to bring the national movement to power, which will resolve both numerous clauses and all other problems, for no other rule by political parties outside of this movement will resolve the national problem. D. With these points in mind, the students should organize a great national assembly of Romanians from all social strata, which would then signal the beginning of the new organization. C. In order to implement this assembly, each university should provide as many flags as there are counties in each province, the cloth, for each being then given by a student delegation there to a known nationalist, whom the delegation would consider the best qualified person for the job of gathering round him a group of town and country leaders. Then, upon receiving the telegram announcing a week ahead of time the date and place of the rally, he would start for that place with the flag and all his men. F. Lest the government try to prevent the rally, all preparations should be made quietly, keeping the date unknown until the last minute. I outlined this plan to about 50 fighters in one of the dormitories. They considered it good. Then we all pitched in money, bought the necessary cloth, and right away girl students started making flags for the counties of Bucovina. At Iasi. In Iasi, I met all my former comrades. I exposed my plan to them as well. Here, too, the flags were made the first day, by girl students, for all counties in Moldavia and Bessarabia. I could not find Professor Cuza. He had left for Bucharest together with Professor Sumilianu and my father to attend a meeting in the capital, at Bucharest. The next day, I left for Bucharest. Here, I went to see Professors Cuza and Sumilianu and my father, who for over a quarter of a century had been fighting together against the Jewish menace, being overwhelmed by ridicule, blows and even wounds, and who today experience the great satisfaction of seeing the entire educated youth of the country, numbering over 30, raising battle banners for the faith they had served for a lifetime. But in Bucharest, my thoughts were not received with the same enthusiasm. First, because I encountered some opposition from Professor Cuza.dd, presenting my plan, proposing the creation of a national movement, headed by him as chief, in the rally to be held. He did not consider my plan good because, said he, we do not need to organize. Our movement is based on a formidable mass current. I insisted, comparing a mass movement to an oil well, that, unconnected to a pipeline, even when it gushes, it comes to naught, because the oil spills all over. I left, however, with no success, but next day Professor Sumilianu and my father convinced him. But I was soon confronted by a difficulty I had not expected. It was around the beginning of February. The great body of students was overflowing with enthusiasm, though all its mess halls were dosed down and the gates of all dormitories locked against us, being thus left out to starve in the middle of the winter. Yet the students were enthusiastic, admirably protected by the capital's Romanians, who the very next day opened wide the doors of their homes, sheltering and feeding over 80 student fighters. There was in this gesture an approval, an urge to the struggle, a solidarization, a comfort for those being wounded. But I had no contact with this mass. I knew no one there. Through the student Faneca Anastasescu, who was the manager of the review Apărarea Națională, the National Defense, I began to meet a few. I had the impression that the leaders of the student movement in Bucharest were not sufficiently oriented, for though elite elements endowed with distinguished intellectual qualities, a fact verified by the functions they later occupied in society, they found themselves unexpectedly heading a movement to which up to then they had given no thought. Fact, as there were many, each had a different opinion. Among the valuable elements of the leadership figured in the forefront Cretu, Daniulescu, Simionescu, Rapinu, Ravunta, and others. The mass was warlike, but part of the leadership thought it wise to calm down such high spirits. On the other hand, both their insufficient familiarity with the Jewish question and the inadequate contact with politicians made at least some of them try to some extent to reposition the movement onto a material plane, something that in my opinion was inadmissible, for this would have been as if someone were to say, 1. We fight to take our country back from the Jews. 2. We fight for white bread on our tables. 3. We fight for 2-course meals. 4. We fight for a more comfortable bed. 5. We fight for equipment in our laboratories, for dissection instruments, etc. 6. We fight for more dormitories so that in the end the authorities would tell us loudly, "Student demands have been satisfied. The government has recognized the pitiful state of students' lot, their great misery, etc." Out of the 6 points demanded, 5 were allowed: dissection instruments, laboratory equipment, 2 white loaves of bread daily, 2-course meals, 3 student dormitories with comfortable beds, etc. No need. As to the first point, saving the country from Jewish bans, nothing would be said on the pretext that the government conceded 5 points out of 6. From the beginning of the student movement, the entire Jewish press sought to shift it onto this material plane, that the objective of the movement be a loaf of bread. Nibwad way. Thus the real objective, the Jew, would escape unnoticed. In fact, if one troubles to reread the papers, one observes that Romanian politicians also posed the problem in similar terms. Students must be given dormitories, better food, etc. As I have said, part of the student leadership in Bucharest were inclined toward this propensity. Had the students taken this course, they would have strayed from their true mission. My opinion was always contrary to this point of view, against any intrusion of a material order into the formulation of student demands. For, I was saying, as I also say today, it was not the immediate needs or material wants that impelled students toward this great movement, but on the contrary, it was the abandonment of concern for such things, of selfish interests, of their own or family sufferings. It was the forgetting of all these things on the part of the Romanian students, the identification of their whole being with the worries, needs, and aspirations of their people. It was this abnegation, and only this, that lighted the holy light in their eyes. The student movement was not one of material demands. It raised itself above the needs of a generation, entwining itself with the superior aspirations of the nation. On the other hand, here in Bucharest, the idea predominated that the student movement ought to stay within the university's confines, to remain an academic movement, not become a movement of a political nature. But this opinion was a totally incorrect one, for it coincided with the design of the Jews and political parties who had the greatest interest in restricting this fiery movement to the university, so that there, by one means or another, it could be extinguished. Our opinion was not that we had formed a movement in order to agitate, but to gain a victory. Our student forces alone being insufficient for that, we needed to unite with all Romanians. In addition, the Bucharest leaders opposed having Professor Cuza proclaimed president of an eventual organization, claiming he was not good for such active leadership. I insisted that we must support him, such as he is. Finally, those in Bucharest held great reservations toward me. This pained me, for I was coming to them with what a man has most clean and most sacred in his heart, with a live desire to cooperate in the best possible manner. For our country, perhaps, not knowing me, they were justified in having reservation. For these reasons, I encountered opposition in Bucharest. That is why I began to work outside the committee, and we only made 3 or 4 flags. At Cluj, I left for Cluj together with Alexandru Ghica, one of Mrs. Constanta Ghica's 3 sons of ISE, who were the ruler's great-grandsons who throughout the student campaign acted admirably. The president of the Cluj Student Center was Alexa, a moderate, good element. He received me with the same arguments regarding both student orientation and proclaiming Professor Cuza as president of the new movement. The student mass was staunch and full of enthusiasm. It was then that I met Moda, an agile, talented youth. He held the same opinions as Alexa. I tried to convince him, but unsuccessfully. I had a difficult time. I knew no one. Yet, I found a few students on my side. Corneliu Georgescu, student in pharmacy. Isaac Mocanu from letters. Krasmaru in medicine, Justin Lisu, etc. We made only one flag, then in Kapshianku's house, who from the first moment with great enthusiasm agreed to our plan of action. We took an oath on this flag. The Assembly of Ayasi, March 4th, 1923. The founding of AUG, the League of National Defense. Once returned to Ayasi, I had before me 2 roads of parallel activity. 1. Laying the groundwork for the rally for which flags were made in all universities. 2. Continuing the student movement and keeping the general strike going. Regarding the first point, the biggest difficulty was not the lack of men, or lack of organization, or the government's measures. This time, the greatest obstacle was coming from Professor Koza himself, who, though not disapproving it, showed lack of enthusiasm. Professor Koza was not sufficiently convinced of the necessity for organizing and did not believe at all in the possibility of success for the projected rally. Regarding the second point, I faced serious difficulties with the leaders in the Bucharest and Cluj centers. Difficulties which prevented agreement on a single point of view toward a battle plan around which perfect unity of this new world could be realized, raising up with all its united strength in defiance of the enemy and all our past errors. Neither the leadership nor the body of these student centers knew the Jewish problem, particularly did not know the Jew, were not aware of the Judaic power, its way of thinking and of action. They began waging war without knowing the adversary. They believed the then liberal government, or eventually the one to succeed it, to which we would promise our support, would satisfy our demands. On this basis, they preferred to engage in diplomacy, believing that ultimately they would convince the politicians of the justice of our cause. I believe there is nothing more distressing than discussing a problem with men who are not even familiar with its most elementary aspects. Regarding this situation, I took the following steps. 1. That several good delegates of the ISEI Center regularly take part in the meetings of the Central Committee in Bucharest. The meetings of this committee were regularly held 2 and 3 times a week. They began at 9 in the evening, lasting to 3, 4, 5, and even 7 o'clock in the morning, in contradictory discussion. For many of those participating, the only recollections of the student movement were of these meetings with their rhetorical encounters within the committee. 2. That at Bucharest and Cluj, a group of the best fighters from the student body be formed in order to work independent of the directives by their respective centers. At Cluj and Bucharest, these groups were formed very quickly. In Bucharest, they were present right in the committee, where the leadership bumped into stiff opposition at each meeting. In Bucharest, Ibrelanu, the delegate from Iasi, was of real help. Likewise, the firm attitude of Simeonescu, the leader of the medical students, had kept the student body in the true spirit. Regarding the arrangements for the assembly, according to news received from Iasi, the outlook was as follows. In only 2 weeks, over 40 flags had been issued in 40 counties to trustworthy people. It was only natural that, after 2 months of student movement, of general strike in all universities, the soul of Romanians would bubble and that they would be ready everywhere to arise, awaiting but the word. The flags and the news of the rally came on time. Professor Koza wanted to fix the date for the rally sometime in May, so that more people would come. I opined that the rally should be held as soon as possible for the following reasons. 1. All the people, on their feet, rallying around the student movement, were expecting to hear a command from somewhere, in order to form a unit, to know that a plan was established which they could follow. 2. I was afraid that Jewry and Masonry, getting wind of the situation, might initiate a pseudo-nationalist organization in order to tap the people and thus divert the movement onto a dead-end track. In any case, this would have created such confusion in the minds of the Romanians that it was not at all to be contemplated. 3. I felt it was necessary to support the front line of the student movement, for waging war is not easy with blows coming from all directions, government, local authorities, parents, professors, with poverty, hunger, Call a mobilization of the Romanian masses coming to their defense, sending them a word of encouragement, would invigorate the entire front of this movement. 4. B. Finally, because thousands of students were inactive, not knowing what to do, they demonstrated once, twice. They held a meeting or two. But it had been 2 months. These youth had to have something to do. Once the new organization was born, the entire multitude that could not think of what to do next would be offered a wide field of activity. They could start working the very next day, heading for villages to organize them and to win them over to the new faith. March 4, 1923. Professor Cuza decided the rally should be held on Sunday, March 4, 1923. The place, Iasi. He had invited me to dinner. There, the question was raised as to what name should be given the new organization. Captain, Dewey, Visoktabe, Lefter said, the National Defense Party, as in France. I thought it appropriate. Professor Cuza added, not party, but league, the League of Christian National Defense. And so it was called. Then I sent out telegrams to Simati, Bucharest and Cluj, containing the same message, wedding in Iasi on March 4th. Following this, I busied myself with arranging the smallest details of preparation for the rally. The schedule was determined by Professor Cuza, in agreement with Professor Sumulinu and my father. At the cathedral, prayer. At the university, homage to Simeon Bamutu and J. Marzescu. In the Bajan Hall public meeting, posters were printed announcing the Great National Assembly. The news of a big Romanian assembly in Iasi, having as its purpose the founding of a fighting organization, spread like lightning among the students of the 4 universities, and then among Romanians at large. On the evening of March, the 3rd full trainloads began arriving, headed by leaders bringing with them the cloth for flags. By morning, 42 groups had arrived with 42 flags. The cloth of these flags was black, a sign of mourning. In the center, a round white spot, signifying our hopes surrounded by the darkness they will have to conquer. In the center of the white, a swastika, the symbol of anti-Semitic struggle throughout the world. And all around the flag, a band of the Romanian tricolor, red, yellow, and blue. Professor Cuza had approved while in Bucharest the form of these flags. Now we affixed them to poles, wrapped them in newspapers, and all of us left for the cathedral, where the religious service was conducted before a crowd of over 10,000 people. All 42 flags, at the moment when they were to be blessed, were unfurled before the altar. Once blessed, they were to be taken throughout the whole country, each to have a real fortress of Romanian souls rallying around it. These flags, sent into each county, would be coagulants to gather together all those of like thought and like feeling. With their solemn blessing, their impressive symbolism, and their placement in each county, a great organizational and popular orientation problem was being resolved. From the cathedral, the thousands of people, banners unfurled, formed a procession through Union Square, La Pusneanu and Carol Sts. Headed for the university. There, in a gesture of homage and veneration, wreaths were placed for Mihail Cogolnicianu, Simeon Barnutiu, and Gheorghe Marzescu, the last defender of the Article 7 of the Constitution of 1879, and ironically, father of the liberal minister George Marzescu, defender of the Jews. There in the university's amphitheater was signed the founding document of the League of Christian National Defense. That afternoon the meeting took place in Bajan Hall, presided over by General Z. Ion Tarnoshi Ditao, by Toradim Deswande, by Dreamidwaskermida. Many people who could not be accommodated in the hall stood in the street. Professor Cuza was proclaimed president of the League of Christian National Defense with great enthusiasm. The speakers were Professor Cuza, Professor Sumulianu, General Tarnoshi, my father, each county delegate, and those of the university centers. Tudos Popescu, Prelipsianu, Alex, Ventonic, Donka Manea, Novici, Sofron Robata, Dartai. Among these, myself. At the end, following the reading of the motion, Professor Cuza, in conclusion, entrusted me with a mission, saying, I charge with the organization of LANC for the entire country under my direct leadership, the young lawyer CZ Codreanu. Then he named the county leaders. The rally ended in perfect order and great enthusiasm. The Romanian abbreviation for League of Christian National Defense, TR. Other anti-Semitic and nationalist organizations. Small anti-Semitic organizations of an economic and political character existed even before 1900, as well as after. These were weak efforts of people with foresight and love of country to oppose the ever-growing Jewish invasion. But the most serious anti-Semitic organization was the Nationalist Democratic Party, founded on April 23, 1910, under the leadership of professors and Iorga and A.C. Cuza de Muri. This party had a whole administrative program. Its article number 45 gave the solution to the Jewish problem. The solution to the Jewish problem must be accomplished through the elimination of Jews, the development of the productive powers of Romanians, and the protection of their enterprises. Following the enumeration of these points, one reads this solemn statement. 1. We will keep, spread, and defend this program with all our steadfastness and power, considering this our first honor duty. A. C. Caesar, and Iderga. This organization gathered together all veteran fighters since 1900. Among the prominent ones, one counted Professor Sumulianu, Professor Ion Zelea Codreanu, Bucharoandu, Indorohoi, Tony Incaladisian, Elfrim, and then later Stefan Petrovici, C.C. Coroiu, and others. In 1914, all these were leading the movement that demanded Romania enter the war for Transylvania's liberation, and in 1916, most of them were on the front lines, brilliantly doing their duty. Ever since 1910-11, the counties of Dorohoi, under the leadership of lawyer Bucharoanu, Ayasi, under that of Professor Cuza, and Siskiva, under that of my father, became fortresses of Romanian rebirth. By 1912, the current in these counties was so powerful that in the elections, the administration could not avoid a sound defeat without the use of terror. On that occasion, my father was seriously wounded. Immediately after the war, when the peasants returned home from the front, resolutely desiring a new life, the first elections brought into the parliament Professor Cuza for Iasi and my father for Sisiva. There they engaged in a fierce parliamentary fight, applauded by the whole country. The fight was waged against the peace that the Germans, whose armies invaded our country, wished to impose upon us. The echo of these truly remarkable clashes gathered the hopes of the country around the Nationalist Democratic Party, so that in the elections that followed, real formidable victories were registered. In Suceava, the victory was unparalleled. Out of 7 deputy seats, the administration took 1, the other groups none, and my father's list, 6 all. In Dorohoi and Iasi, almost the same. The trains took toward Bucharest 34 nationalist deputies. But, unfortunately for the Romanian people, this whole troop coming up from all corners of the country ended up in a great defeat. This struck like lightning over the heads of Romanians. The Judeo-Masonic forces succeeded in dividing the two-party chiefs, Professor Nicolae Lorga from AC4. Cuza. Nicolae Lorga did not oppose the treaty imposing on us the minorities clause, declaring himself ready to sign. Professor Cuza, on the opposite barricade, shows that this infamous minorities clause represents a defiance of all the blood shed by Romanians, an impermissible meddling into our national affairs, and a beginning of misfortune for us. In effect, the imposition was placed upon us to grant Jews political rights en masse. For some time, Enyorga had not been an anti-Semite. It was clear that the break was an irreparable one, and this unfortunate Romanian nation again became heartbroken over its hopes for salvation. The majority of the party's membership and parliamentarians sided with Professor Nicolae Lorga, believing that Professor Cuza's position placed them farther away from any chances to gain power. With Professor Cuza stood only Professor Sumulanu and my father, the Romanian National Fascia and the Romanian Action. In 1923, during the student movement and under the impetus of the wave of nationalism, the Romanian National Fascia came into being under the leadership of Vifor, Lunguescu, Baghiescu, and in Cluj, the Romanian Action, led by Professors Catuneanu, Ciortea, Iuliu Hatiga, Lawyer M. Vasiliu Cluj, and a group of students headed by Moda. The former published the weekly Fascism, well-written and spirited, but they did not know the Jewish problem. The latter published the bi-monthly Romanian Action and later Romanian Brotherhood, also very well written, but they limited themselves only to publishing. They could not initiate any action or create a sound organization. During this time, the student Moda translated from French the protocols which were commented upon by Professor Catuneanu and Embor. Vasiliu Cluj and published in booklet form. Also at about that time, M. Vasiliu Cluj published his work, The Demographic Situation of Romania, in which he showed statistically the terrible state of Romanian towns. These two organizations had neither power of action, nor organization, nor a doctrinal competence like that of the League of Christian National Defense, lasting only till 1925, when they merged with the latter. After the founding of the League of Christian National Defense, my activity was to continue along two lines. That of the student movement as a separate unit, organized by centers, having as an immediate objective its own battles, in which it had been engaged for 3 months, and that of LANC, in which I was given the function of organizer under Professor Cuza. On the student side, I was to fight for a. Maintaining the posture of the general strike, which involved the honor of the students, quite a difficult job considering the attacks, blows, pressures, lures that flowed over the heads of students everywhere. In addition, there were defeatist students, partisans of believers in defeat, who had to be checked. B. Systematically using available student elements to recruit among all Romanian masses, thus organizing them into a single army. LANC. On the LANC side, we had leaders and flags in some 40 counties. We needed a. The completion of flags for the remaining counties. B. As tight in contact as possible with the respective leaders. C. The immediate setup of precise guidelines and organizational matrix, so far non-existent but requested by county chiefs who did not know how to PM. Med-D. In resume, defensive on student lines, offensive on LANC lines. The large mass of students acted, guided by their healthy instinct of our race and by the spirit of the dead. It followed its glorious path, overcoming many difficulties. With the League, the problems were somewhat more serious. County chiefs were asking for clarifications and guidelines for organizing. People who were moved by this current had to be strengthened in their faith, indoctrinated, fully informed regarding the organizing and the objectives they had to reach in their fight. They had to be taught discipline and trust in their superiors. We were not then giving birth to a movement, but already had a full-fledged movement which had to be organized, disciplined, indoctrinated, and led into battle. When I went to Professor Cuza with the letters and requests received, he was disarmed by them, for they introduced him to a strange new world, shining like a sun and unchallengeable on the heights of the theoretical world. When he was brought down to earth on the battlefield, he became powerless. We have no need of regulations. Let them organize by themselves. Or, Young UNG. We are not in barracks to need discipline, he oftentimes told us. Then I began to write up a statute myself, down to the last detail. But realizing this was a tough job for my age, I took it to my father, and working at it several days, I effected the needed modifications in form and substance. The organizing system was simple, but different from that of the political parties up to then. The difference was that, in addition to the political organization proper, based on county village committees and members, I formed separately a youth corps organized by tens and hundreds. Our political organizations up to then had nothing like these. Later, they too adopted them in the form of Liberal Party Youth, National Peasant Party Youth, etc. When I presented the statute to Professor Cuza, the matter took on the character of real war. He would not hear of such a thing. Then an embarrassing discussion ensued for several hours between Professor Cuza and my father, which literally froze me. Suspecting that it would possibly lead to an unfortunate conflict, I regretted being the cause of this discussion. My father, a violent and rough man, took the statute and left for the printer to have it published without Professor Cuza's approval. But the latter, exercising more tact and calmer, as much as he was adamant in certain matters, was just as malleable in cases like these, and knew how to quiet things. He called my father back, telling him, "All right, let us print it, but give me a chance to look it over." He corrected it, rearranged it, added to it a doctrinaire section appeals, manifestos, then sent it to the printer. This then became the Good Romanian's Guide, and later that of LANC, the fundamental book of the League until 1935. I was satisfied that something good and absolutely necessary for the organization was really accomplished. But in my heart, I was telling myself, things are going to be tough if we need so much discussion for such elementary questions. In an organization, neither the lack of comprehension in a chief nor too much discussion are good. Modification of Art. 7 of the Constitution, March 1923. The granting of civil rights to the Jews. It was rumored for a long time that the Liberal Parliament, which was also the Constituent Assembly, thus having the mission of rewriting the Constitution, intended to modify Art. 7 in the sense of granting citizenship and political rights to all Jews present in Romania. Up to now, this article of the old Constitution prohibited the granting of citizenship to foreigners, and thus constituted a real defense shield against the invasion and meddling of the Jews in the administration of our own Romanian destiny. Giving this privilege of meddling in Romania's public affairs to as high as 2 million Jews, and to the just, settled Jew on our land, the right of equality with the Romanian who lived on this land for millennia, was both an injustice crying to high heaven and a great national menace that could not but worry and profoundly shake every Romanian who loved his country. Confronted by this situation, Professor Cuza had written a series of immortal articles showing the menace threatening the future of this nation, and the League distributed petitions throughout the country to be signed by Romania, by which it was demanded that Art. 7 of the Constitution be maintained as such. The petitions were filled with hundreds of thousands of signatures and forwarded to the Constituent Assembly. I thought it indicated that we students, while this grave question was being deliberated, should go from all centers to Bucharest, where together with the local students and the population we would demonstrate in order to stop the act enslaving our future. I left for Cernati, Cluj, and Bucharest. Students accepted my proposition and began organizing for the departure. In order to indicate the departure date, it was agreed I should send a casual telegram. But the plan failed. We had expected that the deliberations around this question would last at least 3 days, during which time we could reach Bucharest. But on March 26, the deliberations lasted less than half an hour. The Liberal government, as well as the Assembly, seemingly conscious of the act of great shame they were about to commit, sought to cover it, passing it as unnoticeably as they could. The next day following this great act of national betrayal, the so-called Romanian press, as well as the Jewish one, treated the infamous act with silence. Dimineata, the morning, Luptol, the fight, Adevărul, the truth, daily printed in bold face the conflict between landlords and renters, in Bucharest, and in a corner several words, by which they announced simply and perfidiously, Artigere, no. 7 of the old constitution has been replaced by Art. 133. The Liberal Party and the infamous Assembly of 1923 thus laid in the grave and sealed the tombstone over the future of this people. No curse of our children, of our mothers, of our old folks, of all Romanians suffering on this earth, now and forever, will be adequate to punish these traitors of their nation. Thus, in silence and in an atmosphere of general cowardice, was consummated this great act of national betrayal. Only Professor Cuza's voice, the personality now towering over the entire Romanian nation, could be heard. Romanians, the March 28, 1923. Constitution must be abolished immediately. Protest against its promulgation. Demand free elections. Organize, in order to ensure your victory. A new constitution must guarantee the Romanian nation's rights of priority as the dominant people in the state. Nah. When I heard the news in Iasi, I burst out crying. And I told myself, it cannot be. At least people ought to learn we protested. For if the people on whose neck is placed such a yoke does not protest, it is a people of imbeciles. Then I edited a manifesto addressed to Iasians, calling all Romanians to a protest meeting in the university. The news of the Jews being granted civil rights spread like lightning. The town was seething. On governmental orders, local authorities brought out the army, the gendarmes, the police. Provocations arose, followed by the interdiction of movement. Then the plan was changed. The rally, instead of being held at the university, took place at 14 points throughout the city. There is where the demonstrations and the clashes began that lasted all night. Local authorities, the army and police forces were completely baffled by the abrupt change of our plans of battle, of our meeting place, and by running from one end of the city to another, as they were informed by their agents regarding demonstrations which erupted every half hour at opposite points. The group under my command met at the toughest point, Podul Rosu, Socola, and TG Daichat. Cocului, where the Jewish impertinence maintained that never will an anti-Semitic demonstrator set foot and get out alive. No Romanian lives there. Thousands of Jews woke up and ran to and fro like a nest of worms. When we were greeted with fire, we responded with fire. We did our duty, toppling everything that stood in our path and showing the Jews that ISE, Moldavia's ancient capital, was still Romanian, and that it is our arm which rules, which can permit or forbid, which holds peace or war, which punishes or forgives. The next day the cavalry from Bariat arrived in the city to help the 2 local regiments, the police, gendarmerie, and the Jews. And the Bucharest papers came out in special editions with headlines such as, Iasi had lived a night and a day of revolution. This is how much we could do, merely children, this much we knew how to do, and at the moment the yoke was put on our shoulders. We did not accept it serenely, with a slave's resignation, with cowardice. That much we did, and took the sacred oath for all of our life to break this yoke, no matter how many battles and sacrifices would be expected of us. I went to the police prefecture the following day to take some food to those arrested. There, Iulian Sarbu was just then being interrogated as he was suspected of being the author of the manifesto. Seeing that, I went before the investigator and I said, Sarbu is not the author of the manifesto, I am. My first arrest. At the police station I was told, Mr. Codreanu, you must go to the courthouse accompanied by the agent. Why with the agent? I replied back, I go alone. This was the first time that my word was doubted. I felt offended. No, I do not go with the agent. He can, if he wishes, walk 60 feet behind me. I go alone. My word is worth more than 20 police agents. I left with the agent walking 20 feet behind me. I reached the courthouse. The agent came along and took me before the investigating Judge Katichi, who told me, "You are under arrest, and I must send you to the penitentiary." When I heard that, I saw black before my eyes. At that time, arrested was something degrading. No one among Asians was ever arrested, and no one heard of a nationalist student being arrested, let alone me, with a patriot's past. I approached his desk and told him, "Your Honor, I do not accept being arrested, and nobody is going to pick me up and take me to the penitentiary." The poor man, in order to avoid further discussion, ordered the agent to take me to the penitentiary and advised me against opposing it. Then he left. The agent tried to take me. I told him, "Go home, man, and leave me alone. You cannot take me from here." Then I am right here. Then other agents came in. I stayed there from 11 a.m. till 8 in the evening. All efforts to take me out were fruitless. I was thinking, I am guilty of no wrongdoing. I did my duty to my people. If there is a guilty party who ought to be arrested, that party is of those who wronged their people, the parliament that accorded civil rights to the Jews. Finally, all courthouse employees went home one by one, down to the ushers. Only the agents by my side and myself were left. Around 8 o'clock, 3 officers arrived. "Mr. Codreanu, we have orders to evacuate this courthouse." "All right, gentlemen, I will go out." We descended the stairs and got out of the building. To my surprise, I saw there a company of gendarmes in semicircle, prosecutors, judges, police. At that, I walked ahead and sat down in the middle of the courtyard. The authorities came to me and said, "You must go to the penitentiary." I will not go. They lifted me up, put me into a vehicle, and I was transported to the penitentiary, slowly, followed by the gendarme company on foot. At the last moment, as we were going through the gate of the prison, our boys attempted to free me, but the agent's revolver stopped them. Was it a protest against the laws? No. Dwawa. It was one against the yoke of injustice. My obstinate refusal to let myself be arrested seemed to be for me a foreboding of much suffering to come my way, once taking the path which led me inside the cold walls of prison. I was kept there 1 week until the eve of Easter. My first days in prison. Morally speaking, I took them very hard, for I could not understand that someone could be arrested when he fights for his people, and by order of those fighting against the people. Upon being released, I went home. Many Romanians came to meet me at the railroad stations, showing sympathy for me, and encouraging me to carry on the fight, which is the people's fight, which in the end will be won. The entire nation, in all its best elements, from peasant to intellectual, received with great pain the sad news of the Art 7 modification, but it could do nothing, for it woke up sold out and betrayed by the leaders. I wonder what curse on our heads and what sins condemned us Romanians to have part of such scoundrelly leaders. Here we have face to face 2 historical moments in 2 different Romanias, with 2 sets of people and with the same problem. The Constituent Assembly of 1879 in small Romania. Very small. That had the courage to withstand Europe's pressure. And the Constituent Assembly of 1923 in Greater Romania emerged from the sacrifice of our blood, which out of venal servility, under the pressures of the same Europe, does not hesitate to humiliate and endanger the life of an entire nation. The great men of Romania of 1879. The veil of forgetfulness. In the pages that follow, the readers of this book will encounter with some surprise a series of extracts from the works of several pinnacles of thought, patriotism, and character of our people. who in 1879 fiercely fought for the right to life of the Romanian people, confronting with manliness the threatening lightnings of all Europe, though the inclusion of these extract overtax and complicate the normal unfolding of the present volume, disobeying rules customarily followed in such matters. I include them not so much wishing to use them as historical arguments, but to bring to light anew these pearls of reasoning and of expression of these great forebears, whom the conspiracy of the Judeo-Masonic occult persecuted, locking them up under heavy seals and plaques of forgetfulness, just because they wrote, thought, and fought like true giants of Romanianism. Our student generation, jumping over 50 years of the abdication practiced by politicians vis the Jewish peril, identifies itself with the same convictions, sentiments, and character possessed by those of 1879, and in the moment of this sacred union bows its head in gratitude and reverence in the shadow of their greatness. Vasil Kanta. Consider the attitude our great Kanta held in the chamber in 1879. 50 years earlier, the Romanian philosopher demonstrated with unshakable scientific arguments, framed in a system of impeccable logic, the soundness of racial truths that must lie at the foundation of the national state. A theory adopted 50 years later by the same Berlin which had imposed on us the granting of civil rights to the Jews in 1879. From this, one can see the frailty of the arguments of those who attack the national movement as being inspired by the new German ideology, when, in reality, after so many years, it is Berlin that has taken up the line of Vasil Kanta, Mihail Eminescu, and the others. We, if we will not fight against the Jewish element, will perish as a nation. It is a recognized fact, even by those attacking us today, that the first condition for a state to exist and prosper is that the citizens of that state be of the same race, same blood, and this is easy to understand. First, individuals of like race usually marry only among themselves, for only thus can they retain the unity of race. Then marriage creates the family feelings which are the strongest and the most lasting ties between individuals. And when we consider that these family ties spread out until they take in all the citizens of the state, we see that the latter are attracted to one another by a general feeling of love, by what is called racial sympathy. Moreover, bearing in mind that the same blood flows through the veins of all the members of a people, one understands that all these members will have through heredity about the same feelings, about the same tendencies, and even about the same ideas, so that in perilous times, on unique occasions, their hearts will beat as one, their minds will adopt one opinion, the action of all will seek the same purpose. In other words, the nation made up of a single race will have only one center of gravity, and the state made up of such a nation, that and only that one will be in the best condition of strength, durability, and progress. In consequence, just as in the maintenance of a species, the first requisite for the existence of a state is that its people be of like race. Well, this is the truth on which the principle of nationalities is based, on which so much is being said in the civilized world. This principle of nationalities, naturally, refers only to race and not at all to what is called the subjects of the state, regardless of race, for then the principle would have no application whatever. Well, this principle is today so deeply rooted in the conscience of all people, be they statesmen or simple citizens, that nowadays all states in the civilized world come into being or are reconstituted only on this basis. Then let the Jewish publicists or the Jew lovers no longer say that the basis of the state is only a common material interest of its citizens, because, on the contrary, we see that it is exactly this. Our century That gave birth to the principle of nationalities. That prevails today more and more. True, this does not prevent foreigners from acquiring the citizenship of a state, provided they assimilate into the dominant nation, namely to mix totally so that ultimately the state remain of the same single blood. These are the only scientific principles of naturalization. For naturalization to be useful, rational, and conforming to scientific criteria, it must be granted only to those foreigners who assimilate or are inclined to do so by marriage to the indigenous. Otherwise, one can easily comprehend that granting citizenship to individuals who lack or cannot have this inclination of assimilation into the blood of the dominant race would result in a country subject to perpetual struggles between opposite tendencies. I am not saying it is impossible for various races that would exist in some country to have sometimes a common interest, that the hereditary tendencies of one race be just as favored as those of another by the same circumstances. As long as this state of affairs lasted, both indigenous and naturalized would certainly live peacefully. But circumstances change, and with them, the interests of the various races could also change. And if not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then day after tomorrow, the tendencies of the naturalized will be in conflict with those of the natives. And then the interest of some will beat odds with that of the others. And then the interests of some could not be satisfied without sacrificing those of the others. And then we would have a fight for existence between two races, with fierce battles that could only be ended either by the total abolishment of the state, or when one of the races is totally crushed, so that again only one dominant race remain in the state. Well, our national history and everyday experience have proved to us that from among all foreigners who come to us, the Turks and particularly the Jews are the ones who never intermarry with us, while other foreigners, Russians, Greeks, Italians, Germans intermarry and fuse with us, if not on the first, then during the second or third generation. But finally there comes a time when there is no distinction between these foreigners and ourselves, either as regards blood or love of country. But it is not the same with the Jews. No matter how this question would be posed or how it would be interpreted, we, if we will not fight against the Jewish element, will perish as a nation. From the discourse against the revision of the art of the Constitution, delivered in the Chamber of Deputies, extraordinary session, held on September 4, 1879, and published in the Official Monitor No. 201, dated Wednesday, September 17, 1879, pp. Watt. 5755, 6. Vasil Alexandri. While in the chamber, Vasil Kanta delivered the above-mentioned discourse. In the Senate, Vasil Alexandri, the poet of the Union, expressed the feeling of Romanians as follows. Today, Romania comes to us holding in her hands her history book so that we write in its pages either the humiliation and the loss of our people or its dignity and deliverance. Faced with this situation, unparalleled in the historical annals of the world, we must know how to lift our hearts and minds to the height of our duty, without passion, without violence, but in quiet spirit, with enlightened patriotism and noble courage that is expected of men called to decide the fate of their country. What is this new impasse? What is this new invasion? Who are the invaders? Where do they come from? What do they want? And who is the new Moses leading them to the new promised land, situated this tightening on the banks of the Danube? What are the invaders? They are an active, intelligent people, never tiring in the fulfillment of their mission, adepts of the blindest religious fanaticism, the most exclusivist of all the inhabitants of the earth, the most unassimilable with other peoples of the world. What do they want from us? To become owners of the land of this people, turning the old masters of this country into slaves, as are today the peasants of Galicia and part of Bukovina. This country is beautiful and rich. It has big cities, broad roads, advanced institutions, and a people rather unforeseeing, as are all people of Latin origin. What is easier than substituting themselves for the inhabitants of this country, and thus turning all of it into an Israelite property? If this is the plan of the present-day invaders, as everything leads us to believe, it once again proves the enterprising spirit of the Israelite people, and far from deserving blame, it is likely to attract the plaudits and admiration of practical men. We Romanians would deserve the blame if by our indifference or by the application of some fatal and absurd humanitarian theories, we would ourselves be helping in the fulfillment of this plan. The blame would fall upon our heads if fooled by these theories, understanding them inside, out, or dominated by an imaginary fright under the influence of imaginary threats. We would forget that the Romanian fatherland is a sacred storehouse entrusted to us by our parents to be transmitted whole and unstained to our children. What then would the whole country say if we created for it such a situation? What would the Romanians say who had joyously fought for the independence of the ancestral land? Our country would turn her eyes away from us in pain. The Romanian would say, "Ask no longer for my blood from now on, if the blood that was shed serves nothing but the fragmentation of my country and the demeaning of national dignity." For these considerations, when Romania comes before us today holding her history book in her band so that we may inscribe on its pages our veto, for myself, I tear out the page meant for the inscription to humiliate our country, and on the other page, write with my heart its dignity, its deliverance. From the Discourse Against the Revision of Art, 7 of the Constitution, delivered in Romania's Senate Extraordinary Session, meeting on October 10, 1879, and published in the Official Monitor No. 230, Thursday, 11/23, October 1879, pp. 6552-8. Mihail Codreanu. Here's the dignified attitude regarding the Jewish problem and the pressures exercised from abroad taken by Mihail Codreanu, Minister of Internal Affairs in 1869, titular head of that same ministry which today has become the place from which emanate the orders for torturing those of us who still fight to defend our people. All those possessing a live interest in their country have been preoccupied with stopping Jews from exploiting the people. In Romania, the Jewish question is not a religious one, but a national, and at the same time, an economic one. In Romania, Jews not only constitute a different religious community, they constitute in the full sense of the word a nationality, foreign to Romanians, by virtue of origin, language, dress, customs, and even sentiment. It is not a matter, then, of religious persecution. For if this were the case, the Israelites would face interdiction or restriction in the exercise of their cult, which is not the case. Their synagogues would not be allowed to rise freely near Christian churches. Their religious instruction, the publicity of their cult, likewise would not be tolerated. All those who visited the principalities, in particular Moldavia, were frightened by the sad aspect, not to say worse than sad, revealed by the Polish Israelites populating our towns. When they looked more closely into the commerce, industry, and this crowd's means of livelihood, these travelers became even more frightened, because they saw that the Jews are consumers only, not producers, and that their largest, and I can say their only and principal industry is the retailing of alcohol. I evicted no Jew from his domicile on the simple basis that according to all the laws of the land, the Israelites from Romania have no right of domicile in villages, as is also the case in Serbia. I restricted the future rental of taverns and nightclubs by Jews, especially by those called Galicians and Podolians. This measure was justified on the organic statute and on the law voted by the General Assembly, then sanctioned by Prince Mihai Sturza, which no succeeding law has to this day abolished, but, on the contrary, a law all ministers of internal affairs before and after the convention maintained and enforced. Proof of this are the orders of my predecessors, namely, of June 17 and 28, 1861, during Minister Costaforu, of February 5, 1866, signed by General Florescu on March 1 and April 1, 1866, issued to the Ramnikul Surat Prefecture by Prince Dmitry Gika, etc., etc. Under these conditions, not one minister, not even 10 succeeding one another in office could do other than myself and my predecessors did. Ministers of Romania, a country with a constitutional regime, we cannot govern but according to the will of the people. We are duty-bound to take into account the needs, wishes, and to a certain degree even the prejudices of this nation. This justifies the great irritation on the part of the Romanian populace, originating out of profound suffering and of a legitimate concern, for it's the voice of a nation feeling threatened in her very nationhood and her economic interests. Foreigners can stifle this voice, but it is impermissible to a Romanian minister of any party not to listen to it. That is why, not only today, but always, in all times, and under all administrations, all rulers, all statesmen of Romania, all those who possess a live interest in their country, have been preoccupied by the necessity of stopping the exploitation of the Romanian people by an alien people, the Jews. From the communication of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Mihail Corneliu, addressed to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, June 1869, regarding the Jewish question, published in the collection of old and new legislation for Romania, promulgated up through 1870 by Lone M.L. Codreanu, Bucharest 1873, the new printing press of Romanian workers, Part F. All. Titled Dispositions and Circulars, Chapter 10, pp. 8, 13-6. Mihail Eminescu. If today, when they do not yet have full civil rights or political ones, they have taken over all commerce and all small industry in Moldavia, if today they have flaunted themselves frightfully over Romanian plains, if today they are nesting in the hearth of the industrious Oltenians, what will it be like tomorrow when they will be granted equal rights, when they will be able to call themselves Romanians, when they will have inscribed into laws the formal right that this fatherland is theirs just as much as it is ours? Complete Works, The Israelite Question, p. 489, EIC, The Ionescu Georgescu Bookstore, 1914. Quoted by Alex Naum. And on page 481, by what labors or sacrifices have they won for themselves the right to aspire to equality with the Romanian people? Was it they who fought the Turks, Tartars, Poles, and Hungarians? Was it they who were punished when the old treaties were broken? Was it through their efforts that the fame of this country spread, that this language was disinterred from the veilings of the past? Was it through one of them that the Romanian people won its right to sunlight? Ion Heliade, Radulescu. Do you not see that the Kikeri in England and France do not only demand citizenship rights in Romania for their co-religionists, but privileges, a supremacy? Do they want to establish an aristocracy of money, of the golden calf? They demand that which we cannot give were we to die to the last man. Does the Kikeri in England and France believe? I wonder. Do you gentlemen believe with them that Romanians will watch calmly, while among them will settle the most sordid and filthy, the most vulgar of aristocracies, the domination of clowns, Jews, ruffians of Mammon? Under what title and on what right could such an abominable domination be established before the atrium, before the gates of the 20th century, where all humanity, except the sons of perdition, will come like a bride before the divine groom? Dares the kickery of England and France come out with the right of man based on equality, and yet have the audacity to pretend privileges and supremacy for themselves? And because they cannot invoke this right, they dare, as it struck their fancy, to coin the paradox Romanian of Israelite right, to push their specifically Jewish further audacity so far as to threaten us in the name of Europe's monarch. With what then shall the Jews conquer us? By their numbers, their force, for the good that we wish, and we have wished them, in the name of the regeneration of peoples and of the Jews themselves in the land of Palestine. We pity them and advise them as a Christian would, desirous for the salvation of all humanity, through Christ's wounds, who from the cross forgave his tormentors themselves, not to try anything of this sort, or dare to even contemplate it, let alone lay claim to something in our present era of agitation caused by Satan's angels, who tempted them. They had better not dare something of the kind, for God only knows how far Romanians may go in their legitimate and most sacred of all tempestuous furies, defending their rights as a nation having an instinct of preservation from the equilibrium between antitheses, or spirit and matter by one. Heliade Radulescu, Bucharest, published from 1859 to 1869. Part ill, entitled The Israelites and the Jews, Chapter X, pp. 383. Bogdan Petrasaicu Haidai. Thus, two ways of Jewish behavior toward us are specified in the Talmud. If you are stronger than Christians, exterminate them. If you are weaker than Christians, flatter them. But someone weaker than I, in order to become someday stronger than I, has first to pass through a middle stage in which he is equal to me. Do you now understand, I wonder, what it means to grant so-called political rights to the Jews? From Studies in Judaism, the Talmud as a Profession of Faith of the Israelite People, by B.P. Hadjoy, Director of the Historical Archives of Romania, President of the Moral and Political Sciences section of the Romanian Athenae, Bucharest. Printing House, Theodore Vaide, Descu, Basel, House No. 34, 1866, pp. 31. Costaș Negri. Jewry, 1/7 of our total population, is the saddest leprosy to which our weakness, our lack of foresight, and our venality condemned us. From the letter to Lupascu sent from Ochna, dated January 12, 1869, published in the volume Verses, Prose, Letters by C. Negri with a study on his life and writings by Igarli Anu, Minerva. Publishers, 3 Academiei Blv, Bucharest 1909, p. 106, A.D. Xenopol. We permit ourselves to introduce in the same selection of extracts the opinion of the great historian A.D. Xenopol, professor at the University of ISE. This in view of the uncontestable authority of the scientist who had lived and seen with his own eyes the painful reality of his finding. If a Romanian decides to open a store, no Jew will cross his threshold. Thus he would be bypassed by a large clientele, while Romanians are not averse to buying from Jews. It is clear that even without price rigging, the resistance of the Romanian merchant and tradesman can be broken. A Jew will never take a Romanian into his establishment, if the latter stands to learn something thereby, for Romanians are received into Jewish homes only as servants or porters. This system of exclusiveness persists strongly. In the innumerable Jewish workshops and stores which cover Moldavia from one end to the other, there is not a single Christian or Romanian apprentice, worker, foreman, accountant, cashier, salesman. Jews, then, practice against Romanians the most stringent economic exclusivism which they cannot renounce it, for it is prescribed by their own religion. From La Question Israélite en Roumanie, by A.D. Xenopol, a study published in La Renaissance Latine, Rue Boissy d'Anglas, 25, Paris 1902, p. 17. The student general strike continues. After Easter, the fight recommenced. On the LANC front, Professor Cuza continued action via the papers, while the rest of us busied ourselves organizing. The series of meetings in towns and villages began. On the student front, the modification of Art. 7 of the Constitution brought with it changes. Student leaders in Bucharest and Cluj, who believed that a student movement would ultimately persuade the government to recognize the just demands of the students, became bitterly disappointed upon seeing that not only does the government not recognize any of their demands, but that it grants the Jews political rights. So they more and more thought of capitulating. In Cluj, the president convoked a meeting in which he suggested the best thing to do was to go back to classes. The student mass rejected his proposal, declaring that they were fighting to preserve their honor and that the fight should be fought to the very last limit of resistance. The supporters of this thesis were Ion Mota, Corneliu Georgescu, Isaac Mocanu, and all our groups. Alexa resigned, and to replace him as president of the Student Center Petru Meyer, Ion Mota was elected along with a new committee. The government's assault to make students resume their classes failed this time also, but the leaders were sacrificed. Ion Mota and 6 others were forever expelled from all universities for their uncompromising attitude. In Bucharest, a group headed by Simeonescu and Danielescu began to replace the leadership that had been becoming increasingly undecided and weak. Here, too, the government failed in its attempt to open classes after Easter. June 1923. 2 more months of heroic resistance, misery, and pressures have passed, with students exhausted. In Bucharest, the university was reopened for exams, if only for Jewish and renegade students. On opening day, the army was posted in the university. Student clashes occurred out front but were too weak to longer deter its opening. The government's plan was to open the universities one by one, leaving IASI for the last, and presenting IASI with the fait accompli of 3 operating universities. A week later in Cluj, several days after that in Cernati, the universities opened with the army present under the same conditions as in Bucharest. In another week, the difficult hour of IASI was to come. It was isolated by the government alone, with its student forces considerably diminished. On the opening eve, knowing tomorrow morning the army would enter the university, we planned to occupy it ourselves during the night. Before dark, I sent a trusted student who entered the lobby and pulled back the bolts of 2 large windows in such a manner that this would go undetected, so that being pushed from the outside, they would open. Not yet sharing this plan with anyone, I convoked a 9 o'clock meeting of 100 students in the Bijan Hall. At 10 o'clock, we occupied the university. We raised on its facade the swastika banner. A little later, the rector of the university arrived, Professor Sindunscu. He was let in. He talked to us, urging us to leave the university. We replied, explaining to him our reasons. Several hours later, he left. We organized ourselves for guard duty and stayed there the whole night. Next morning, the students arrived at the university in large numbers. Invigorated, they unanimously resolved to continue the fight. The Jewish papers were furiously attacking us. 2 days later, Cluj, in a fight, tried to retake their university from the hands of the gendarme. After 2 more days, Bucharest and Samari followed suit. These fights led to student risings again and to the closing anew of all universities. The academic year ended. The Romanian youth had passed a unique exam in resistance, character, and solidarity. Honor to the student body, which for its steadfastness, taking so many blows, has given an example of collective will, yet unsurpassed in the history of the world's university. No country has ever witnessed students united in a single soul, and assuming unto themselves all responsibility and all risks, being able to maintain a general strike for 1 year in order to prove their faith, seeking through their demonstration to awaken the conscience of an entire nation, faced by the gravest problem of her existence. This is a beautiful page, an heroic page written by the suffering of this youth in the book of the Romanian nation. The plans of Judaism against the Romanian nation, against the Romanian people. Whoever imagines that the Jews are some poor unfortunates, arrived here haphazardly, brought by winds, pushed by fate, etc., is mistaken. All Jews over the entire world form a great collectivity bound together by blood and by the Talmudic religion. They are constituted into a very strict state, having laws, plans, and leaders making these plans. At the foundation, there is the Cabal. So, we do not face some isolated Jews, but a constituted power, the Jewish community. In every city or market town where a number of Jews settle, the Cabal, the Jewish community there, is immediately formed. This Kahal has its own leaders, separate judicial setup, taxes, etc. and holds the entire Jewish population of that locality tightly united around itself. It is here, in this tiny Kahal of market town or city, that all plans are made. How to win over local politicians and authorities. How to infiltrate certain circles of interest to them, such as magistrates, officers, high officials. What plans to use to take over such and such branch of commerce from the hands of a Romanian. How to destroy a local anti-Semite. How to destroy an incorruptible representative of local authority who might oppose Jewish interests. What plans to apply when, squeezed beyond endurance, the populace would revolt and erupt into anti-Semitic movements. We shall not delve deeper into these plans here. In general, the following methods are used. For winning over local politicians. 1. Gifts. 2. Personal favors. 3. Financing the political machine for propaganda, leaflet printing, traveling expenses, etc. If there are several bankers in town or rich Jews, each is assigned to a specific political party. 2. And 2. For winning over local authorities. 1. Party 1. Corruption, bribery. A policeman from the smallest town in Moldavia, in addition to the pay he receives from the state, gets monthly another salary or two. Once he accepts a bribe, he becomes the Jew's slave, and if he does not follow orders, then they use on him the second weapon. 2. Blackmail. If he does not comply, his bribe-taking is revealed. 3. The third weapon is destruction. If they realize you cannot be swayed or subjected, they will try to destroy you, searching well your weaknesses. If you drink, they will seek an opportunity to compromise you through alcohol. If you are a skirt chaser, they will send you a woman who will compromise you or destroy your family. If you are violent by nature, they will send your way another violent man who will kill you or whom you will kill and then go to prison. 4. If you lack all of these defects, then they will employ the lie, whispered or printed calumny, and denounce you to your superiors. In the market towns and cities invaded by Jews, local authorities are either in a state of bribery, a state of blackmail, or in a state of destruction. 3. In order to infiltrate into various circles or around some highly placed people, they use 1. Servility. 2. Boards of directors. 3. Base personal favors. 4. Flattery. Thus, all politicians are given Jewish secretaries, because they are handy at doing the shopping, shining the shoes, rocking the babies, holding the briefcase, etc., while at the same time cajoling and insinuating themselves. A Romanian is not going to be as good, for he is less refined, is not perfidious, comes from the plow, and particularly because he wants to be a faithful soldier, guarding his honor, refusing to be a valet. 4. Plans to ruin a Romanian merchant. 1. Flanking the Romanian, either with 1 or 2 Jewish merchants. 2. Selling merchandise below cost, the loss being made up by special funds given by the Kahal. This is how Romanian merchants re-ruined one by one. To these can be added A. The commercial superiority of the Jew, resulting from a commercial practice much older than that of the Romanian. B. The Jew's superiority competing under the Cabal's protection. The Romanian enjoys no protection from the Romanian state, but only miseries imposed by the local authorities corrupted by the news. The Romanian does not fight the next-door Jew, but the Cabal, and that is why one readily understands that the individual will be rushed if he fights the coalition. The Romanian has no one, a parent state to raise him, advise, and help. He is left by himself to his fate, while faced by the powerful Jewish coalition. It is easy to repeat the formula of all politicians of Mihalache's allegory. Let the Romanian become a merchant. Let these Romanian politicians show us a single Romanian merchant who was assisted by the state. A single school that was meant to really educate merchants, not bank officials or clerks. Let them show us only one institution built by them which helped with a small capital or guided some young graduate of a commercial school on the road to commerce. It was not the Romanian who deserted the road to commerce, but these politicians who deserted their duty as leaders and counselors of the nation. The Romanian, abandoned by his leaders, was left alone to face the organized Jewish coalition, the fraudulent maneuvers, and the honest competition, and he was defeated. But the hour will come when these leaders will have to account for their wrongdoing against the Romanian land. I repeat once again, we are not before some poor individuals who wandered here haphazardly by themselves in quest of shelter. We face a Judaic state, an army that comes into our land to conquer us. Jewish population movements are affected against Romania, according to a well-established plan. The Great Judaic Council probably seeks to establish a new Palestine on a section of land extending from the Baltic Sea down through parts of Poland and Czechoslovakia, then covering half of Romania to the Black Sea, whence they could easily establish contact by water with the other Palestine. Where is the naive person who can believe that the population movements of Jewish masses occur unplanned? They come according to plan, but lack the courage to battle, to face risks, to shed their blood in order to justify, at least by these traits, some right to this land. How do we know these plans? We know them for certain by drawing conclusions from the enemy's movements. Any troop commander attentively following the enemy's action realizes the plans he is seeking. It is an elementary matter. Was there a leader in all the wars of this world who knew the adversary's plans because he sat in on their making? No. He knew them perfectly from what the enemy did. In order to break all power of resistance of the Romanian people, the Jews will apply a truly unique and diabolical plan. 1. They will try to break the spiritual ties of the Romanian to heaven and to earth. To break our ties with heaven, they will engage in widespread dissemination of atheistic theories in order to separate the Romanian people, or at least some of the leaders, from God. Separating them from God and their dead, they can destroy them, not by sword, but by severing the roots of their spiritual life. To break our ties binding us to the land, the material source of a nation's existence, they will attack nationalism, labeling it outmoded, and everything related to the idea of fatherland and soil, in order to cut the love thread tying the Romanian people to their furrow. 2. In order to succeed in this, they will endeavor to get control of the press. 3. They will take advantage of every opportunity to sow discord in the Romanian camp, spreading misunderstandings, quarrels, and if possible to split it into factions fighting each other. 4. Will seek to gain control of most of the means of livelihood of the Romanians. 5. They will systematically urge Romanians onto licentiousness, destroying their families and their moral fiber. 6. They will poison and daze them with all kinds of drinks and other poisons. Anyone wishing to conquer and destroy a people could do it by using this system, breaking its ties with heaven and land, introducing fratricidal quarrels and fights, promoting immorality and licentiousness, by material ruin, physical poisoning, drunkenness, All these destroy a nation more than being blasted by thousands of cannon or bombed by thousands of airplanes. Let the Romanians look back a bit to see whether against them this system has not been used with precision and tenacity, truly a murderous system. Let the Romanians open their eyes to read the press for the last 40 years since it has been under Jewish control. Let them reread Adevărul, the truth, Dimineața, the morning, Lupta, the fight, Opinia, the opinion, Lumea, the world, etc. And see if from each page this plan does not constantly emerge. Let the Romanians open their eyes to see the disunity in present-day Romanian public life. Let them open their eyes and see well. The Jews use these plans like poison gas in a war, to be used against the enemy, not their own people. They propagate atheism for Romanians, but they themselves are not atheistic, as they fanatically hold to respecting their most minute religious precepts. They want to detach Romanians from their love for the land, but they grab land. They rise up against the national idea, but they remain chauvinistically loyal to their own nation. Against the student movement. Whoever believes that the forces of Jewish power have no plans for the student movement is mistaken. Being so far fooled in their expectations, Jews remained disoriented for a moment. They tried to oppose the students by maneuvering the workers in the communist movement, namely other Romanians. But they were not successful, because on one hand, these workers were drained of strength, and on the other, they too began to realize that we fight and suffer for their rights and for the Romanian nation. Many of them were, in their hearts, on our side. The Jews, realizing their failure to put the workers across our path, then set the government and all the politicians against the students. By what means? Political parties need money and loans from abroad, and when in power, votes. Favorable press when in opposition. Jews threatened to cut off financing needed for election propaganda of various political parties, threatened with the cooperation of Jewish international finance to run down loans to the government, threatened to control a large mass of votes through which, now that they had civil rights, they might decide victory or defeat through the democratic system. They threatened to manipulate the press, which they control almost entirely and without whose support a political party or government can be defeated. Money, press, and votes determine life and death in a democracy. The Jews control all of them, and through these the Romanian political parties turned into simple tools in the hands of the Judaic power. So that we who had begun fighting the Jews find ourselves all at once fighting the government, political parties, local authorities, the army, while the Jews sit quietly on the side. Jewish arguments and attitudes. What will foreign countries say of the Romanian anti-Semitic movement which takes us back to barbarism? What will men of science civilization say? Our politicians will repeat to us at every step this Jewish argument, printed daily in all the papers. When finally, after 8 years, Germany, notwithstanding all her civilization and culture, rises up against Jewry and defeats the Hydra through Adolf Hitler, that argument is dropped. Then they bring forth another. You are in Germany's service, paid by the Germans to engage in anti-Semitism. Where do you get the funds? And again Romanian politicians, soulless, characterless, honorless, mimic the tune of the Jewish press. Whence the money? You are in Germany's pay. In 1919, 1920, 1921, the entire Jewish press was assaulting the Romanian state, unleashing disorder everywhere, urging violence against the regime, the form of government, the church, Romanian order, the national idea, patriotism. Now, as if by a miracle, the same press, controlled by the same men, changed into a defender of the state's order of laws, declares itself against violence, while we become the country's enemies, extremists of the right, in the pay and service of Romania's enemies, etc. And in the end we will hear also this, that we are financed by the Jews. I wonder, when will that day come, when every Romanian will understand the lies and perfidious argumentations of the Jews and reject them as something of satanic origin. I wonder, when will that moment come in which they will comprehend the perversity of this race? Here is how 3 Romanian university professors, A.C., Cuza, Popescu, and Sumulanu, were treated in the Israelite Courier, official organ of the Union of Naturalized Jews of April 23, 1922, in the editorial titled The Ghosts. A clique of clowns and public offenders got together to set up a band of wrongdoers. And to the country's shame among them, one finds 3 professors of our universities. And these specimens, these belated ghosts, want to revive anti-Semitism. And some retrograde clowns will succeed in this, now when official anti-Semitism is vanishing, and the universal vote will also inevitably bring along the democratization of our public and social life. No, it is in vain they work. These ghosts are not going to halt mankind in its onward march, nor will it be necessary to pierce their hearts with a sharp pole. The ridiculousness of their treachery will definitively finish them. We have reported earlier the savage action originated by the so-called National Christian Union, composed of some 5 1/2 silly characters, in order to fix them, once and for all, in their infamous posture, and call it to the attention of Jews that there still are wrongdoers around, against whom they should defend themselves. So then, clique of clowns, public offenders, band of wrongdoers, specimens, belated ghosts, treachery, savage action, infamous posture. TBIs is what Professors Cuza, Popescu, and Sumulanu, teachers of Romanianism, are, and what their action to save the nation is. We have taken outrage after outrage, ridicule after ridicule, slap after slap, until we have come to see ourselves in this frightening situation. Jews are considered as defenders of Romanianism, sheltered from any unpleasantness, leading a life of peace and plenty, while we are considered enemies of our nation with our liberty and life, endangered and hunted down like rabid dogs by all the Romanian authorities. I witnessed with my own eyes these times, and lived through them, and I was saddened to the depths of my soul. It is dreadful to fight for years on end for your fatherland. Your heart is pure as tears, while enduring misery and hunger. Then find yourself suddenly declared an enemy of your country, persecuted by your own kind, told that you write because you are in the pay of foreigners, and see the entire Jewry master over your land, assuming the role of defender of Romanianism and caretaker of the Romanian state, menaced by you, the youth of the country. Night after night we were troubled by these thoughts, occasionally feeling disgusted and immensely ashamed, and we were seized by sadness. Would it not be better for us, we reflected, to go out into the world, or would it not be more suitable to seek vengeance, whereby all of us would perish, both we and the Romanian traitors, as well as the heads of the Judaic popular superstition, according to which, in order to prevent a ghost from disturbing the peace of the living, the head is disinterred, and his heart is pierced with harm. TRL. The Congress of the Student Movement's Leaders. IASI, August 22-25, 1923. In a limited committee in Bucharest, it was decided a first Congress of the leaders and delegates of the student movement be held following 1 year of struggle. This Congress was to take place in Cluj on August 22-25, 1923. Moda, the president of the Petru Meyer Student Center, wrote us that local authorities informed him they were ordered to interdict this Congress. We, the IAsians, replied to Cluj as well as to the other centers that we would take on the responsibility for this Congress to be held in IASI, even if the government wished to forbid it. Our offer was accepted, and we fulfilled our duty of making the arrangements for the quartering of the 40 known delegates. On the morning of 22 August, we went to the railway station to meet the delegation from Cluj, headed by Ion Mota. Then the one from Cernati, headed by Tudos Popescu and Carstanu. And the one from Bucharest, led by Napoleon Cretu, Simeonisiu, and Rapinu. At 10 o'clock, we headed in corpore for the cathedral to pray and have a requiem celebrated in memory of student war dead, one of whom was the former president of the Student Center, Captain Stefan Petrovici. But to our great chagrin, we found the gates of the cathedral chained shut and guarded by gendarmes. Meantime, old Professor Gavanescu also arrived. Then, uncovering our heads, we kneeled in the middle of the street, in front of the church which not even the infidel Turks had closed to those wanting to pray. As the priest Stubai happened to come by, seeing us kneeling, he approached us and read a few prayers. Then, bareheaded, in silence and very saddened, we covered the distance to the university, walking down the middle of the street, with stares from the Jews being shot at us like arrows from their doorways and shop windows. The local authorities, flanked by numerous police forces, expecting us on the university steps, informed us that the Ministry of International Affairs forbade the Congress. The prosecutor stopped and warned us to disperse. Irritated, I replied, "Mr. Wenasai, prosecutor, I know we live in a country ruled by law. The Constitution guarantees us the right to meet. And you, sir, know better than I that a minister cannot abrogate these rights guaranteed us by the Constitution. Consequently, in the name of the law that not we, but you, disobey, we call upon you to step aside, or not." Hardened by the sacrilege committed an hour earlier when the church's gates were chained, and we were prevented from praying, being now faced by a second unjust and humiliating provocation. Out of being prevented from entering our own home, the university, seizing these measures constituted a brazen lawlessness, we burned everything in our path, and after some fighting, forcibly occupied the university. The 13th Regiment, arriving a moment later, surrounded the university. We barricaded ourselves in, guarding all entrances, while outside each window we could see 3 soldiers posted, bayonets at ready. The Congress opened in the auditorium of the School of Law at 12 noon, under a heavy atmosphere in this inauspicious situation. The delegates, pale with indignation, muted by the sorrow of what happened at the cathedral and here, felt throughout the deserted halls an air of profound sadness. Everybody was worried about a possible army assault on the university and of the inevitable consequences. We delivered no discourses. The Congress fathomed the seriousness of the situation and was apprehensive of grave repercussions. I was chosen as president for the first day. We began by denouncing the day's events. Several asked for the floor to protest. Then we began discussions regarding the movement. What attitude do we take as the new school year opens? Do we capitulate? Difficult. A whole year of struggle with no result. On the contrary, shamed, humiliated, beaten. Do we keep on? Again, difficult. Students are exhausted. They cannot carry on a second year of battle. Yet Moda, Tudose Popescu, Simeonescu, and myself plead for continuing our fight, plead for sacrifice, as nothing would come from capitulation but shame and humiliation. And it was impossible that out of sacrifice something better would not bear fruit for our nation. By 8 o'clock it was dark. Outside in the town we heard commotion and noise. Constantin Pancu, the veteran fighter of 1919, surrounded by the students, remained outside. A large number of townspeople, gathered at Tufi Cafe and carrying torches, tried to advance up the hill toward the university to bring us several sacks of bread. We all jumped to the windows to look out. The demonstrators broke the cordon at Tufli Cafe and ran up the hill. A second cordon, at Corneliu Saint, was also broken in a tough fight. We heard outbursts of hurrahs. Likewise, a third cordon was overcome. We got ready to make an assault from the inside to get out, but our people on the outside could not break through the fourth cordon. One could hear Panku's voice, his sack of bread at his feet. They are our children. We were crying tears of joy. It is for this people we fight, and it would not let us down. At 9 o'clock, negotiations began between us and the authorities through Napoleon Cretu. All the students were promised immediate freedom, provided I be turned into them. The students refused. At about 11, they sent word to us we could leave in groups of 3, naturally intending to apprehend me as we left. We accepted. Every minute a group of 3 left. At the door, they were closely scrutinized by 4 commissars and agents. I quickly took off my national costume, gave it to a comrade, and donned his clothes. I left with Simeonescu and a 3rd student. As the door swung open, I dropped some coins out of my pocket. As they hit the pavement, all commissars looked downward and asked, "What did you lose, gentlemen?" We, our heads also bent, looking for the coins, answered, "Some change." Simeonescu lingered behind talking with them, searching for money by striking matches, while I escaped. We fixed the continuation of our Congress for the 2nd day outside of town, at the Setatuia Monastery in the greatest secrecy. I sneaked up there disguised as a locomotive stoker, and I was lucky enough to be unrecognized even by the delegates. Ion Mota presided. With our sentries placed in strategic positions, we could detect anyone's approach a mile away. We worked in quiet and stayed there until late that day. Propositions were made, decisions taken. It was also at this meeting that December 10 was proclaimed a national holiday for the Romanian students. On the 3rd day, deliberations continued in a small forest on the Galata Hill. By a majority, it was decided to continue the strike. An action committee of 5 was elected to direct the actions of the entire student movement in all universities. The committee members were Ion Mota in Cluj, Tudos Popescu in Cernăuți, Iliga Miada in Iasi Simeonescu in Bucharest, and myself. By forming this committee, the old student leadership in Bucharest, insufficiently informed and indecisive, fell for good. It continued in name, but no longer led. For the first time, it was officially decided to give the movement a new orientation. On one hand, to fight the political parties, considered by us to be estranged from our nation, and on the other, to strengthen the faith in a new Romanian movement, which must be officially helped by the students to attain victory. The League of Christian National Defense. The Congress concluded its work on the 4th day in the house of Mrs. Gica on Carol Saint in the evening. Everyone left for his university, and I left for Câmpul Lung to organize the LANC Congress in Bucovina, in which Professor Cuza and all leaders of the movement were to participate. I had a hard time getting there, for an arrest warrant had been issued for me. As I was traveling, I rejoiced over all the decisions made by the Congress, which were in the spirit of our views, but especially because we gained for our side a man, Ion Mota, the president of the Petru-Meyer Center in Cluj. The LANC Congress at Câmpul Lung. The Congress at Câmpul Lung took place on Monday, September 17.923. We held it only after a tough battle, because the government had forbidden it, and to enforce its edict, sent in troops from Cernăuți under the command of a colonel. Strong troop cordons were set up at each entrance to the town. We concentrated all our forces at the west entrance into town from Sadova, Pojarata. There we broke cordons, thanks to the archers from Vatra Dornei and Condreni, giving us a whole hour to get the entire convoy of several hundred wagons through. The Congress convened in the town's churchyard. The speakers were Professor C. Uze, my father, Dr. Catalin, LANC's president for Bucovina, Tudos Popescu, then brothers Octav and Valerian Danielinu, who enthusiastically had organized this imposing Congress with the help of Dr. Catalin and I. Those proud mountain peasants with their long locks, dressed in white shirts and thick woven coats, upon hearing the sound of the long mountain horn, gathered in their town, many in number and stormy as never before. They thought the hour had struck, awaited for centuries, for the Romanian to trample underfoot the hydra that has been sucking him dry, and that he emerged to assume his rights as master of his country, his mountains, his rivers, and his towns. They carried the burden of the war. Their sacrifice of blood on all fronts created Greater Romania. But to their great chagrin and disappointment, Greater Romania did not meet their expectations, because Greater Romania refused to break the chains of Jewish enslavement that had been torturing them for so long. Greater Romania abandoned the MTO, further Jewish exploitation, and brought down upon their heads the whiplashes of politicians who would send them into prisons when they tried to reclaim their stolen historical rights. And forests in Bukovina, all those mountains laden with first belonging to the Orthodox Church, which was now infused with politics and estranged, were given to the Jew and Bob for exploitation of the firewood at the unheard of price of 10 lei per cubic yard, while a Romanian peasant had to pay 3.5 lei. The mountains' forests fall under the merciless Jewish axe. Poverty and sorrow spreads over the Romanian villages. Mountains become barren rock, while Anhau and his kin carry constantly and tirelessly their gold-laden coffers over the border. The partner in crime of the Jew, in exploiting the misery of thousands of peasants, was the Romanian politician who gorged himself on his portion of this fabulous profit. The rally delegated 30 leading peasants to go to Bucharest under the leadership of Dr. Catalin and Valer Danielanu, see the Prime Minister, and ask him to take steps against the devastation of their mountains by revoking the Anhau church contract and due, to thus show their love for and gratitude to the young people who had aroused them to battle. Beg him to put humorous clauses in the schools. Judas Popescu and I were also chosen by the rally to accompany the 30 peasants to Bucharest. The Romanian monetary unit died D2R. I left for Bucharest ahead of them in order to see to it that these peasants who came to the capital of their country for the first time were well received by the students. These peasants were approaching Bucharest with such purity of heart, with so much pain and so many expectations to plead our cause as well as theirs. The expense of their trip was disproportionately great compared to their poor means. Upon their arrival in Bucharest, the students received them royally, these kings of all times of the Romanian people, and they got off the train in their sacred capital with eyes full of tears. But behind the railway station there waited Prosecutor Rescanu, police commissars and cordons of gendarmes that prevented their going through. The gendarmes and police commissars were then ordered to strike us. Rifle butts and sticks rained blows upon the white heads of the peasants and on their serene faces. The furious students then, placing the old peasants in the middle of their group, charged and broke the first cordon, hastened toward the Polytechnical School where they broke the second one, then a third, and escaped into Mataș Masalaru Square. The peasants wept. One of them, seized by uncontrollable indignation, tore his shirt. Next day, we all went to Gogu Cantacuzino St. But, to the ministerial presidency to be received by the Prime Minister. We were put off till the next day. Finally, we were told we would be received on the third day. We came. We entered a hall and waited about an hour, quietly, talking in whispers and walking tiptoe. The office chief showed up. "Gentlemen, go home. The Prime Minister cannot receive you. He is entering the Council of Ministers." "But we came from afar," we tried to say. The door was closed in our faces. I was thinking, each man spent 1,000 lei on his fare alone. Shall we go back home not accomplishing anything? They can stay in Bucharest no longer. I grabbed the door with both hands and began to shake it with all my might, shouting at the top of my voice, "Let us in, or else I'll break down the door and enter forcibly." I kicked at the door with my foot. The peasants raised a clamor and put their shoulders to the door. The door opened and about 10 frightened individuals appeared, their hair on end, their faces yellow. I think they were newspapermen. "What is it you want, gentlemen?" they asked. "Tell the Prime Minister, if he does not let us in, we'll break everything here and force our way in." Several minutes later, the doors were opened wide before us and we entered. We climbed a flight of stairs. There in a hall, standing, tall and straight as a pole, stood Ion Brătianu. Behind him, Ministers Angelescu, Florescu, Constantinescu, Vintila Brătianu, and others. "What do you want, good men?" he asked. The two of us, young students, were still full of indignation, and we would have liked to appear fiercer, thus imparting the true note of the group's state of spirit. But the peasants, having trod with their country shoes on marble stairs and plush carpets, softened up. "Your Highness, Sir Prime Minister, we kiss your hands and keep ourselves respectfully at your feet. What do we want? We want justice, for the Jews have invaded us. They take out our timber by the hundreds of train flat cars, while it rains in our homes through leaks in the roof, for we even lack shingles with which to cover them. We cannot keep our children in schools any longer. The Jews also filled our schools, and our children will become their hired hands." Then other peasants spoke. Ion Brătianu listened, made no mention of our ruckus in the antechamber, and finally, after the peasants added, "We also ask for the university students, our children, that numerus clausus be implemented as they have requested." He responded, "Go home and have patience, because I will have the forest question looked into. As regards numerus clausus, it cannot be done. Show me but one single state in Europe that introduced this measure, and I, too, will introduce it." But Europe would wake up only 10 years later and introduce numerus clausus, thus recognizing our just cause. However, Ionel Brătianu would not live long enough to keep his promise, and his successors would be only low-level servants of Judaism who would raise their fists to strike us and kill us on order of their alien masters. We all left, holding no hope. Nothing is going to be done. As an immediate consequence of the audience, several hours later, Dr. Catalin, who headed the delegation, and Valer Danielianu were arrested. A group of students that evening staged a hostile demonstration before the house of the Minister of the Interior. The student Vladimir Frimu was arrested and incarcerated in the Vacaresti prison. The rest of us then left for Campo Lung. The October 1923 student plot, an attempt at revenge to serve as an example to future generation. Moda also came to Campo Lung to join me in going to Petru Raraz's hermitage on the Raro Mountain, the mountain I particularly love. As we climbed it, Moda shared with me his inner turmoil. Students can no longer carry on next fall, and rather than all of us accepting shameful capitulation following a year of struggle, it would be better to urge them to resume classes, and we, who have led them, end the movement nobly by sacrificing ourselves and taking down with us all those we find most guilty of having betrayed the Romanian interests. Nay, let us procure handguns and fire on them, giving a terrifying example to be long remembered throughout Romanian history. What will become of us after that, whether we shall die or whether we shall spend the rest of our days in prison, would no longer matter. Hey, I agreed that the final act of our fight be, at the price of our downfall, an act of punishment for the pygmies who, deserting the posts of great responsibility they were holding, humiliated and exposed the Romanian nation to untold dangers. We felt in that moment, bubbling in our veins, the blood which demanded vengeance for all the injustices and the long chain of humiliations to which our people had been subject. Shortly after this, there gathered at Mr. B. Madnaru's home on 12 Save Susing, Ion Moda, Corneliu Georgescu, and Vernicescu, Flori Cluj, Lai Gamada, Radu Mironici, Leonida Bandac, and myself from Iasi, and Tudos Popescu from Cernati. The first problem we had to face was to decide who were the principal guilty parties, who were most responsible for the state of misery which seized the whole country, Romanians or Jews. We unanimously agreed that the first and greatest culprits were the treacherous Romanians who, for Judas's silver pieces, betrayed their people. The Jews are our enemies, and as such they hate, poison, and exterminate us. Romanian leaders who cross into their camp are worse than enemies. They are traitors. The first and fiercest punishment ought to fall first on the traitor, second on the enemy. If I had but one bullet and I were faced by both an enemy and a traitor, I would let the traitor have it. We agreed on the names of several individuals who had betrayed their country, namely, 6 cabinet ministers, George Marzescu heading the list. At last, the hour was striking for those scoundrels who never imagined they would have to account for their deeds in a country in which they considered themselves the absolute masters over a people incapable of any reaction. The hour in which they would have to answer with their lives. This time the nation was sending its avengers through the invisible ties of the soul. Then we took up the second category, the Jews. Which ones should we choose from the 2 million? We pondered, discussed, and finally concluded that the real chiefs of the Judaic attack on Romania are the rabbis. All rabbis in all market towns and cities. They lead the entire Jewish mass to attack, and wherever a Romanian falls, he does not fall by chance. He falls because he was marked by a rabbi. Behind every politician who sold out, there is the brains of a rabbi who laid the groundwork and ordered the kahal, or the Jewish banker, to close the deal and pay him off. Behind every Jewish newspaper to inspire slander, lies, instigation, there is a rabbi. But there are only a few of us, so we chose only the big cats in Bucharest. Had we had the numerical strength, we would have taken absolutely all of them. Then we picked the bankers, Aristide and Mauriciu Blanc, who corrupted all parties and all Romanian politicians by putting them on boards of directors and showering them with money. Bercovici, who financed the Liberal Party. Blanc took charge in particular of the National Peasant Party. But he felt capable of buying the liberals too. Then we looked over the Jews of the press. The most insolent ones, the poisoners of souls, Ub ruler of Moldavia, 1527 to 1000, 1538, 1541 to 1546. Rosenthal, Filderman, Honiginen, Figure directors of the papers, Diminuita, The Morning, Adeverol, The Truth, Lupta, The Fight, all these the enemies of Romanianism. We left for Bucharest in groups, saying to Iasi goodbye forever. I left a letter for the students in which I explained the justification for our gesture, bade them farewell, and urged them to go back to classes, but fully to keep the faith till final victory. We all wrote to our parents and comrades in arms. In Bucharest, we met again at Danielescu's house. We had known him for some time now, and he had made a good impression on us. He was not included in this team, but he gladly put us up. We left his place that evening at 8 o'clock to go to Dragos at 41 13th of September, St., where we were to clarify details and determine when our action should begin. We were hardly gathered together when a pale Dragos came into the room, saying, "Brothers, the police have surrounded the house." This was on the evening of October 8, 1923, at about 9 o'clock, a moment of confusion in which we had no time to even talk. We just directed our searching looks to one another. Then I stepped out into the foyer, whence I could see the figure of General Nicolaeanu and his commissars, who were forcing the door. The next second, the door gave way and the house was filled by commissars. General Nicolaeanu shouted, "Hands up!" But we had no time, as we were each grabbed by 2 commissars and placed in line. Myself in the right flank, then Mota, Corneliu Georgescu, Tudos Popescu, Radu Mironovici, Vernicescu, Dragos. Turn over your revolvers. We do not have any, we answered. Only Moda had a Browning 635 and Vernicescu. Then they took us out of the house one at a time, each with his arms gripped by two commissars, and put us individually into waiting cars. Behind us, in the house, Dragos's old mother was crying. The cars started. Where were they taking us, we wondered. We did not utter one word. We asked no questions of those who held us prisoner, who, themselves, also kept silent. After riding through a few streets, we reached police headquarters. They had us get out and go into a room where they searched our pockets. They took away everything we had on us, including collar and tie. This frisking, this stripping of our collars, this treatment as if we were pickpockets was most humiliating. But we were only at the beginning of this road of humiliation. With faces to the wall, not allowed to turn our heads, and kept in this position for some time. We were thinking, free men several hours earlier, proud and determined to break the chains of our people. Look what we have become. Some poor, powerless unfortunates stiffly facing a wall by orders of law. Some miserable police agents, frisked like robbers, stripped of our personal effects. Why? It was with this humiliation that our great suffering began, which little by little would rend our hearts. I think there is no greater suffering for a fighter who lives in dignity and honor than being disarmed, than humiliated. Death is always sweeter than this. Next, we were taken to a room and seated 5 yards apart on benches, with the agents at our side, being forbidden to look at one another. We sat there like that for hours until we were called for interrogation. Sharers in these long, burdensome hours were, besides myself, Mota, Tudos Popescu, Radu Mironovici, Corneliu Georgescu, Vernicescu, and Dragos. After a while, one by one, we were called to be questioned in a large room with the prosecutor, the investigating judge, General Nicolianu, and some government representatives there. My turn came towards morning. There they placed before me some of my letters and 2 baskets containing all our revolvers that were hidden in a supposedly quite safe place. I could not figure out how they got there. I could understand we were caught, but who told where the handguns were hidden? My questioning began. I had no idea what the others had declared, and we had no previous understanding among ourselves as to what to declare, for we had not dreamed we would find ourselves in such a predicament. That is why I weighed the situation and took the decision I considered best. A minute at the crossroads. When the first question was put to me, though 3 minutes had elapsed since coming into the room, I had not yet sized up the situation enough to take a decision. I felt overwhelmed by weariness and was profoundly shaken. And when I was asked to reply, I said, "Gentlemen, please grant me a minute of reflection before I reply." No one named. The question was, to deny or not to deny. That minute, I strained all the powers of my mind and soul and decided to deny nothing, to tell the truth, and not timidly or remorsefully, but courageously. Yes, these handguns are ours. We wanted to shoot with them the ministers, rabbis, and the big Jewish bankers. They asked me for their names. When I started giving them their names, beginning with Alexandru Constantinescu, and ending with the Jews blank, Filderman, Berkovici, Honigman, all those present stared goggle-eyed more and more, terrified. From this I suspected that the comrades, questioned before me, had denied everything. So why kill them? The former because they betrayed their country, the latter as enemies and corrupters. And do you not regret it now? No, we regret nothing. Though we have fallen, it does not matter. Behind us, there are tens of thousands who think likewise. Saying this, I felt freed from the boulder of humility under which I would have further sunk had I denied everything. Now I was standing on my faith that brought me here, proudly facing both my fate and those who seemed to hold the right of life or death over me. Had I denied everything, I would have had to stay on the defensive against the accusation lodged against me, begging indulgence, gaining the goodwill of my inquisitors. At the trial to follow, and on the basis of written proof in their possession, we would have had to experience a painful and shameful test denying our own writing and our own beliefs, denying the truth, which went counter to our conscience and the honor of our movement. Representatives of a great student movement, should we lack the courage of taking responsibility for our deeds and faith? In this case, the country and our comrades on the outside would not have learned our intentions, whereas the only fruit of our suffering, no matter how long it might be, was exactly that the country be enlightened so it could at least know its enemies better. Then they demanded that I put these declarations down on paper in my own handwriting. I did so. In the end I added, the date had not been decided upon. They caught us while discussing this. I proposed to move in 1 or 2 weeks, at which the interrogators stopped me, insisting more and more that I not put down these particulars. It was only later that I realized their reasons for this insistence, because my last phrase blew the juridical value of the entire accusation, being our defense point, for a conspiracy demands 4 elements. 1. An association of individuals with one aim in mind. 2. The designation of victims. 3. The acquisition of weapons. 4. A date established for the action. But since we had not yet decided upon a date for putting the plan into action, we were still in the discussion phase. The fixing of the date was of capital importance, for in 2 weeks we could have gotten ill, the victims could have died, the government could have fallen or given in, etc. Our entire juridical defense rested on this point. Following my testimony, agents led me into a cellar where I was placed in a cell alone. The door was padlocked on the outside. I guessed my comrades were occupying the adjoining cells. I beat on the wall with my fist asking who else was there. I received an answer. Moda, dying. I then lay down on the boards to get some sleep, for I was dead tired, but not having a heavy coat I trembled from the cold. Then lice began biting me. They swarmed over me by the thousands. I turned the boards on the other side. The lice came on top. I repeated this operation several times until I thought it must be daylight. I heard a noise at the door. It was opened, and those of the others, and we were all taken out, then placed in cars, each accompanied by 2 gendarmes and 2 commissars. The cars then left one after the other, and the same question crossed our minds. Where to? In the Vacaresti prison. We passed through several unfamiliar streets on which the curious passers-by stared at us. We left the capital behind, and the cars stopped in front of some large gates above which was written the Vacaresti prison. We got out of the cars, flanked by soldiers with bayonets, spaced 10 yards apart. A creaking of locks and chains was heard, and the big gates were opened. One by one we crossed ourselves, and stepping inside, were led upstairs to the prison offices where our arrest warrants were handed to us. We realized we were arrested for conspiracy against state security, with forced labor as the specified punishment. We were then taken to another yard, in the middle of which rose a tall church. All around there were walls, and along them cells. I was put into a cell way back, 1 yard wide, 2 deep. Then it was locked on the outside. There was only 1 plank bed inside, and near the door, a small iron-grilled window. I wondered where my comrades were. Then I laid my head on the boards and fell asleep. I woke up after 2 hours, shaking. It was cold, and no sun's ray penetrated into the cell. Dazedly I looked around me, and could hardly believe where I was. I looked well, and saw the misery of the cell. I told myself, difficult situation. A wave of pain ripped my heart. But I consoled myself, it is for our people. Then I began gymnastic movements with my arms, to warm myself up. At about 11 o'clock, I heard footsteps. A guard opened the door. I looked at him. Perhaps I had met him at some time, I hope. But he was a stranger, and a surly man. He looked at me with mean eyes. He gave me a loaf of bread and a dish of borscht. I asked him, "Mr. Guard, might you happen to have a cigarette?" "No, I do not." He locked me up again and left. I broke the black bread and swallowed a few spoonfuls of borscht. Then I placed them down on the cement floor and began to collect my thoughts. I could not comprehend how they discovered us. Could it be that one of us was careless enough to speak about our project to someone? Did someone betray us? How come they found our revolvers? Again I heard footsteps. I looked through the window. A priest and several men were nearing my cell. They said, "Well, gentlemen, is it possible that you, educated youth, could do such a thing? If it is possible for this Romanian people to perish invaded by Jewry and by being overwhelmed by the sellout, licentiousness, and ridicule of its leaders, then what we did is possible too." Or then what we did is possible too. But you have so many legal means. We have gone by way of all the legal paths till this time. If just one had been open to us, it may we would not have landed in these cells. And now, is it good? You will have to suffer for your deeds. Perhaps from our suffering something better will emerge for this people. They left. At about 4 o'clock, a guard came bringing me a worn-out blanket and a large sack full of straw in lieu of a mattress. I emptied up the sack as well I could. Then I ate a little more bread and lay down. I was meditating on the discussion I had had with the priest, and I was thinking, the people never gained anything out of the partying and easy living of its sons. It was always the suffering that resulted in good gains for it. I succeeded in finding a purpose for our suffering, and at the same time, some moral support for these sad hours. Then I got up, knelt, and prayed. "Lord, we take upon ourselves all the sins of this nation. Receive this our suffering now. See that a better day for this people be forthcoming through this suffering." Then I was thinking about my mother and those at home who may have heard of my fate and might be thinking of me. I prayed for them, and I laid down to sleep. Although I was dressed and covered with the blanket, I was cold, and I slept poorly on that straw mattress. I was awakened at 8 o'clock when a guard opened the door and asked me if I wanted to go out for several minutes. I got out and did some gymnastics to warm up. The row of cells of which mine was one was somewhat higher than the rest, so I could see the entire courtyard. All at once I saw someone wearing national dress walking among the inmates. It was my father, but I could not believe it. What was he doing here? Was he also arrested? I made a few signs and he saw me. The guard stopped me. "Mister, you are not allowed to signal." "He is my father," I answered. "That may be, but you are not allowed to signal." I looked at him and said, "Comrade, leave us alone in God's care with the suffering he gave us. Don't you add more to it." And I went back into my cell. After lunch, they took me out again. They flanked me between bayonets and led me out of the prison, where, on the road, all of us were placed in a single file at 10 yards apart, each between 2 bayonets. My father was leading the column between 2 soldiers, bayonets at the ready. There were some new arrestees, Traian Brezu from Cluj, Leonida Bandac from Iasi, and Danielescu. We were not permitted to turn our heads or to signal one another. For just a second I got a glimpse of the sunken faces of my poor comrades in suffering. What gnawed at my heart was the injustice to which my father was being subjected. He was guilty of nothing. A lifetime fighter for this nation, a professor in secondary schools, a major, former battalion commander on the front line all during the war, several times a member of parliament, and not an obscure one at that. He was now paraded on the streets of Bucharest between bayonets. We left thus in a column trudging toward the tribunal. Romanians looked at us with indifference. But when we reached the Jewish quarter, All the Jews came out to doors and windows. Some threw at us outrageous looks and laughed. Others commented loudly. Others spat. We bent our heads and walked thus the whole way, our hearts full of pain. At the tribunal our arrest warrants were confirmed. We were defended by the attorney Paul Liescu, who was the first lawyer to offer to plead our case. We were then sent back in the same formation, on the same route. We could see on newsstands the headlines of Dimineata, The Morning, and other Jewish papers, Student Conspiracy, the arrest of the plotters. And again I got to my cell. For 2 weeks I stayed there in the cold, with no further knowledge of the others or any news from outside. After 2 weeks, seeming like 2 centuries, we were taken out of our cells and placed in heated rooms in threes. We were permitted to cook and eat together. When we saw each other again, it was like a true holiday. I was to share a room with Dragos and Danielescu. Meantime, Garniata, the president of the Association of Christian Students, turned himself in so that our number grew to 13. My father, free of any guilt, Mota, Garniata, Tudos Popescu, Corneliu Georgescu, Radu Mironovici, Leonida Bandac, Vernicescu, Traian Brezu, and myself, charged with conspiracy, Dragos and Danielescu, detained for having sheltered us. In addition to these, there was Vladimir Frimu, who had been arrested when we demonstrated in front of the Minister of Interior's home. We obtained a Primus stove on which we cooked the groceries sent from the outside by relatives and friends. The regular prison food was something frightful, and the misery in which the inmates lived, indescribable. My father got permission from the prison administration for us to go each morning at 7 o'clock into the church in the courtyard to pray. We all knelt before the altar saying, The Our Father and Tudos Popescu sang Prius Fanta Nesca to Werde Dumnitse. Most Blessed Virgin Mary. There, we found solace for our sad prison life and hope for tomorrow. Each of us set up a work schedule for himself. Mota busied himself with matters related to the forthcoming trial. Danielescu studied for his exams in medicine. I was working on plans for the organizing of the youth in the national struggle. Organizing the student centers, the youth in villages, and the students in secondary schools. I worked this out down to the smallest detail, till Christmas time, so that if we got out of prison we could put it into practice. If not, we decided to find someone on the outside to implement it. This was to be done within the framework of the League, which was to be the political arm, while our section would be for educating the youth and for fighting. On November 8, the feast of Saints, Archangels Michael and Gabriel, we were discussing the possible name for this youth organization. I said, Let it be Michael the Archangel. My father said, There is in the church, on the left-hand door of the altar, an icon of Saint Michael. Let us go see it. Mota Garniata, Corneliu Georgescu, Radu Mironovici, Tudosa and I went to look at it, and we were truly amazed. The icon appeared to us of unsurpassed beauty. I was never attracted by the beauty of any icon, but now I felt bound to this one with all my soul, and I had the feeling the Archangel was alive. Since then, I have come to love that icon. Anytime we found the church open, we entered and prayed before that icon. Our hearts were filled with peace and joy. The torture of our trips to the tribunal was resumed. On foot between bayonets, through mud, with our worn-out shoes and our feet wet. Some Jewish crooks who defrauded the state of several 100 million lei were driven to the tribunal in cars while we walked. Many times our trips were made unnecessarily, only to harass us. I was called to the tribunal 25 times to be interrogated by the investigating judge only twice. We changed no part of our early depositions. One thought preoccupied us constantly. Who betrayed us? Night after night we sought to solve this enigma. We reached the stage where we were suspicious of one another. One morning I went to church to pray before the icon to reveal to us the traitor. That evening as we sat down to dinner I spoke to my comrades. I am compelled to bring you sad news. The betrayer has been identified. He is in our midst, sitting at the table with us. Everyone was looking at everybody else. Mota and I followed everyone's face, hoping for an indication. I put my hand into my breast pocket, saying, "Now I will show you the proof." At that moment, Vernicaso stood up, hesitated for an instant, gave Bonde the key to the food box, and said, "I am leaving." We were puzzled by his departure, but resumed our discussion regarding the proof I refused to produce, for I had none. When we left the table, we found Vernicescu alone. He addressed us, "Codreanu suspects me." I told him I suspected no one. Thus, we were reconciled. Weeks and weeks passed, and our prison life was dragging on. We marked in pencil on the wall every passing day. Life in prison was difficult, exhausting for the man who was born free, who lived in dignity. It was horrible to feel in chains, within high unfriendly walls, far from your loved ones of whom you hear nothing. And not even here can you move around much. For 3/4 of the time we were kept locked in our cells. Every evening the sinister noise of bolts being drawn at your door plunged one into a mood of sadness. The enemies of this nation were free outside, enjoying respect and the good life, while we, in addition to moral indignities, oftentimes went to bed hungry and shivering from the cold the whole night on plank beds and straw. But finally, joyous days came our way. After 2 months of imprisonment, we received the news that the order for my father's and Danielescu's release had been received. For us, indeed, great joy. We helped them pack, and shortly they were taken away. We watched as they left until they passed through the first gate. I asked my father to tell Mother and the others not to worry at all. Anyone's liberation is an occasion of great joy for those left behind. Everybody is glad. Perhaps, by one's liberation, each grows stronger in the hope of obtaining his own freedom. After a short while, Dragos, Bandag, Brizu, and Vernicescu left, having been taken out of the case, as were my father and Danielescu. Only 6 of us were left and charged with conspiracy against state security. Several days later, Dragos sent the news that it was Vernicescu who betrayed us. He also made copies of the latter's testimony, which was on file. We received this news with hearts full of bitterness. Our nation had always had her share of traitors. Outside, in all the universities, students returned to classes. It seemed there was a moment of disorientation. For 2 months, they had been living under the terror of the Jewish press, which incessantly exaggerated the gravity of our attempt at revenge and its disastrous consequences for the country. It shouted that we had lost the confidence of the civilized world, that we were a Balkan state. They constantly asked, "What will Berlin say? Vienna? Paris?" And so, transformed into the defenders of the permanent interest of the state, Jews daily urged the country's leaders to take radical measures against the national movement, which must be suppressed with the utmost violence. A year earlier, when Max Goldstein planted the bomb in the Senate building and the police were rounding up communist Jews, the same press was yelling, "A state cannot maintain itself against popular will by the use of violence." Where is the Constitution? Where are the laws? Where are the constitutionally guaranteed freedoms? What are foreign countries going to say when a state takes such restrictive steps? A state cannot survive through arrests, prisons, bayonets, terror. For this violence the state uses will be returned by the multitude or isolated individuals. Force will be answered by force. Terror with terror. And they will not be guilty, but the state that provoked them. And now, with a shamelessness which only the blindfolded fail to see, the same press wrote, "It is not enough that these terrorists be arrested. They must be condemned in such a manner as to make them an example. Even this is not enough. All those who propagate such anti-Semitic ideas, which cause so much damage to our country, ought to be arrested. This anti-Semitic weed ought to be pulled out, root and all. And this question must be dealt with mercilessly and without clemency." To this torrent of hostility, the national press opposed a fierce resistance. In addition to Universal, the Universe, which always expressed a correct attitude regarding the manifestations of national conscience, the nationalist movement had the support of the following newspapers. Cuvântul Studentesc, the student voice, put out by the Bucharest students, which only recently came under the editorship of our indefatigable comrades who were free. Simeonescu, Rapinu, Fenica Anastasescu, Danielescu, and others whose names escape me. Dacia Nua, New Dacia, organ of the students in Cluj directed by Suiaga Mocanu, Justin Lisu, the poet and author of the students' hymn. Cuvântul Iasului, the word of IISE, organ of the IISE students. Deșteaptă-te Romain, awake ye Romanian, organ of the Cernauti students recently moved to Campolung, directed by Dr. Catalin and Danielanu. Apărarea Națională, the national defense, official organ of the LANC, Bucharest, with the unsurpassed articles of Professor Polescu, from which we reproduce the following line. The same constraint through cold, hunger, and terror, successfully used by Bolshevik Jews, was used on the students. Who could ever imagine that the time would come when our children, the flower of the Romanian nation, would be compelled to celebrate the holiday of the unification of all Romanians locked up in the cellars of some prison or chased into the cold, without shelter, without food? Probably you did not realize that you were waging war against the entire Romanian nation. Unirea, the Union, organ of the LANC, IASI directed by Professor Cuza, containing articles of immortal logic. Naționalistul, the nationalist, popular organ of the League in IASI. Libertatea, freedom, popular newspaper in Orăști, belonging to Father Moda, who revealed our gesture in its true light, being thus the first to unhesitatingly cut the curtain of silence that surrounded us those very first moments. The student body understood our sacrifice. That is why the student movement rallied more and more around these walls of the Vacaresti prison, in which each student center had its imprisoned representatives. Peasants, too, began showing concern in our lot. They sent us money, had masses said for us in churches, particularly in Bukovina's mountains and Transylvania, where libertatea, freedom, penetrated. Here is a small example. The might of the Modi for the students in Vacaresti. Cuvântul Studentesc No. 7, Year 2, March 4, 1924. Among the gifts of money received by the students locked up in Vacaresti prison from the peasants from all regions, there is one more brilliant and more precious than all the others. It is that sent by the Modi of the Apuseni Mountain, scraping the bottom of their leather belt pockets or a corner of their kerchiefs. They gathered there too, 3 or 5 lay to send down their valleys, on paths trod by Lanku, their defender of old, and sent them along with their hearts, over the long way to Vacaresti across the mountains, where they had heard their sons were imprisoned for wanting to save them from want and injustice, from poverty and chagrin. These contributions were sent from the poorest corner of our country, of which the song says with so much bitterness and sorrow, "Gold lies in our mountain's core while we beg from door to door." The most precious gift was sent to the students in Vacaresti, a handful of change and a fragment of a beggar's soul, hungry and naked, without lodging, a soul that hides beneath a rag, its greatest treasure, moral health, that inexhaustible source of strength from which in times of great tribulation springs the salvation of the people. The Modi think of the students. Their soul begins to understand, to stir, to forge a new ideal. This is the best and most eloquent sign. Listen to some of their names. From the town of Riska, near Baia Decree, Nicolae Oprea, 2 lei, Nicolae Florea, 3 lei, N. Full, Paragus, Aaron Griku, Tegan Adam, A. Hentiu N. Balg, Ion Asilo Al, Vlad in Borza, in Lycian, and Tony Florea, a Lycian, each 5. Lay, en Siskut, a Riscuta, Ion Anku, Salu 4, each 10 en Florea, priest and en Rusu, each 15 lay, en Baya, notary public and Dutu Riscuta, each 20 lay. Wah! The total 210 lay twi. The peasants will soon understand and will come to our side with their strong and long-enduring soul in the expectation of the hour of justice. Thoughts of a new life. Christmas holiday is here. There in the Vacaresti prison we thought constantly of our families back home, and especially during the long sleepless nights were relentlessly worried. When will our side win, we wondered. When will we get out of here? If we are sentenced to 10-15 years, will we be able to weather the imprisonment, or will our suffering and worries sap our health day by day till we perish? We floated in the unknown. This state of uncertainty consumed us. We should have liked to have the trial date set once and for all, in order to know sooner the fate awaiting us. The suffering and common fate we had in store bound us together more and more, and discussions over the innumerable questions raised led us to the same conclusion, little by little shaping a uniform pattern of thinking. The smallest questions regarding the national movement preoccupied us for hours and days. There is where we learn to think deeply and pursue a problem in all its ramifications, down to the finest detail. We resumed the study of the Jewish problem and its causes, its chances for solution. We established organization and action plans. After a while, discussions were finished, and we passed on to laws, to indisputable truths and axioms. We watched Romanians on the outside of our group gropingly delving into our national problem and giving birth either to a newspaper or a parody of an organization. We could see they were reaching false conclusions in matters of doctrine, were uncertain in matters of organization, and totally lacked original ideas in matters of action. We realized then ever better as a result of more profound reflection that 1. The Jewish problem is no utopia, but a grave life and death problem for the Romanian nation. The country's leaders grouped by political parties, becoming more and more like toys in the hands of the Judaic manipulator. 2. This present political system, through its concept of life, its immorality, and its democratic setup from which it springs, constitutes a real curse fallen upon the Romanian people. 3. The Romanian people will not be able to solve the Jewish problem unless it first solves the problem of its political parties. The first aim to be reached by the Romanian people on its way to topple the Judaic power that oppresses and strangles it will have to be the toppling of this political system. A country has only the Jews and the leaders it deserves. Just as mosquitoes can settle and thrive only in swamps, likewise the former can only thrive in the swamps of our Romanian sins. In other words, in order to win over them, we will have first to extirpate our own defects. The problem is even deeper than Professor Cuza had shown it to us to be. The mission of this fight had been entrusted to the Romanian youth which, if it wants to take up the challenge of this historical mission, if it wants to go on living, to continue having a country, must prepare and gather all of its forces to carry on the fight and win. We decided that when we should get out of prison, by God's help, we not part ways, but stay united to dedicate our lives to this one aim. But before busying ourselves with our people's defects, we began by looking at our own sins. We held long meetings in which each of us told the defects he observed in the rest, and we endeavored to correct. This was a delicate matter, for so is man made. He does not take lightly the critique of his own defects. Each believes or wants to show he is perfect. But we say, first we should know and correct our sins, and then we shall see whether we have the right or not to engage in improving upon others. This is how the holidays passed, and then the winter. Spring arrived. We knew as yet nothing regarding our future fate. only that a great popular current in our favor was born on the outside supporting our cause, in spite of all desperate endeavors of the Jewish press to stem it. This current was steadily growing among students, townspeople, and peasants, uniformly strong in Transylvania, Bessarabia, Bukovina, and the Old Kingdom. Now we were receiving letters of support and encouragement from all parts. Spring finally brought us a great joy. Trial was set for March 29 before the Assizes Court of Ilfov. We began to get ready. But what kind of preparation could we make? We admitted everything. We said all we had to say. Lawyers who signed up to defend us came to visit us. They called to our attention the gravity of our position in view of our testimony, suggesting we change it as well as our whole attitude, that it would be more prudent to deny. We categorically refused and asked them to defend us within the framework of our testimony, that we did not intend to alter it the least bit, no matter what might be the outcome of the trial. If by any chance we should be acquitted, how could we do without the icon before which we prayed each morning? We searched among all the inmates till we found a painter. We asked him to make us a copy, and in 3 weeks' time he made an exact replica, 6 feet high, and a small one for me to carry on my person, and a third of medium size for my mother. Moda also had one made for his parents. Then we figured that on the basis of our testimony we would most certainly receive at least 5 years, and we knelt before the icon. Lord Almighty, we consider these 5 years lost to ourselves. If we are acquitted, we pledge to consecrate them to the cause of our nation. We decided that 91 of us would move to Ayasi in case we were acquitted, there to establish our center of activities. From there, following the plans we had readied, we would begin organizing the country's entire youth, beginning with high school boys and girls and even younger students, those in the normal schools, trade schools, seminaries, commercial schools, and finally, youth in the villages. After that, the university centers would be revamped. All these young people, we hoped, would grow in the spirit of the faith that animated us, so that, as young adults, they would enter the political arena, where the fate of our struggle was to be determined, and, being further augmented by new graduates year after year, would become like waves of assault endlessly coming on. The isolation of politicians, the political system, has infected our national life. Organization of the youth is needed, as is also emphasis on the necessity for their further self-education, to protect and separate them from the infection of the political system. To permit the infection of the Romanian youth to continue means annihilation for us and a definitive victory for Israel. Moreover, our organizing of this youth will take care of the very problem of our political system, which by lack of young recruits will starve to death. The slogan of the entire younger generation must be, "No youth must ever enter the gate of a political party. He who does so is a traitor to biz generation and biz nation." For in effect, by his presence, name, money, work, he strengthens the power of the politicians. Such a one is a traitor, just as he is a traitor who leaves the side of his brothers and goes over into the camp of their enemy. Though he may not shoot back with a weapon, if he only carries water for those who do shoot, he is an accomplice to the killing of those falling among his betrayed comrades, consequently, a traitor to his cause. The theory urging us to all join political parties in order to improve them, if we pretend they are bad, is false and perfidious. As it has been from the beginning of the world, day and night, uninterruptedly. It only sweet water that has flowed into the Black Sea from thousands of rivers, this never resulting in sweetening the sea's salty water, but rather the opposite. Likewise with us, entering the cesspool of political parties. Not only will we not better them, they will corrupt us. These were the thoughts and resolutions uppermost in our minds to implement when we would have been acquitted. Our organizational setup was ready. Our plan of action established down to the minutest detail. Everybody's part was set. The newspaper that was to be put out was to be named Generation Nua, the New Generation, and our organization as a whole was to be named Archangel Mihail, the Archangel Michael. All our flags would have to carry the image of Saint Michael the Archangel from the church in Vakaresti prison. This organization, as we saw it, of the entire youth generation, was to be the youth section of the political organization LAC, having as its aim the education of this youth. For us, this program, conceived within the Vakaresti prison walls, was a beginning of a new life. It represented something complete in inspiration, organization, and plan of action, different from anything else we had thought of earlier. It was the beginning of a new world, a foundation on which we could build for years to come. Upon leaving the prison, we were to go to all university centers and share with the students our decisions, showing them that street demonstrations and clashes no longer have a raison d'etre in view of our new plan. We would still cling to our past expressions, not denying them as ours, would not be ashamed of them. But their time is gone. We must all engage now into a great organizing task that will bring us victory, avenging the betrayal and the trial. We saw Moda pensive. He was constantly telling us that once out, we would not be able to make any headway unless we punished the betrayer. It had always been betrayal that sapped the nation's strength. But we Romanians had never turned our weapons on the traitors. That is why treason took root and traitors multiplied in all walks of life. That is why Romanian public life was nothing now but a permanent betrayal of the people. If we did not solve this problem of treason, our work would be compromised. We were very excited the night before our trial began. At last our fate was to be decided. In the morning, we were taken to the office for our families to see us. Corneliu Georgescu's parents were there from Poiana Sibiului. Shortly, Vernicescu came in. Moda took him by the arm as if he wanted to tell him something, and both went into a nearby room. Several minutes later, we heard 7 gunshots and shouts. We stepped out into the hall. Moda had shot Vernicescu to punish him for his betrayal. I jumped to Moda's side to defend him, for he was surrounded by police officers and functionaries threatening him. When the commotion subsided, we were immediately taken away and put in separate cells. Through little windows, we could see Vernicescu carried out of the infirmary on a stretcher on the way to a hospital. In our cells, we all began whistling Christian students of Greater Romania, our fighting hymn, to accompany him thus till he disappeared through the prison gates. 2 hours later, the investigating judge Papadopoulou arrived. He had us brought upstairs one by one to appear before him. We all made common cause with Moda. The next day, following a night spent sleeping on cement floors, we were taken to the tribunal. Our situation was now very grave, yet we, in the basement of the courthouse, sang our fighting songs the whole time. The trial was to begin at 1 o'clock. Since 10 o'clock, thousands of students and citizens had been gathering around the tribunal. At around noon, all the capital's regiments had been called up to control the crowds. At 1 o'clock, we were led into the court of assizes. Presiding was Mr. Davidoglu and prosecutor was Mr. Rakovicanu. On the defense bench sat Professor Polescu, Paul Liescu, Nelu Ionescu, Teodorescu, Donca Manea, Tasha Policrat, Naum, etc. After the jurors were drawn, the definitive writ was read amid great silence. We listened. We realized that our fate was being decided. Then it came our turn to speak. The interrogation began. We admitted everything with the exception of having reached a final decision. We did not determine the date, but we showed the motives pushing us into this action. We showed the menace of the Jewish problem and accused the politicians of corrupting and betraying the nation. In spite of many interruptions by the presiding officer, we continued our testimony to the end. There followed a severe and oftentimes unjust and insinuating indictment delivered by the prosecutor. We felt the balance tipping in his favor. But the prosecution's success was short-lived. Professor Polescu read his declaration in the church-like silence imposed by his great prestige and saintly figure. It was a short declaration, but for the prosecutor, who seemed to embarrassedly sink into his easy chair, a devastating one. A recess was taken. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Outside, the crowd waited in increasing numbers. Nilu Ionescu, Tasha Policrat, and others, and at the end, Paul Liscu spoke brilliantly. It was 5 o'clock in the morning by this time. The prosecutor, through a new indictment, tried to regain his position and win over the court. Our lawyers answered him. At 6 o'clock we had our last word. Then we were taken out. The jurors began their deliberation. We waited over half an hour that seemed to us half a year. A little afterwards we heard hurrahs. An officer brought us the news. You are acquitted. We were then taken back into the courtroom, where the acquittal verdict was read to us. Outside, people were still waiting. Upon learning we were acquitted, they broke into hurrahs and singing. We were loaded in a car which took us through unfamiliar streets back to Vacaresti for the completion of customary discharge formality. We gathered up our belongings and icons, ready to leave that grave with its long nights of turmoil and its sufferings. But poor Moda had to stay on, who knew for how long, to suffer henceforth all alone. We took leave of him. We embraced him, tears in our eyes, and parted from him in profound pain. We left to be free. He entered his cell anew in solitary. Oh, how many more weeks he would have to lie there alone on that cement. As soon as we were out, the first thing we did was to go to Danilisu and Dragos to ask forgiveness of their families for the trouble we caused them, and to thank them for their concern for us during our imprisonment. Then we left for our homes, where our mothers and the whole family expected us, rejoicing with eyes full of tears. At Iasi I was impatiently expected by the younger comrades. I no longer found any of my classmates there. Since last fall, they had all scattered to their hometowns. I took my icon to St. Spiridon Church, where I placed it within the altar. One after another I met all my friends, and we rejoiced to see each other again. But our joy did not last long, for as I was promenading on La Pusnianu Saint Wo, with my 2 sisters and about 10 students, the police jumped on us out of the blue sky, striking us over the head with their rubber clubs and hitting us with their rifle butts. Provoked in this manner and struck for no reason in the IISE, in which we had seen so many battles. In the IISE, in which we beat Judeo-Communism at the university in 1919, 1920, 1922. In the UISE, in which we put in their place and kept at bay for years the overwhelming jury and its press. Struck in my own house. Then I turned to deliver a riposte. Indignation seemed to give me the strength of a lion, and I would have been able to take on the whole police force, but my student friends grabbed hold of me, some my arms, some my legs. Filled thus, I received several additional blows with rifle butts. Passers-by began booing the police and shouting. I left for home dejected, furious at those who held me. But they were telling me, "They have orders to provoke you if you retaliate, to shoot and get rid of you." In the afternoon, together with Garniata and Radu Marinovici, I went to a student dormitory where in a large room were gathered the student leader. They told us how for the 6 months, during which we did not see each other, they had fought, and how much they had taken, how they went back to classes and how they handled the situation so as not to be humiliated, how on November, LSSD, on opening day, a religious service was held in the auditorium before all the students and professors, and what student Lazarescu said on that occasion, "We will go back to classes, but not right away. First we will address a memorandum to our professors and the University Senate, expecting a satisfactory reply." Then he related to us how this memorandum was presented and how university professors, headed by Bakaloglu, the pro-rector, granted the greatest part of the memorandum's points. On November 6th, the students resumed classes. The professors knew how to avoid an unjust humiliation of the students who fought a whole year for their beliefs. They went on telling us how Marciscu, the interior minister, brought his own man in as police prefect, giving him free rein to crush the student movement and national movement in ISE. How this man, with the help of his entire police force, engaged in this work. Because the students went back to classes and quiet was re-established, and at a loss as to how to win his laurels and get paid, he began to provoke them. They further related to us how, on December 10, the girl students headed for the cathedral were met by intoxicated police who beat them with their rubber truncheons, grabbed them by the hair, right in view of the professors, and dragged them through mud on the street. How, one by one, the students were beaten. How on December 10, the student Gheorghe Manoliu, the choir conductor, was beaten on his ankles with sticks, then arrested. How he, kept by the police in a state of great misery, contracted jaundice and died in the hospital. The students in IASI went through tough times in those 6 months. We, in our turn, told them of our tribulations, reminding them that it was our duty to get Moda out of prison. In the end, we gave them an account of our plans for the future, how we must organize our entire generation, raise it, and educate it in an heroic spirit, how we would have to isolate the political system so that no youth would ever enter its ranks, and how it could be defeated and the LANC, with Professor Cuza, could get in. How only through a nationalist government, the expression of our Romanian conscience, force, and health, could the Jewish problem be solved. By taking legal measures to protect the Romanian element and putting brakes on the Jewish invasion. How our generation has the great and sacred mission to revive this conscience, this force, and this vitality. That we, the Vacaristians, have decided that all of us are to come to IASI and establish here the center of this action, which we would place under the protection of Saint Michael the Archangel. Our eggs listened and received our plans for the future with much joy. After the meeting, we paid visits to Professors Cuza, Gavanescu, Sumilanu, etc., sharing our thoughts with them as well. A year of great trials. May 1924, May 1925. The Christian Cultural Home. Our meetings, in view of the plan we were trying to follow, were held with difficulty because we did not have a meeting place of our own. All of us being poor, we could not afford the rent for at least 2 rooms in order to commence organizing the youth. We met in a wooden barracks left since the war in Mrs. Gika's yard. One day, we decided to build ourselves a home of several rooms. But though should we go about it? On May 6, 1924, I gathered some 60 youngsters, university and high school students, the members of the First Brotherhood of the Cross, founded in ISE. And this is how I talked to them. Dear comrades, how long are we going to sweat it out by holding our meetings in this barracks? Up to now, Romanian students had the right to meet in their own university buildings. But we were chased out. Until yesterday, we had the right to meet in our dormitories. We were chased out of here too. Today we meet in run-down barracks, in which we get rained on. In all cities, students receive help in their noble pursuits. Here, there is no one to help us, because the population around us is composed of enemy Jewish crowds and of politicians devoid of feeling. Our Romanians are pushed out to the periphery of towns where they live in black misery. We are alone. The power to carve for ourselves another destiny, now as tomorrow, we will find only in ourselves. We must get used to this idea, that between God and us, there is no one to help us. That is why there is no other solution but to build with our own hands the home we need. Granted, none of us has built houses or made bricks. I can understand that we need in the first place the courage to break down the mentality in which we have grown up. The mentality that makes the young intellectual who, the second day after becoming a student, is ashamed to carry a package on the street. We need the courage and the will to start from scratch, the mill to uproot obstacles and overcome difficulties. Now, Olimpio Lascar, a small building contractor with a big heart, who owned a house in Ungini on the Pruth River, encouraged me in my idea, telling us, "Gentlemen, I suggest you come make the bricks in Ungini, where I have a plot I will let you have. I also place my house at your disposal." We accepted his proposition, but we had no money to pay our fare to Ungini. We needed about 300 lei for about 20 persons. This money, too, was given us by Olimpiu Lascar. The Brotherhoods of the Cross are the nests in which Brothers of the Crosses young men in high schools are grouped. See also the chapter, The First Beginnings of Organization, in the section The Legion of Michael, the Archangel p. 244. See also footnote on p. 248. Tr. The First Work Camp. May 8, 1924. On May 8, we left for Ungini, some by train, some on foot. There were 26 of us. We had nothing, neither shovels nor any kind of tool, nor money, nor food. Lascar, who was expecting us, took us in. "Welcome, gentlemen. The market town Ungini is full of Jews like a hive. Perhaps, seeing you, they will act less impertinently. We Christians, only a handful, are terrorized by them." Finally, we formed some delegations to go to the homes of Christians, trying to borrow shovels, spades, and other needed tools. Next day, we went to the plot of land on the shore of the Pruth River. The local priest said a prayer for us. We worked for over a week to get down to the good soil, for it was our bad luck that for about so years townspeople had dumped their trash there, forming in some spots a layer 6 feet thick. Helped by several professional brickmakers, among whom I lovingly remember old Taraska, we began working the clay and making bricks. We were divided into teams of 5, each making 500 bricks daily, thus attaining a total of 3,000 per day. Later, when our numbers grew, we made even more, working from 4 o'clock in the morning till the evening. The big problem was food. At first, it was the Ungani people who helped us. Later, groceries were sent to us also from Ayasi. Our old professors, Kuza and Sumulianu, looked somewhat distrustfully upon our endeavor. They found it childish, thinking we would not be successful. A while later, though, they began to appreciate our efforts, and even helped us. When Corneliu Georgescu left the university in Cluj, where he had completed a year of pharmacy, and came to Ayasi, in common agreement with the others, we turned over to the brickyard the 17. Zerolai donated to us while we were imprisoned at Vicaresti, and which he had kept for us. Yet, as the feeding problem was serious, Mrs. Yika lent us a 2-acre garden plot, which was planted by other student teams to grow the vegetables needed at Ungini. Our work was now in 2 places, one group of the students working at Ungini, another at IEASI in the garden, interchanging every 3 or 4 days. Our first work camp had the effect of generating a revolution in the thinking of the day. Everybody from all around, peasants, working men, and no less intellectuals, came to watch us, full of curiosity. These people had been used to seeing the students promenading, elegantly dressed, on La Pusnianu Saint, or singing songs of joy around tables and beer halls in their free hours. Now they saw them working clay with their feet, muddy up to the waist, carrying river water in pails from the Pruth River, bending over the shovel in the heat of the sun. These folk were witnessing the crumbling of an up-to-then dominating concept, i.e., that it is shameful for an intellectual to work with his hands, particularly at heavy labor, formerly allotted to slaves or despicable classes. The first ones understanding the camp's value, from this point of view, were precisely the members of the humble classes, peasants and workers, socially separated from the other categories, shy, because their labor was not appreciated, showed their delight on their faces, seeing in this at the very first glance a sign of appreciation of their exhausting labor and one of esteem for them. They felt honored and perhaps envisaged in the future better days for themselves and their children. That is why, out of the little they possessed, they brought us daily gladly food. Student life passed quietly. There were no longer street demonstrations and incidents. We worked full of joy, hopes, thinking we would soon have our own home, a new blow. One day, my father went to Yayasi, and I met him there. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, I was headed back to my place. At Union Square, I heard some commotion at a restaurant, and I stopped to see what was going on. Two students, the brothers Tutoveanu from Barlad, were having an altercation with Professor Constantinescu Iasi. The prefect of police arrived on the scene, handcuffed the students and took them away toward police headquarters, beating them. I say nothing, just watched this scene sorrowfully. Then I noticed that Commissar Clo, accompanied by 3 or 4 police officers, was coming toward me. 2 paces from me, he shouted, "What are you doing on the street at this hour, you good-for-nothing?" Bewildered, I just looked at him. Because he had known me for so many years, I could not imagine that he could ever address me like that. I thought he took me for somebody else. But I felt myself grabbed by the neck and shoved back. Then again, "You stare at me yet, vagabond? Crook." I said nothing, but I stood my ground looking at them. Then under blow after blow, pushed by the 4 policemen, I was walked more than 30 yards to the corner at Smima. Here, I tipped my hat, saluted them, and said, "I thank you, gentlemen." Deeply hurt, crushed by grief and shame, I went home to spend that night in torment. It was for the 2nd time in my life that I was struck, both times within the month. I controlled myself. But you, oppressors in the entire world, do not count on the power of one's self-control. He who controls himself one day will explode terrifyingly. The following day, I told my father what befell me. "Leave him in peace," he said. "Do not do anything. 2 slaps on the face of such a person just dirties your palms. The time of his justice will come, rest assured. They are probably ordered to provoke you. But you must control yourself and try not to go out alone anymore." No. I accepted his advice, but it seems that a man who was beaten and did not retaliate is no longer a man. He feels ashamed, dishonored. I carried this dishonor like a big boulder on my heart. But worse was yet to come several days later. Overwhelmed by blows at the garden. The garden was all spaded. We came from Ungini to put in tomatoes. At 5 o'clock on the morning of May 31st, students were ready to start work. While still in formation, as we finished the roll call, I noticed several soldiers at the back of the garden. Then, over 200 of them burst into the yard loading their weapons. They surrounded us. I told the boys, "Everybody stay put. Do not react." At the same moment, I saw like a black cloud a group of about 40 men around the gate, running in step, revolvers at the ready, shouting and swearing. It was Manchu the prefect and his police. They were beside us in no time. 2 commissars and the chief of police placed 3 revolver barrels against my forehead. They looked at me with bloodshot eyes, cursing. Manchu shouted, "Tie his hands behind his back." He struck me. 2 others lunged at me, pulled out my belt, and tightly tied my hands behind with it. Then a blow from behind hit me on my right jaw. Another, Vasiliu Vonia, came near and whispered in my ear, "Before evening we'll kill you. You will not live to chase out the Jews." He cursed and kicked me, then blows rained upon my face and some spat into my face. Our entire front, blocked now between rifles and revolvers, stood immobilized watching, helpless to come to my aid. Mrs. Yika came downstairs demanding, "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Prefect?" And he replied, "I'll arrest you too." Somewhat on the side I spotted Prosecutor Bazia, witnessing the scene. Revolvers in hand, those in custody were then searched. Whoever moved was struck and thrown to the ground. After that, flanked by 8 gendarmes with fixed bayonets, they placed me 10 yards out front. The others were likewise flanked by 200 gendarmes. And they marched us off. I was ahead, hands tied behind my back, my face spat upon, followed by the others. We were escorted thus all along Carol St. Neat, before the university, on Lepusnianu St. Union Square on Kozavoda, to the police prefecture. The prefect and his policemen walked on the sidewalks rubbing their hands. The Jews, jubilating in front of their stores, respectfully greeted them. I, saddened, could hardly see in front of my eyes. I felt that from now on, everything is finished. Several high school students passing by me stopped and tipped their caps to me. They were immediately apprehended, manhandled, and put with the rest of us. After being paraded like this better than a mile through the middle of town before the Jewish population, in this state of utter humiliation, we were taken into the police prefecture. They threw me, tied as I was, into a filthy hovel. The others were kept in the yard. Upstairs, in the prefect's office, one by one, the young prisoners were taken upstairs into the prefect's office for interrogation. The prefect sat at his desk, and the other interrogators, over 30 of them, were on chairs around him. "What did Codreanu tell you?" he demanded. "He did not tell us anything, Mr. Prefect," answered the student, or young high school boy. "You are going to declare now everything he told you." The shoes of the individual being interrogated were taken off and his ankles chained together. A weapon was introduced between these, and he was lifted upside down, the weapon being held on their shoulders by 2 soldiers. Manchu, his coat off, began beating the soles of the victim's feet with an ox sinew. Poor children, hung heads down, thus beaten on their feet, unable to support the pain, began to scream. Realizing they faced these henchmen, commissars who were sneering with gusto at the frightening tableau, in which the Romanian nation's children were being tortured by some enemy, paid scoundrels, far from any heart that could weep for them and intervene on their behalf. They cried out, "Help!" Then the Commissar Vasilio had their heads lowered into pails of water so that their cries of pain and despair could not be heard outside. When finally the pain became unbearable and they felt their bodies could no longer take it, they shouted they would admit everything. The prefect went to his desk in the expectation of their confession, and the victims, their legs freed, looked around dazed. Then they burst out, crying, falling to their knees before the prefect. "Forgive us, sir, but we do not know what to declare." "No, you do not. Get him up again," he ordered his commissars and gendarmes. And each poor child, his heart frozen, watched as the preparations for his agony recommenced. Again lifted upside down on the weapon, again beaten on the feet. Again they felt one by one the prefect's blows falling on their feet. Their feet became bloody, ebony black, swollen, so that they could not put their shoes back on. Among those thus tortured were the son of the present prosecutor of Ilfov County, Dumitru, the son of Major Ambrosi, his eardrum broken, and who in later life became a commissar at the same police prefecture. Beaten in this manner, they were then carried into a separate, secret room. At around 9 o'clock I was called. My hands still tied and numbed, 2 gendarmes escorted me into the prefect's office. There, he sat behind a desk, and around him sat the more than 30 men, commissars, commissar aides, and agents. I looked into their eyes. Maybe among them I might find one compassionate heart, but I found nothing but general satisfaction. They were all smiling. Botez, the chief of security, Dumitru, the director of the prefecture, Commissar Vasiliu, Close, and the rest. The prefect took a sheet of paper. "Wrote down my name then. What exactly is your name?" "I am Corneliu Codreanu, candidate for a juridic doctorate and attorney in the same bar as you." "Put him down!" 3 individuals, servile scoundrels, lunged at me and knocked me down in front of his desk. "Take off his shoes." They took them off, 1 man for each shoe. "Put chains on him." They chained my feet. I told them, "Mr. Prefect, you are now the stronger master over life and death. But tomorrow when I shall leave here, I will take revenge upon both you and him who cursed me." At this moment I heard some noise and voices in the hall. Professor Cuza was arriving with Professor Somulianu and parents of the children, Colonel Nadede, Major Dumitru Botnariu, Major Ambrosi, and others, accompanied by the prosecutor and medical examiner, Professor Bog. The prefect and the others jumped off their chairs and went out into the hall. I heard the prefect saying, "What do you want here? I asked you to get out." Then Professor Cuza's voice, "Who do you think you are throwing out? We came to see you so that you would throw us out? We have come accompanied by the prosecutor as complainants against you." "Gendarmes, throw them out," ordered the prefect. Professor Somulianu posted himself at the door of the room in which were locked the victims and said, "Mr. Prosecutor, we will not leave here until this room is open for us." Several commissars. "There is no one in this room. It is empty." "Professor Somulianu, let this room be open now." Upon the prosecutor's intervention, the room was opened, and 6 youngsters were helped out by their parents and brought into the prefect's office. The medical examiner, Professor Bogdan, examined all of them, issuing medical certificates. Several hours later, all those in the yard were freed. I was kept in for 2 more days, after which I was sent to the examining magistrate. He let me go. I told him, "Your Honor, if I am not given justice, I am going to get it myself." I went home. Professor Cuza with Liviu Sadovanu came there to see me. "We heard that you said you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Do not do anything of the sort. We will report this to the Ministry of the Interior demanding an investigation. It is impossible that we shall not receive satisfaction." On the Rarau mountain, I was morally crushed. All my plans collapsed. I left to fate both the brickyard and the garden, and I boarded the first train to Campbell, Lung in Bukovina. Where? On the green paths. I slowly climbed up the mountain, carrying on my soul burdens and the humiliation of yesterday, as well as the puzzling torments regarding the future. It seemed I had no friend in the world except the mountain the Rarau, with its hermitage. When I was about 4,500 feet up, I stopped. I looked over mountains and hills for hundreds of miles, but no view before my eyes could replace the picture of infamy and humiliation to which I'd been exposed together with my comrades. I could still hear their sobbing, and it hurt. It was getting dark. Not one living soul around. Only trees with vultures shrieking around the barren cliffs. I only had with me my heavy coat and a loaf of bread. I ate some bread and drank some water springing from among the rocks. I gathered pieces of wood to make myself a shelter, a hut. Here in this habitation I lived for a month and a half. The little food I needed was brought to me by shepherds from old man Pitikaru's sheepfold. I was brooding and ashamed to go down among people. I wondered, what sins may I have committed that God sent this misfortune upon my head right now, when I was ready to launch such a grand and beautiful plan? I wrote Moda. I do not know what ails me. It seems I am not myself. Good fortune abandoned me. Misfortune has been following me for some time, step by step. In anything I start, I fail. And when fortune no longer serves you in battle, all those around you begin to desert you. You bring them together at the cost of 30 victories, and 1 defeat is enough for them to leave you. My soul was ravaged by doubts. I was at a crossroad. We were fighting for the good of the country, and were treated like enemies of the people. We were mercilessly hit by the government, police, gendarmes, army. Should we also use force? They are the state, by tens of thousands, by hundreds of thousands. We, a handful of youngsters, exhausted in body by hardships, hunger, cold, prison. What force do we represent to expect at least a small chance of victory? Were we to try, we would be crushed. And in the end, the country, dazed by the Jewish press, would say we were some madmen. Not to use force and violence as they do. They provoke, torture your men, scatter them, and kill you. Shall we permit ourselves to be killed? But at our age, we have not yet written anything down, and it would not even be known why they killed us. Better for all of us to leave the country. To leave and to curse, to wander throughout the whole world. Better for us to beg in country after country than be so humiliated to the utmost here in our own land. Or descend from this mountain weapon in hand and do justice, that I may do away with the beast blocking the road and stifling the life of our nation. But what about our plans afterwards? I will die in my endeavor or die in prison, for I cannot bear a prison regiment. I love liberty. If I do not have it, I die. But what about Moda? For such a move means both my martyrdom and Moda's, whose chances for acquittal will vanish completely. Our entire group will be crushed. All our well-meant thoughts, all our plans for organizing, will have been in vain, for all would have ended here. For 6 weeks there on top of the mountain, I was tormented by these thoughts, failing to find a solution. Under the weight of my worries and anguish, my chest began hurting, and I felt my powers waning. I had been an impetuous man who never gave in to anyone. I was sure of myself and confident in my powers. Wherever I went, I won. This time, present difficulties bent me. I descended from the mountain. I left everything to fate. I could not find any solutions. But from then on I carried on myself a revolver which I intended to use at the first, slightest provocation. Nobody was to budge me from that resolve. I went to the brickyard. There, Grigor Gika, left in charge of the work, exemplarily had met his responsibility. The number of bricks in storage increased considerably. 2 new ovens, each of 40,000 brick capacity, were built. This was around July 15th. The boys received me affectionately. Nothing unusual happened in the yard. In Ayasi, though, I found changes. Police commissars, who earlier hardly had shoes on their feet, were now newly outfitted from top to bottom by the Jews who felt like absolute masters. The police prefecture had an automobile at their disposal given by the Jews. They exhibited an impertinence we had not encountered since 1919 during the communist movements, when they imagined themselves to be on the eve of revolution, and when every little Jew, in Ayasi or over the Pruth, assumed the airs of a people's commissar. Efforts to break up our bloc. The Judeo-liberal power had heard of our group, of our vow taken at Bucharest, realizing that around this bloc the students would rally as one. Nothing frightens Jews more than a perfect unity in others. The unity of feeling in a movement, in a people. That is why they will always be for democracy, which has but one advantage, and that one for the nation's enemy. For democracy will break up the unity and the spirit of a people, which, faced with the perfect unity and solidarity of Judaism in Romania and the rest of the entire world, once divided into democratic parties, thus fragmented, will be defeated. This was also true of the student movement. As we had no perfect unity, Jews found factions or leaders whom they could convince. Masonic fashion, namely, suggesting to them all sorts of ideas which had no other purpose but that of breaking up our unity. Or, as our group this time presented an unshakable oneness, with possibilities of rallying around itself the entire student movement, we were confronted with an interminable series of lies and intrigues carefully woven, aiming to split Moda away from me, and the others from one another. Jews found among students weak elements who could be used as unwitting tools. Pretending that they were sharing great secrets with them, Jews launched intrigues which caught on even among students' parents, some of whom becoming the fiercest advocates for breaking the ties of their sons with this group. How were we able to resist? Only through the foresight of our plans made at Bucharest. We realized from the very first moment that this classic attack used by Masonry and Judaism would be aimed at us. We were ready, so that, the moment it started, we resisted even our closest relatives. As soon as we detected an intriguer at work, we got together and informed the whole group. I now give here advice to all organizations, calling their attention to this system, commonly used everywhere, in order to parry the attack. 1. Never believe a tendentious information, no matter where it comes from. 2. Immediately report the intrigue attempt to the group in question, to the involved persons and the leaders. In this way, the attack could be repulsed. My betrothal. On August 10, 1924, at the Unghini Brickyard, surrounded by my comrades and my parents, was celebrated my betrothal to Miss Elena Ilinoiu, the daughter of Mr. Watt. Constantin Ilinoiu, a train conductor. He was a man of great goodness and great tenderness of soul. After that, I moved into their home, where I was received with open arms, even though they had a family of 5 children. This family was to me a constant support in the fight I was waging. Their care for me and their love sustained me. On September 13th, I went home to Husi, where I celebrated in my parents' home my birthday and named it. I had just turned 25. The Moda Vlad trial. The trial of Moda and of the student Leonida Vlad, who procured the revolver, was set for September 26, 1924. Vlad turned himself in several days after the shooting, and was kept in prison with Moda all the time. I left for Bucharest, where deliberations opened before the Court of Assizes. Moda energetically defended his thesis that treason must be punished. Public opinion, fed up with traitors, followed the unfolding of the trial with lively interest and enthusiasm. It saw in Moda's gesture a beginning of action against traitors and proof of moral help. His deed has burst like a light on the dark side of Romanian life, where century after century fighters for the good of the people had been felled through treason. All the students at AGO universities held huge demonstrations for his acquittal. Around the tribunal in Bucharest again, thousands of people were massed who wanted a new life for their country and demanded Moda's freedom. At daybreak, popular justice brought a verdict of acquittal, which was enthusiastically received throughout the whole country. Moda, after seeing his parents, left Cluj for Iasi, where he settled down, in accordance with our vow. Around what happened in the garden. The humiliation and dishonor to which we were subjected during the lawlessness of May 31st had crushed us morally. It became an open wound that deepened more and more, consuming our life and seemingly drawing us closer to the grave. The humiliation you feel when both you and yours are dishonored gives you a feeling of profound pain, making you shun people, ashamed to be seen. It would seem you feel this world despises you, laughing in your face because you are incapable of defending your honor, that you endanger society proper, letting it be believed through your cowardice that an oppressor can, unpunished, dishonor it and hurt it according to his whims. These pains grew proportionately as our endeavors to obtain legal redress were rejected, with a cynicism that led us to desperation. Victims who sued for legal satisfaction risked being beaten again by the police, this time within the very walls of the Praetorium of Justice and even before the judges. In the end, however, it was the complainants who were condemned. What happened on May 31st did not remain without its repercussions. I reproduce from newspapers the echo this event had in Romanian society, along with attempts at getting satisfaction for the outrage. Universal, the Universe, on June 8, 1924, prints under the title, "The Police of Iasi." Students were beaten by the police prefect himself. We imagine Mr. Manciu, the prefect of the Iasi police, as being like one of the most notorious policemen of the last century, exemplified by violence and brutality. Mr. Prefect Manciu, though a policeman of only a year's experience in a university town like Iasi, inaugurated his system of anachronistic police violence last year at the Congress of University Professors. He was able to stop a Congress of University Teachers because that is what his police impulses dictated to him. The protests that followed against the indignities heaped upon this most distinguished group of intellectuals remained fruitless, for Mr. Prefect of the ISE police had politically backed support for doing what he did. And since then, Mr. Manciu has assiduously continued his police methods, which he particularly exhibited these past days. When he beat thirstily. He zealously struck. He maliciously bled the students, then ordered his subalterns to imitate him with the same brutal zeal. No matter what the students of Iasi had done, had they even been assassins, they should not have been beaten. First, an investigation should have been made. The public prosecutor's office should have been informed. They should have been arrested, possibly put in chains, but not beaten to a pulp. Mr. Prefect Manchu is certainly obliged in the course of his duties also to apply certain regulations regarding the protection of animals. We even believe he enforces them. In other words, he sees to it that horses are not beaten, that pigs are not tortured. And yet Mr. Manchu, who as a student must have studied penal law and must have read something of the penal literature that perhaps was recommended to him by our distinguished penalist, Iulian Teodorino himself, a man who has been preaching the abolition of brutal sanctions in prisons, personally beat the students, tortured them, covered them with blood. But what if the beaten students are not guilty of any of the absurdities of which they are accused? Then what? Should he, in turn, be thrashed? Certainly a judicial investigation is needed, but a sanction is also needed to make it impossible for Mr. Manchu to strengthen his muscles on the heads of students. I'll be secrepied. The paper continues on June 9, 1924. The students of Iasi were maltreated. They were provoked by the police, tortured for no reason. A brutal police prefect. Manchu must be fired. We wrote in an earlier issue on the banditry committed by Mr. Manchu, the police prefect of Iasi, against the students. Today, we shall reproduce several passages from the memorandum the students forwarded to the Ministry of the Interior. The student builders in the memorandum, they say, "We Christian students of Iasi University took a decision a month ago to build through our own labor a cultural home. The provocations of the police prefect. Hardly gathered, we found ourselves surrounded by a gendarme company and the entire police apparatus headed by Prefect Manchu. While all of us stood very quiet, their weapons extended, they lunged at us, started swearing, and struck us in the most barbarous possible manner. We were searched, as they thought they would find weapons on us, but nothing was found on any of us. During the search, they tried to put into the pockets of our colleague Corneliu Zelea Codreanu a revolver and some papers, which he protested. Because of this, he was beaten by the policeman Manchu, Inspector Claus, Commissar Vasiliu, and together with the rest of the agents, he was tied as if he were the worst of thieves. The same thing happened to a large number of those of us who were there. We were arrested, surrounded by military cordons, taken to the police prefecture. Yay! Even the children on the street were beaten. We met on our way several students of various high schools who were going toward the sports park to practice the Oina, Romanian baseball, TRA, as they were directed by their principals to do. All of them were arrested and taken along with us to police headquarters. Naturally, after they were beaten by policemen, Manchu himself and the other policemen, for everybody to watch. They, too, were kept at police headquarters the whole day. Some of us were beaten till we fainted, then were freed. Others gave declarations under duress, while some were freed with no declarations being taken. No others do. And in conclusion, Universal added, the above-mentioned deeds cannot go unpunished. The prefect of police Manchu proved to be an agent provocateur and guilty of torturing students, and high Cebu boys in Iasi must receive the punishment for such lawlessness. Among others, Universal of June 10, 1924 prints. Iasi under the terror of the police prefect. Transported to the police dungeons, these students were subjected to the most terrifying tortures. Some of them were hung head down, beaten on the soles of their feet with the ox sinew. The student Corneliu Codreanu was bound, then slapped and tortured by the police prefect himself. His health was shaken. The other arrested students show serious body lesions. 300 students have reported the above-mentioned facts to the general prosecutor, demanding that the medical examiner look into the condition of their tortured colleague. The word of Professor A.C. Kuza. In the special issue of the newspaper Uniria, the Union of June 1, 1924, Professor A.C. Kuza published a judicious article from which I extract. But, in the face of these constant brutalities and innumerable abuses, groundless especially committed, so that they would worry the Romanian students through terror, two questions strongly pose themselves. What does the government that keeps such a policeman at the head of such a city as Iasi want? What does the policeman himself want? Do they want thoughtless reactions to be produced as a result of this continuous frustration which seems to be provoked daily? This provocation is the more undignified and the more irritating, because at the same time Policeman Manchu frequents the meetings of the Jewish Association, Maccabi, and ostentatiously leads these sport-minded Maccabees in excursions behind their white and blue flag, and one sees him daily lounging in his car, not the one be traveled in the other day to Shirias, but in the new car that it seems was bought for him by the Ayasi Israelite community through a public subscription. The same kahal which encourages him in the press and at every opportunity in his attitude against the Christian student, protesting with utmost indignation against this action of continuous provocation. We demand that the superior authorities intervene in order to put an end to an undignified and dangerous state of affairs that neither Iasi nor Christian students can tolerate any longer. Nawi A.C. Kuza. Protest meetings against Manchu. June 3rd and 5th. The following telegrams were sent. To His Majesty the King, wishing to meet in order to protest the lawlessness of Policeman Manchu against our students and children who were daily beaten and insulted, we were prevented by police and gendarmes, even though the prosecutor authorized our meeting. We respectfully submit to Your Majesty our complaint and ask to be protected. There follow 1,200 names. To the Ministry of the Interior. Our children picked off the streets, savagely maltreated by police, Prefect Manchu. We demand immediate investigation followed by severe sanctions. Hurt in our parental feelings, losing all patience, we expect justice without delay. Ses. Major 1.I. Dumitru Major Ambrosi D. Butnaro. Eleno Olenescu, Captain Oraza Georgio, etc. Acțiunea Romaniescă, Romanian Action. First year no. 2. November 15, 1924. Acțiunea Romaniescă, in its NOV. 15, 1924, issue published over the signature of the renowned writer Dr. Ion Istray. An impressive meeting of public protest was held on June 8, 1924, in the Bijan Hall, under the honor presidency of Jen Tamoshki. Manchu's conduct was branded by University Professor A.C. Kuza, Student Grigorescu, representing Christian students, Craftsman Artur Rus, Metallurgist C. Hol, Panku, University Professor C.I. Sumulianu from the School of Medicine, who gave an impressive description of what he saw at the police station. Broken eardrums, swollen cars, bloody eyes, broken arms and legs bruised by the ox sinews of Manchu's savages. He declared that, had he had a son so tortured by the barbarian heading the police force, he would not have hesitated for an instant to blow the rascal's brains out. Kai. Then spoke Major 1. Dumitru, who concluded by saying, I trust the country's justice will give us satisfaction. If not, I swear here before you and I shall know how to respect my oath, that I will take justice into my own hands. Attorney Bacaloglu also spoke, then Craftsman Christia, Attorney Nilu Ionescu, and Professor Ion Zelea Codreanu. At the end, a protest motion was voted upon in which the Ministry of Justice was asked for satisfaction on the one hand, and the government was asked to fire Manchu on the other. A useless warning. In Terra Nostra, our country, no. 24 on June 15, 1924, the well-known writer Legionaries. Codreanu published an article from which we reproduce the last passages. Justice, called upon to speak up, declares all the arrested students innocent and decides that they must be freed immediately. The student Zelea Codreanu is kept under arrest despite this, put on trial by policeman Manchu, who is a lawyer besides, for conspiracy. The most elementary law manuals and common sense tell us that in marriage, duel, or conspiracy, one person alone cannot figure. In order to place such a label on a person as above, one who issues it must be in a particular state of inebriation, which would make him see at least double. In other words, one cannot talk with him. But, in the name of the entire slandered Romanian population, from which we gladly exclude, with no loss to anyone, its timid representatives in Parliament and the press, we ask of the government whether it considers it best to leave the inevitable punishment of Manchu up to his victims, or more opportune to prevent it. Fortified by the decisive word of justice, we do not hesitate to label the conspiracy of Ayasi as a treacherous frame-up. Nigel Daniel A.O. Codreanu. An administrative investigation is ordered. As a result of the numerous protests stemming from this event, the administrative inspector Vararu was sent out to investigate the case. Here is the memorandum forwarded to him by Major Ambrosi. Memorandum. Mr. Inspector, definitely wishing to establish the whole truth as to our telegraphic report on the torture of our sons, the Minister of the Interior has sent you to investigate. As we believe you wish to give full exposure to this case, we have put together this memorandum containing a narration of the fact. The event happened as follows. It was known in Ayasi both by school principals and by the student-principals. Parents said students were making bricks in Ongeni to build a home of their own in Ayasi, and that they worked a garden placed at their disposal by Mrs. Gika on Carol's Saint. Some of the students and high school boys met once a week under the leadership of the student Corneliu Zelea Codreanu. When work assignments were made, namely, 40 students were sent to Ongeni to make bricks, and 25 high school boys were sent to water the vegetable garden. The police prefect was aware of this, but he figured he might as well concoct something sensational, like a conspiracy, particularly when newspapers in Ayasi are practically owned by him, and consequently would fall in with his game. Said and done. On May 31st in 1924, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning, when he knew some 65 students had come to work in Mrs. S. Gika's yard, his entire police force and many armed troops made a sudden charge against them because of the gravity of the contrived conspiracy. The human mind refuses to comprehend what happened when students and high school boys were surrounded like ordinary criminals and were barbarously struck on the undoing spot by agents, the military, and even by policeman Manchu himself. A half-hour later, all of them, headed by Corneliu Zelea Codreanu and under heavy escort, were headed down the main street toward police headquarters. On their way, they met another group of high school students who, by order of their professors, were going to Kapu to play Ioina. These, because they permitted themselves the luxury of greeting those in chains, were immediately arrested, beaten, and taken to police quarters as accomplices of the former. Arrived there, the prefect, not bothering to inform the public prosecutor's office of the gravity of the situation, began a sui generis interrogation all by himself. Namely, he beat, manhandled, and tortured these students and high school boys to force from them declarations that they were a part of the conspiracy, to make them tell what they knew. What? But what were they to tell when they knew nothing of the sort? Almost all of them were beaten, but the most seriously hurt were 1. My son, Cesar Ambrosi, senior at the pedagogic seminary, who was personally whipped by the prefect over the head with an ox sinew, and in the end, because he did not produce the expected answer, was given a blow of the fist on the left ear, which broke his eardrum. 2. High school student Dumitru Sprinty, Major, Dumitru's son. His feet were chained together, and he was turned upside down, being hung on a rifle held by Sergeant Kojokaru and CPL Teodoroiu. He was beaten on his feet with the ox sinew by the prefect personally till he passed out. 3. High school boy, GHY. Gerguda had his hands and feet tied. Then he was placed on the floor, face down, and beaten with the ox sinew, and in order to stifle his screams, a pan of water was placed under his face, and an agent posted there pushed his face down into the water when he screamed louder. During all this torture, 2 gendarme officers were also present, Captain Geo Velshiu and Luat Tamida, whose soldierly dignity, we hope, will not prevent them from revealing the truth, since it was not dignified of them to witness such treatment, to use troops in the torturing as well as using a military weapon as a tool of torture, when it is well known what its use ought to be. According to what students and high school boys related, while policeman Manchu was engaged in such operations, prosecutors Culianu and Buzia passed through his office. I believe they will tell the truth. The beatings and torture stopped altogether only later, when first prosecutor Katachi came to police headquarters, as demanded by a committee composed of Professors Kuza and Sumuli Anu, Attorney Bakaloglu, Colonel Nadeda, and medical examiner Bogdan, who examined the children and legally established, there in the police prefecture, the wounds enumerated in the medical certificates attached to this report. Oh, wow. As you can see, Mr. Inspector, we have followed legal procedures up to today, namely, 1. We had asked the first prosecutor and the medical examiner to come to the prefecture for them to verify the wounds of the students. 2. We brought suit against the torturers before the Court of District 11. 3. We informed the public prosecutor's office, where the medical examiner's report was also sent, the case being referred to investigating magistrate Lasanu. 4. As officers and men of honor, we could have demanded from Mr. Manchu satisfaction by means of weapons, but he had disqualified himself when he refused meeting Captain Shule in a duel. Honestly, this is the truth. We beg you to be good enough to consider that, among the offended parents, 2 of us are high-ranking officers who, for having proceeded legally, are exposed, for no one has yet given us satisfaction to this day. Our belief is that the Minister of the Interior will give us complete satisfaction, bringing Prefect Manchu before the bar of justice for his misdeeds, and will intervene to the Ministry of War for Manchu, though a reserve inferior officer, knowingly tortured the children of his superior comrades. Majai. The result of the investigation was as follows. 1. Prefect Manchu was decorated with Stoa Romani, Romania's star, with the rank of commander. 2. All police commissars who tortured us were promoted. 3. Encouraged by these measures, the police unleashed further persecution against youths, this time extending it over the whole of Moldavia. Any commissar, to increase his sources of revenue from the Jews, or to get promoted, grabbed a student by the throat, beat him to a pulp in the street, or at police headquarters, having to answer to nobody for his deeds. The fatal day. This being the situation, on October 23, 1924, I presented myself at the courthouse of District 11 of Ayasi as a lawyer, together with my colleague Dumbrava, to represent the student Kamarzan, who was tortured by Manchu. The prefect showed up with the whole staff, and there, in full court session, before the lawyers and the presiding judge Spiridonianu, threw himself at us. Under these circumstances, risking everything, about to be crushed by the 20 armed policemen, I pulled out my handgun and fired. I aimed at whoever came closest. The first to fall was Manchu. The second, Inspector Close. The third, a man much less guilty, Commissar Susanu. The rest vanished. In no time at all, in front of the courthouse, several thousand dead. Reserve, Sub-Lieutenant Manchu was in the 10th Regiment of the Mountain Infantry, but during mobilization, he shirked his duties in the repair shops of the 3rd Army Corps. Jews had gathered, their hands high in the air, their fingers like talons crooked in hatred, waiting for my departure in order to rip me apart. Holding the gun in my right hand, in which I still had 5 rounds, I grabbed Victor Clemescu, a lawyer in Ayasi, by the arm, asking him to accompany me to the tribunal. We stepped out and walked thus through the howling mob of Jews, which had the common sense, upon seeing the handgun, to step aside. I was caught by the gendarmes on the way, separated from Mr. Clemescu and taken into the police prefecture. Here the commissars jumped on me to disarm me of the gun, the only friend I had in the midst of this misfortune. I gathered all my strength, resisting them for about 5 minutes. In the end, I was overpowered. They then chained my wrists behind my back and placed me between 4 soldiers with bayonets at the ready. After a while, they took me out of that office and far back in the courtyard, placing me in front of a tall fence. The gendarmes retreated, leaving me there alone. I suspected they wanted to shoot me. I stood there several hours till late in the evening, waiting to be shot. However, this waiting did not faze me. The news of this tragic vengeance spread with truly lightning speed. When it reached student dormitories, it caused a real outburst. From all mess halls and dormitories, students started running down the streets toward Union Square. There they demonstrated at length, singing. Then they tried to head for the police prefecture. But the army, by now on the scene, succeeded in stopping them. Though chained, I was glad to hear their singing, for that meant they had been freed of their tyrant. Late in the day, I was taken upstairs into the same office of torture, where Lasanu, the investigation judge, now sat behind the desk, the same man to whom I complained 4 months earlier, demanding justice. He interrogated me summarily, after which he issued the warrant for my arrest. I was then thrown into a paddy wagon and transported to Galata prison up on the hill above Ayasi, near the monastery built by Peter Elsiopol. Manexpetita. There, I was put into a room with 10 other prisoners, where my chains were taken off. My cellmates gave me a cup of tea. Then I lay down to sleep. Next day I was placed in solitary, in a room with cement floor, 1 bed of boards, no blanket or pillow. The door then was padlocked. The room had 2 windows whose panes were whitewashed on the outside. I could see nothing. One wall was so damp that water ran down it. The first day in that room, a guard, old Matei, brought me a loaf of black bread. He opened the door a crack, thrust his hand in with the loaf, for he was not permitted to enter. I was not at all hungry. At night I stretched out on the boards and covered myself with the coat. I had nothing to put under my head. I shivered. They took me out in the morning for 2 minutes, then I was locked up again. A student, Maluta Popovici, who was also under arrest, was able to get near my window during the day, wiped the pane clean about the size of a fingertip, so I could see outside. Then he walked away, and when about 60 feet away carefully signaled to me with his fingers. I understood he was using the Morse code. Thus I learned that all Vacaristians were rearrested. Mota, Garniata, Tudos Popescu, Radu Miromovici, save Corneliu Georgescu, whom they could not apprehend. They too were brought to the same prison and put together in 1 room. I learned that my father was also brought there. The second night was much worse. I was very cold, and I could not doze off at all. Almost the whole night I paced the cell. In the morning, again, I was taken out for 2 minutes, then locked back in. Old Mati gave me another loaf of bread. At noon I was handcuffed, put into a paddy wagon and taken to the tribunal for the confirmation of my arrest warrant. Following this formality, I was brought back to Galata into the same dark room. Outside, the weather was getting worse. With no heat, I was beginning to shiver. I tried to get some sleep on the boards, but I was able to doze off only for about half an hour at a time, for my bones ached. Because of the cold coming up from the cement floor, my kidneys began to ache. Realizing I was losing my strength, I appealed to my will and to gymnastics. Throughout the night, every hour on the hour, I got up to exercise for 10 minutes, obstinately endeavoring to keep my strength. The following day I felt ill.